Yo.
How you doing, man? I guess we're going for another record, huh?
Well, I don't know about that.
Hey, how are you tonight, man?
I'm doing okay. Yeah. Man, last night's chat got you were in yeah. Man, that was just fascinating. I was talking with Sasha and Cerberus. We went through the night into the morning, and man, just learning all this stuff about Egyptology and stuff. It was just fascinating to me.
Hmm.
And we were sharing info, and we were information digging, and yeah, just man, it was really good. It's so much, yeah, so much to look at and absorb. I have to find the time to do it, but I really enjoyed myself. But after that, I couldn't go to sleep, and I wound up staying up till about, I guess, 1:30 in the afternoon, and I finally crashed. So then, woke up about 7:30 this evening. So. Yeah, so my whole my whole clock is off.
Yeah, couldn't sleep, huh? So what did you do? Just enjoyed the day?
Yeah, I went outside in the yard, enjoyed the day, had some coffee, just read a little, and I just hung, my wife woke, she wakes up early in the morning, so had breakfast together, so
All right, that's nice.
and I saw her off to work, and then I don't know, a couple chores, then I just took care of some work, and yeah, I just passed out. I was like, yeah, I just wanted to get some stuff done that I knew how to get done business wise, and then I just passed out. Yeah, like a
I hope you don't mind. I shared the link. See if we can get some people in.
well, I kind of tell you the truth. There, um,
I guess you're not up for a big debate tonight, huh?
yeah, I was kind of picky about who I was gonna put in here. You know,
Oops. Let me go ahead and delete that then.
I mean, well, let it go for now. See how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, let it go. But yeah, I'll tell you, Joe, I'm kind of getting,
You know what?
robbing.
I was thinking about actually coming in. I was like, can I do another hangout?
Right?
I was I was thinking about maybe watching a movie instead, but you're a good guy. I like hearing from you, so yeah, I'll go in and talk to John for a while.
Thank you. Keep me company.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. Why the fuck you on so early? Night owl. Supposed to be on in a few hours. Hey,
Hey Yuri, how you doing, man?
John. Not too bad.
How's Canada?
Still raining.
Still raining?
Still raining where I was. It was raining last week. It's raining now. Raining every day.
You remember that South Park episode? What was it? They were they were singing a song, "Fuck Canada."
Oh, that's the movie.
Which
Blame
one?
Canada. Yeah,
Blame Canada?
yeah,
Rain.
that's a good one.
Was that South Park?
I'm not into South Park, no.
But where was that from then?
No, it is South Park. Yeah.
It is
Oh,
South Park.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
South Park is good. I mean, every episode kind of puts up a political topic, of sorts, and spotlights it.
I love South Park. I mean, I know I don't get that much to watch it much, but when I do see it, it's like sometimes it's like it's really good or really just sucks. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they make their point though, even though they push it, and they'll push the envelope, but then they towards the end they always kind of make some kind of point. Hey Sasha,
Hey,
what's up, man?
nothing.
Nothing. You
Sound
tired?
tired?
Kinda, yeah. I was up till late last night.
I know. I was with you.
Yeah,
Remember?
I know. That's why I laughed.
I got again, man. I want to thank you, man. I mean, I really had a great. That was a really good hangout. It was really a lot.
Yeah, that was legit. We got into some stuff I never heard, and I'm sure y'all never heard some stuff I've said. Like, it's always good to like have topics that just bounce back and forth, where everybody like thinks of stuff that they wouldn't have just randomly said.
Exactly. Yeah. You kind of trigger some thoughts and stuff, and
That's why I like Brother John's hangouts.
Oh, thank you, sir.
These silences where nobody talks for a while, and then suddenly this new topic comes up, and it's like crazy. It's not always about the same thing.
Sasha, man, even after we stopped the hangout, I couldn't go to sleep. And I was just telling J Dubs, and I didn't go to sleep till 1:30 in the afternoon.
That's crazy.
It was crazy.
I just started watching those videos today, the Bill Donahue guy and stuff.
Okay. What do you think? How you thinking?
I think the one thing he does wrong is he sticks to the Bible too much. I wish he would go out of the Bible, but he does like bring up a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess because he's trying to appeal to people in the Christian faith and try to get them to see something different.
Yeah, I just don't like it when like, cause like sometimes somebody will like come in a room and they'll be like, the Bible's the mark of the beast, and then they'll use the Bible to back up everything they say.
Yeah. 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 Hey, J Dubs, I wanted to tell you, man, I'm
Yo,
serious. What?
yo, what's up?
Yeah, well, I tell you, I'm serious. If you ever want to, do a face to face to hang out, I'm up. I've only, I've only met one. Wayman is the only person I have through YouTube that I've, actually hung out.
Oh, did you do any YouTube video about that? Did you do a video together, or
Um,
was it just private thing?
no, we didn't do. I don't think we did a video, and this was, you know what? This was a few years ago. To tell you the truth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I invite because he's only about an hour and a half from me, and he came to my house for a barbecue. This is right before it was about man, yeah, it's got to be about 5 years already because I
Wow.
was I was still Christian then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were a Christian 5 years ago.
Um. Yeah. Yeah. Up to 2009. Wow.
What did you went from Catholic to Pentecostal or Baptist or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From Catholic to charismatic
Yeah.
to crazy.
Crazy. Yeah. If I ever find a magic carpet, man, I'll come over, man.
Yeah.
First
It'd
class.
be cool.
Where are you at?
I'm in PA.
Oh, I'm in Colorado.
You say PA around here, that's Prince Albert, Saskatchewan.
Oh, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, yeah,
So
that's
that's
what.
that's the left side of Canada, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's actually pretty close to me. But PA, that's Prince Albert.
You've seen the Hebrew Israelites out there probably then, yeah?
Talking to me?
Yeah, in Pennsylvania?
No, I don't.
No, that's where all right, General Yohana is like the leader of one of the main it's called ISUPK, which is the Israeli School of Practical Universal Knowledge. And he supposedly like he learned Hebrew in a dream or something. I don't know the exact story, but like he gave them a new Hebrew language, and like he did like they're like centered in Pennsylvania. They've got a ISUPK, and then they've spread out all over the country.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I see, they're in Upper Darby. I'm not sure exactly how far that is from me. I think it's about an hour.
Aren't the Jehovah's Witnesses over by you too? Isn't that where their headquarters are?
No, dude, the headquarters are, well, they were originally in Brooklyn.
Oh, are they? Okay. I thought
Uh,
they expanded into Pennsylvania, though. Don't they have a big place there?
haven't seen a big place. I've seen the Kingdom Hall on one of the roads. I haven't seen like a huge thing.
Oh, okay.
Jehovah's Witnesses are the people that won't let people that they won't even like let their kids get blood transfusions if they're dying. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, because it's considered ingesting blood. Yeah.
that's crazy. Like you're not allowed to have an organ from another person either.
Hmm.
They're against euthanasia, though, too, right?
Oh,
Um,
I'm not sure.
I think they probably would see this. Most Christians would say that you're not going to heaven if you choose to get killed.
So you're against euthanasia. You're against saving your life. Hmm.
Well,
All
wouldn't the crucifixion of Jesus Christ be considered euthanasia?
Well, yeah, but that one's okay.
That one's okay.
Yeah, the Christians they would all say that that one's all right.
I never really. That's like the first time I actually thought about the crucifixion as like a euthanizer
Yeah, like a real
scenario.
like where he was killed and went up there and chose to do it, and he was
Yeah.
actually like they killed him.
I mean, technically, it's true, right? He wanted to die, right?
I forget who said it, but I think what happened was it might have been yesterday in the hangout. Somebody it said at some point when I heard this from somebody, I don't know who, but they said that Jesus, what happened was he was just like uh he was just told Judas like that all the Romans wanted to kill them, and he just told Judas like do what you got to do, and Judas he went and snitched on just Jesus so that they would kill just Jesus and think that the whole movement had stopped, and then they would not go after anybody else.
Oh, that sounded probably like Rob or something.
No, no, Rob, he doesn't believe Jesus. Well, maybe I don't know. He doesn't believe Jesus existed, but he believes that he existed only in Thomas.
That's the first time I've ever heard that. Hey, never. I've been Christian my whole life, and it's never been said in that way.
That Jesus, that he told Judas to do it.
Yeah, that's yeah, euthanasia. He was killed by a spear, right? A spear in his belly.
Oh yeah. No. He was he killed by the spear? I thought when he got stabbed, water came out and nothing happened.
So
Yeah.
he survived that. Hey. So did somebody kill him afterwards?
You talking about Judas or you talking about Judas?
No,
guess.
he's talking about he's talking about Jesus, but the fact that Jesus chose it. Jesus chose for it to happen.
No, Judas just told on him, snitched or whatever, right? It was somebody else.
Right.
that
But
killed
then
him.
the silver and all that. Yep.
But
Yeah.
I had somebody once come in a hangout room saying that the reason why Judas did it for 30 silver was because there was some sort of drug back then that cost that much money, and then he was a drug addict.
No, I think it was just to save the people, like because they didn't go after Christians after that until like a little bit after that, and then when the church got started, like the church got a pretty good like start without any like opposition because Jesus died and the Roman Church thought it was over.
Did somebody kill Jesus though? When he was hanging on the cross for a few days, or did he just die from?
He was
Didn't
apparently
he-
on the
isn't
cross
there-
for like 6 to 9 hours, and then they apparently pierced him in the side with a sword, and then the water came out, or water and blood, something like that.
I think they said it was a spear because the spear of destiny still exists, and they say that's the spear that did it.
Yeah, I heard.
I haven't read the New Testament in a while, but isn't there a passage where Jesus says something and then he died, like it was him that like he spoke the sentence
Yeah.
and then he perished and died.
Yeah, and Bill O'Reilly says probably not true because he says, "Father, forgive them; they don't know what they do."
hmm Actually, there's a couple of in the Gospels. There's a contradiction right there about what he said at the end. One was, Father, forgive them for
right
what they
before.
do, and the other one was into your hands I commit my spirit.
Yeah, the why have you forsaken me? And they say, well, that's just him calling for God's help. If he knew he was going to die, then why was he calling for God's help? I don't think he wanted to die. I think he knew he was going to die because it was happening and it was real life and he was realizing it was happening, but he didn't want it to happen. That's why he said, why have you forsaken me? Like, why the fuck is this happening, God?
Well, there was the prayer when he was praying in Gethsemane, so he knew he was apparently he was dying, and that always cracks me up because how they get an account? He's alone in the garden and he's praying, to the Father, not let to kind of pass the cup from him.
Well, John, you see, the Holy Spirit came to Matthew and told him the story.
I can't believe most of the New Testament was written by Paul and he saw him in a dream. I only learned that like a month ago. That's insane.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
none of you guys know then? Nobody killed Jesus, or did he die?
I think he just died. I think it just talks about like his last breath and stuff, and he says, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." And then he dies. I think that's the last line.
So the spear on his side didn't kill him.
No, water came out.
It doesn't matter if water came out. Did he kill him? Did he die or not?
I don't know. I think he survived that, and then they were like, I'm pretty sure they were putting vinegar in his wounds or something. They were making it worse. Something I forget how. They did something else besides just the spear. There was more to it. There was like a whole bunch of stuff they did to him.
Yeah, and
So
apparently.
what euthanasia then, hey?
Yeah, more like torture
Also,
by choice. He did.
Trying to lift yourself. It also could have been suffocation too. You're trying to lift yourself off the cross because you're suffocating because your arms up there high. So sometimes what they said they would do in crucifixions is break their legs so their body would drop and then they would just die. But in Jesus' case, they didn't break the leg, and that's supposed to be another fulfillment of prophecy.
Isn't it
Hey, Al,
crazy?
what's going on, man?
We're just talking about whether the Jesus crucifixion story could be taken as an example of euthanasia. Euthanasia. Sorry, I said that wrong.
So yeah, I would say no then, because he died naturally from hanging.
Those people thought they were at the pinnacle of civilization, the furthest humanity was probably ever going to get. They thought they were there. And that's what they were doing.
So do a lot of people today.
What's up, Al? I don't hear you.
I'm like having a religious experience, I guess. I can't hear a word he's saying.
Maybe he in the settings the mic might not be.
Got the wrong line in. I'll be back in a little bit here. Just gotta make some dinner. That's why you're on too early, man.
Sorry. Your lips are moving, but I don't hear what you're saying. Anyway, I was just talking about you, Al. Still don't hear. Hey. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, I kind of went overboard last night. I think. I think I had a couple too many before I came in your room. So if I was picking on that guy a little bit too much, I apologize.
No, man, it was okay because, in that kind of setting, to get a word in edgewise, you have to be kind of a little aggressive. So it was okay.
I guess Wayman never seen one of the hangouts with me in it. I'm like a wild animal.
And he was rejecting everything. He literally said he didn't want to hear about history.
Oh, what are you talking about, John? I mean, Robert?
No, we were talking with, well, it was with this guy Bernie that Rob brought in, and Neff. But then,
yeah,
but after I kicked Rob and Neff out, we were just with Bernie, and poor Bernie was getting, bombarded by the non-believers.
The shotgun effect, too.
But he held up well, man. I mean, I give it to him. But still.
Yeah, what can you do?
Yeah, I guess any dog can hold up well as long as he keeps moving in circles, chasing his tail. I guess that counts as moving, right?
You guys gave him a good run. It was enjoyable. You guys gave him a good run for the money.
I think he was just trying to prove that Christianity wasn't the only evil in the world by the end. Like, there's other ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
And did you notice after he left, how many times did we go in the Bible? None.
No, man.
So after thinking about that, like I constantly think about this stuff. We should be using biblical literature more than we do in these chats when confronting evangelical fundamentalism. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because that's the only thing that they really understand, and it's kind of like drawing a picture. You have to not only draw better than them to kind of get them to pay attention, but you also, if you're a better drawer than them, and the picture's really good, you can actually take liberties on how you go about accomplishing the image. You know what I mean? So that's what I think we don't do enough. And that's why I try to read so much biblical literature about it. It's because I need to know more than these guys, so I can feel free to take liberties and kind of throw in different kinds of interpretations that they might not even heard because they're not really into textual criticism all that much. They're not familiar with it. So I don't know. Like, even though it's probably, I know a lot of extreme atheism says, well, it's a waste of time. I don't want to read that garbage. But in order to confront these kinds of things in a really good argument, and that I realized probably we weren't doing last night, is breaking it out and actually reading the text and getting really involved in how they think. And I know it's a lot of work, especially if you don't really care about, world religion and literature and things like that. It makes it really hard. But I think if you're trying to get a good debate going and win some of these arguments, the only thing you can do is quote biblical literature. you know. And the way I've learned it, always use Judaism against evangelical Christianity. I mean, if you study Judaism for 2 years, study all their arguments against Christianity, you have the perfect of um, to go against Christian apologists because it's all been done for you. You don't have to do it. And
Especially the
also,
prophecies, right? The prophecies
the
about
reason why, right, exactly. And the thing is, too, why evangelicals and Bernard last night laughed when I mentioned Bar Ehrman. Bar Ehrman, even though he's probably a little bit shady since his last book came out, like none of the secularists hated that. He said, I mean, really liked that he came to the conclusion that Jesus must have existed. They hated him after that. What Bar Ehrman did was he brought biblical criticism and scholarship to the secular community. They were using it to no end, and they were pummeling evangelicals. The Muslims got a hold of it. Islam was using it in apologists against Christian fundamentalism. Oh, they were getting a pummel. That's why they hate Ehrman. They can't attack the arguments. Bar Ehrman is just basic level telling people what normal, run-of-the-mill Bible criticism is. He's introducing everybody to that, what scholars have known for years. And then he'll branch out into stuff that he thinks about. But the guy knows like 3 or 4 languages. I don't agree with him on everything, but his introductory books and translations of texts that aren't necessarily in the Bible were very good, like the extra biblical text. So I just think like we need to educate more of ourselves. Some people like Nephilim and Bernard and whoever comes in, G-Man, whatever, these guys, they don't read any textual criticism. They read strictly biblical literature as is. Now, if we know that, plus the criticism, we can kind of manipulate that whole situation towards us, you know?
Yeah, Al, and I was just telling J-Dubs, you know, like me and you're the only YouTuber, the other YouTuber that I hung out with, you know, a few years ago, and I was still like, you know, borderline Christian then, and you know, you were partly instrumental in that textual criticism, and you know, made me question myself and to look at things differently. So yeah, it was very effective in my deconversion process. But it takes time, you know. Expecting, you know, people to you know, you can't. It's unrealistic to expect people they're going to change their mind overnight, you know. You know, it's just a
All
matter of
you have to do though is plant the seed, though, John. That's all that. That's all that.
Yeah. I mean, it was a 2-year process for me, you know, because especially if you're steep in the belief for so long, you know, you got a lot of layers you got to get through. You know,
Yeah, my problem is I'm just forgetting stuff. I'm not in it enough. Like we got the house, I've been doing outside work. I was telling my wife tonight, you know, I just listen to some of the stuff where I'd be all over it. I can't do it anymore. Like I'm starting to I don't know. Maybe I quit drinking coffee. Maybe I need to go back to that so I can remember. But you know, it's crazy. Like Jordan was saying, you got to keep on, or you just, you know.
And it's a challenge for me, you know. You know, you guys know my wife is Christian. She's, you know, I mean, you know, she has a beautiful heart and everything, and it kind of makes who she is. But at the same time, you know, I'm seeing these things and I'm trying to convey to her, but she really doesn't want, you know, she'll just doesn't want to talk about it. But you know, when she's listening to some programs that, oh God, these guys, I couldn't stand them when I was Christian. Some of these guys, and I have to like grit my teeth sometimes. And but how to bring it up and remake it think I'm still trying to find a good tactic, you know. Perhaps maybe.
Well, I think maybe you don't have to. I think that if a person is fine in that community, is functioning well, and they're not really pushy, it's the pushy people that I end up retaliating against and push back a little bit, you know, because like my cousin, she would not be able to function very well because of her mental status and everything like that, her mental condition and all of her problems, if she was not in a church community. So I said, look, don't watch any of my videos. I know I argue with people all the time, but this church community is good for you. They do community service programs. You go there. You know what I mean? Because there are people that care about you. And it was the best thing for her. Now, if she ends up proselytizing to me, you know, I'm going to be all over it for fun reasons, you know, but, you know, I guess we need to do that. We need to push back a little bit. then they see it as some type of persecution and all this and that. And a lot of times they don't realize what they're doing, and they just need something to, give them a boost.
I
Everybody wants to be persecuted for Jesus, I think.
I do push back sometimes. Like just last night, I forgot what I said to her. Um, I said something about things were going on in my heart or something like that. And then she just belts out these scriptures sometimes. She goes, "Well, the heart is wicked and deceitful." So I'm like, okay, so let me ask you, how do you know you love me? If the heart is wicked and deceitful, how can you really trust your heart that you know you love me? And she made a pause for a moment, and like,
Well, for Romans 10:9 and 10, with the heart man believes unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation.
yeah, exactly.
Have y'all seen Ancient Aliens?
Oh yeah, yeah. I haven't in a while, but yeah.
If y'all watched that, my mom and my stepdad, that has opened up a lot of discussion that otherwise they would have never gotten into, and that now I can teach them things about history where it showed them how, like, yeah, it didn't happen the way that the historians originally said, but there's also not aliens involved. Like there's no aliens involved. Here's how, like the Library of Alexander. Like she thought it was like she was willing to listen to somebody else tell her it was all about like Jesus and stuff, and how like the Library of Alexander was full of Jesus' life story and stuff. And then I had to explain to her that it was made like hundreds of years before Jesus, and what had led up to that point. And then she realized like, oh, there's so much more to everything than just Jesus. Like so it's like the same thing. Like Ancient Aliens like opens up people's thoughts to things like that because it'll tell them something strange, and then you can say, oh well. Even if you guys can talk about other things around that, and some of the episodes are directly Christian. It'll be like paintings like the Virgin getting pregnant from out of the sky, and like the ray of light coming down from the cloud.
And what's the other one with the chariot? Was it?
Yeah. It talks about the story of what's his name, Enoch or something.
Enoch.
I think it's Enoch is the one that see the chariots. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Those shows are interesting.
Yeah, and even
Sasha.
it just
Oops,
opens
go
thought.
ahead.
No, I was just saying that the shows open up thoughts even if they're wrong.
So like you were doing last night, Sasha, it was really enjoyable to hear. The whole concept of the ideas coming out of Africa is interesting too, because I think the Afrocentrism movement totally hijacked that. This is what I mean. When I took a course, I actually got to go and see the pyramids and the whole thing. It was through a Kane University out of New Jersey, and it was kind of like a summer learning program, Africana Studies, and that was all they pushed, Afrocentrism. And it was amazing. They had us read this book. It was all about the origins of Africa and how everything Africa influenced everything. Then I got into reading Gerald Macy. And I noticed his stuff was being used in the Zeitgeist movie on the influences through Christianity and everything. But he was writing back in the early 1900s, and it was fascinating how he just like connected everything. So I got his books, but then when I realized the influence, I didn't think it was an intentional hijacking. Well, like I think that like the idea of it is passed on through like Carl Jung and all those people talked about like archetypes and things like that. Where different people in the world can come, see the symbols. They're very powerful, and they can almost mean the same thing across the whole.
They did pass it around at first, like they did pass it around, but then it could just be because of the flood at the end of the Ice Age, because there's tons of underwater cities. Like you can look up underwater city Cuba, underwater road Bahamas, underwater structure Japan. There's all kinds of underwater stuff that we don't know why it's there or who made it, and I think either Africa was doing everything great and like was communicating with India, possibly Australia and stuff, and then the flood happened, or a type of people that wasn't educated at all. I'm thinking white people came down and destroyed everything, killed all the people that had the oral traditions, and just took the writings and symbols that they could find.
I think that's why Judaism is so afraid of assimilation. Because they're worried about that thing. Like all their law codes, everything is, other nations do this, so you will do this. Like you will be set apart, you'll be different, and they still do that today. So I think like Now, people who were up for cultural diffusion, who didn't mind that, who didn't mind being assimilated, like the Greeks, oh, they loved the Romans borrowing their stuff. You know, they were just like, oh, you're going to borrow my shit? Okay, here. You know, even in Egypt in certain ways. Like when we were down there, you know, you definitely could see the influences.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
Roman,
No,
Roman temples, like Temple of Esno is gorgeous. You know, the zodiac on the ceiling of the Temple of Esno, gorgeous. And it is really amazing. But that's what I'm saying. That's what was different from the Hebrews. Now, I think that came much later because, like I was saying the other night when I was arguing with Bernard, that Canaanite deity names show up in Hebrew language. And that's where you can usually tell by the language of how this cultural diffusion happens, even though they try to keep it out. It's almost impossible.
yeah. If you look up archaeology in Jerusalem or archaeology in Israel, right now they've been finding proto-Canaanite walls where there was Canaanite walls before Israel existed, and they built on top of the Canaanite walls. So those cultures are probably more tied than we think, because Canaan was probably built after that.
Yeah, and there was even studies saying that it wasn't until the retaliation of Christianity that Judaism went totally monotheistic.
Yeah, like I've
Because
noticed that.
there's a text in Second Kings where, and even in the beginning of Job, well, the one in Kings where it talks about, you know, who will go and lie to Ahab. Somebody can look that up. I forget. And you know, one spirit said this, and another spirit said that, and, you know, and then finally somebody says, "I will go." And then you know, in Job, the sons of men are coming before God. And then also when the nations of the world, I think it's in Numbers, were divided up, Yahweh's lot was Israel. You know, so El is the head deity, and he's dividing up the world, and Israel is Yahweh's lot.
I think it's the Table of Nations.
Yeah.
That's if you the Hebrew Israelites talk about that a lot, and they say the white man is the Edomite, and that everyone else, basically almost everyone else, fits into the Israeli tribe. I don't know much about the Table of Nations and stuff.
Yeah, I really wish I knew offhand what that was. Maybe I'll look it up. I got my big Bible program here. I'll juice it up here.
Quietness. I'm gonna smoke some weed. I'm gonna mute so that y'all don't have to listen to me cough.
So we got Phosphorus. Welcome, man. Yeah, I know, Reuven. I just did it on a whim. Hey. Yeah, Reuven, I just did this on a whim. Man, last night's hangout with Sasha and Sebra, we went into wee hours. Oh, and then after that, I was just everything going on in my head. And then I was like overtired. Wound up staying till up till 1:30 in the afternoon. Finally passed out and got up like 7:30 tonight. So I might be up for another all nighter. Who knows? But yeah. So it wasn't really planned, bro. So I just figured I would throw a chat up.
You're not gonna light up?
Yeah, yeah, I am lighting up, man. Here, you wanna? Here's the.
We got Sasha over there lighting up.
Hey, y'all want to hear something that I figured out today? Okay, remember how I was talking about the Midas touch and the Frisian cap and all that, and how we still use the Liberty cap today as a symbol, and when you think like the Revolutionary War, the little drummer, you think like a blue suit and like a red cap floppy. If you look at the on my icon thing, the red hat is it's called the Liberty pole when that red hat is on top of a pole, and I'm thinking that was the first flag. And the Moors have been looking for their flag, and what they've been doing is looking back in history for a flag with a star on it. I think the first flag was this red hat, not a flag with a star on it, because their flag is a red flag with a green star on it. And I think this was their first flag, the red hat with it on top of a pole.
Man, I don't know. You
No,
don't want to
because
make you don't want to make the same mistake as Rob, but all connect the numbers and.
no, because this isn't just randomly like I found the hat. Like the hat was already part of all this other stuff. It was the Phoenicians and stuff. Like that is the Phoenicians. That's a Phoenician symbol that we still use in America today. Like the U.S. Army uses the Liberty Pole as a symbol. It's in the U.S. Army seal.
Now, if you look at all those helmets, like ancient helmets and stuff, they all look like big penises on their heads. That's another thing I noticed, especially out of the ancient Near East.
And y'all have seen like Shriners caps, right? Like the fezzes. Those are the evolved form of this. The fez comes out of the same exact place as the Firian cap. It's Anatolia is where both of those things come out of. It's the fez is the evolved form of the Fezerian cap. They're both the exact same thing. And the Shriners still wear them, and America's represented by it. But it's not an American thing. We think of it as American because of the Revolution. But that's just because it's identified as liberty. And the Moors, they wear the fezzes still today. Have y'all seen them in court and stuff? I know the Green Souls guy. He was talking about. He knew who the Moors were. The Moors, they're if you know who Noble Drew Ali is, he started the Moors in America, and Moors are Moroccans. But if you remember, we were talking about yesterday the Treaty of Peace and Friendship from 1787. America wouldn't be a nation if the Moroccan Empire hadn't recognized them. The Moors in America today wear these hats, the fezzes. And they say that the white man stole it from them, and the Shriners wear those fezzes today, and the fezzes have a symbol on them of an Egyptian, like a pharaoh with a sword over his head, like a scimitar, and it's basically saying like they're holding their knowledge over their head with a sword. And if you go into Masonic tradition, I was talking about this with Cerberus yesterday. If you go into the Masonic tradition, it says Jubilee, Jubilee, and Jubilo. They knocked out the black community with Jubilee, Jubilee, and Jubilo, and buried them in a shallow grave, and that's where they are right now. And there's black Masons that'll tell you this. Like that's where I heard it from black Masons. They've got taught this.
Yeah, I didn't read much up on the Moors. I mean, in my this whole thing coming up when I was bringing up earlier about how um, everybody technically is a corporation on paper and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're the ones that are into that. That's who they. Yeah, I forgot you heard about that stuff too.
Yeah, so that's how I heard, in passing, because they were into this stuff as well.
Yeah, they got a whole all the way back to 1920 is when they started in America, but they actually all the way back to the founding of America is when they started moving here. And the reason we have a monument at Washington as an obelisk is because of that. Like if you look into documents from Philadelphia, it says that Moors are accepted as white people because they come from a land that had a high wealth and architecture that basically taught America how to be a nation. So they let them be white people, like as a class. And that's why today the Moors they say that they're not black because black means death, and that they are white people, and that black is not a skin color, it's a class.
But they're mostly black.
Well, no, they're brown, but black is something that has been imposed on them by the caste system of ancient times. Like there's just white and black isn't something that really came around until like the 1800s. Like that wasn't something people said. Like I mean they said negro in Spanish and stuff, but it wasn't like we're white people and you're black people until like that wasn't really a big ideology until like the 1700s or 16.
But I'm saying the Moors in general, are they Moroccan or they African American?
Yeah, no, they're North African because
Okay.
Morocco is North African, and then the Moors okay. They'll claim that slavery in America isn't what we think it was, and that it wasn't black people, and that most of them aren't descendants of slaves, and that like Irish people were slaves and Jewish people were slaves mostly. Because the Moroccans, they've got all kinds of documents talking about like the Moors, and it does when it says Moors, it doesn't mean Moroccans, because like when they say Moors back then, they mean it in the sense of like how what's his name William Shakespeare used it when he said Moor, it was just a replacement for a black person, and they called it Moreno. And there's Tawny Moors too. Those are the white ones. Tawny Moors were white people. But they've got like a whole court. They've got a whole system now that like these are the same people I was talking about yesterday, trying to get jurisdiction over themselves. Whenever they go to court, they say that the court has no jurisdiction over them, and then they get in trouble. But they eventually, once they own their own town, they won't.
Are they working on getting? Are they working on getting their own town?
Well, okay, I've been going on Solid TV and like giving them hints and stuff and tell like Polite is he's a Kemetic, so he's into the Egyptian stuff and he's into changing people's status, but he's not a Moor. So he's actually trying to buy land and telling people to buy gold and silver and stuff and save it up. But what the Moors are trying to do is to try to convince black people to tell them to all say that they're not black. But they're not going to do that because Marcus Garvey made them proud of being black in the 1940s, 1920s. I forget when it was exactly. But he made them proud. Like, there's no reason for them to stop, going with what he started. Like, there's no reason to just right now throw a big wrench in it and say, oh, nope, like, no nationalism. And, I forget what's the other guy's name that I was talking to a minute ago that wasn't muted. Because I forget, he said something about diffusionism and it made me think of they used to be able to sail boats across the ocean way before we think. Have y'all heard of Thor Heyerdahl?
No, man.
He took Egyptian model boats from like 3000 BC and sailed them across the ocean. So he proved
I heard they were trying to reconfigure one of those boats. I didn't know they finished it.
Yeah,
Because,
he did it in the
they
70s.
found like a whole. Well, there was some just recently about that where they're trying to reconfigure a whole ship to see if it would actually, make it that far. I think they probably, like.
Yeah, no, they
Vikings-
can't. They can. If you look up Raw and then like 2 eyes, like the number 2, like Raw 2, it'll show you a boat that he sailed across the ocean in that, and that's one of the model that they found in South America. And Raw 1 is a model of a boat in Egypt, and the model of the boat in Egypt you can also find that one in South America. So there's a complete possibility that they went across the ocean. The only reason we think that they couldn't have is because we think that you need like a jet propulsion, some kind of like huge motorboat, like not just a little tiny sailboat to get all the way to America. But he proved that you can do it both ways. He did the Pacific and the Atlantic.
Oh, great, Sasha! You should have. We're live, and you're saying this, and Mormons are gonna love you.
Oh yeah. I actually, a lot of what I say lines up with what the Mormons say, but I don't think that Jesus reappeared on this side and that Hebrews were like rampant in America. Like I don't believe that.
Supposedly they found traces of cocaine and nicotine residue.
Yeah, and the mummies. Yeah, they claim that the mummies were moved so much that something could have gotten in there, but I'm wondering, were they like wrapping these mummies in cocaine and tobacco? Like, what? I mean, yeah. So it probably did happen, and there's actually other plants that you can look at. If you look at the movement of the boomerang and the dog, and I've got stuff written down. I would have to look through it, but there's a bunch of different stuff you can look there. You can follow the history of and see the movements of these people. Like they. Okay, and actually, have you heard of you've heard of Samoans, right? Like on Hawaii, there's the Samoans. There's also the Maoris, all right, and they live in New Zealand, all right. So that's Samoa and then Maori, all right. And then there used to be a bird that's now extinct that was like an ostrich. It couldn't fly. It was called the moa bird, all right. It couldn't fly, but it was on this island, all right. I think they brought it to that island. That's how it got there. They took it on a boat, and all these people they have the same name so far. And then Hold on. There's more of them. There's so many. I need to. I was gonna wait to talk about it, so I made videos for all of it, but everybody's just sitting here silently.
Well, while he's looking for that, I found that verse in Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy 32, 7 and 8,
Referring to what?
where the Most High splits up and gives Israel Yahweh's allotment.
Deuteronomy. What is it again? I'm sorry.
32, 7 and 8.
You know anything about this, J Dubs? What is this? J Dubs, he's still there?
They're just talking about the Table of Nations. What they were talking about. Have you been paying attention, man?
And by the way, speaking of the Table of Nations, all these Moas that I'm talking about, I think they're the Moabites. All right, there's the Tarim mummies. So there was mummies in China, all right, ancient China. The Mungo Man, which is an Australian skeleton that they found that got there like 75,000 years ago and somehow evolved alongside the rest of us. Because now there's aboriginals that are descendants of him that are completely evolved to Homo sapien. And, okay, the Moa bird, and then there's the Moai, M-O-A-I, and then there's the Maori, already said that, and then the Samoans, the Kanak Maoli, all right, and all these people had they were spreading metal tools. They were able to make boats. They a lot of them were tattooing, and there's in Pima and the Mayans and the Pima people. They found connections with them, and I think that's Indonesia and Mexico connecting, and then Dwarka, I talked about that yesterday. Dwarka, the city that they found in India that predates the Indus Valley civilization. There was a coastal village that is older than 10,000 years old, or 10,000. It's older than 10,000 BC. So this may have been Punt, which is the ancient land that the Egyptians got a lot of their stuff from, and it was like their major trade partner, the Egyptians. And no one knows where it is. And then the dingo, the Carolina dog, and the Siberian dog. If you follow their lineage. Syria's got a Stonehenge, and then if you look, there's like a bunch of different Stonehenges, and they're all pointing at Orion's belt and shit. And like not all of them are pointing at, but a lot of them are. And then they're all basically circle structures that are meant to read the stars. So somebody was going around spreading that all over the place. And then unless they all somehow simultaneously found it within 10,000 years of each other, and with millions and millions of years of human involvement in different places and then all of a sudden they all just randomly find it at the same time. And then there's Marais people, that's another one. And then we talked about Göbekli Tepe yesterday, Machu Picchu. There's Australian hieroglyphs, and the only reason they say that they're fake is because they don't make sense. They don't make sense to be there. Like they do say something, but they don't make sense to like in history. And then there's hieroglyphs in the Grand Canyon. And then Burroughs Cave is like it's a bunch of treasures that like talk about how Ramses II was in America, but they say that it doesn't make sense, so it's not real. And then there's a bunch of Mormons. There's a bunch of Mormons that have written books talking about like temples and stuff, and I'm not sure how much that's true, but I've looked into some of it, and like there's like weird temples and stuff, that stone temples that existed in America.
Yeah, there's I think Margaret Barker. She was huge on the temple idea. She's a Bible scholar. You can look her up. I think the Mormons may read her a little bit. There was a guy found in North America too that the Mormons went crazy about.
There's a bunch of different mummies that they've found. This
yeah,
is a full list.
I thought the name of it.
I've got a bigger
list. In North America.
Animals and plants and mummies.
Yeah, it was in North America where his body was found, and I'd have to look that up. I used to know what the name of that.
You're talking about Kennewick, man?
Yeah. Mormons love that.
Yeah, he's a Caucasian, like Western European remains found in I think Washington State, was it, or Oregon?
Yeah, I've been speaking of the DNA stuff. I've been finding a bunch of there's a bunch of European DNA all over, like Indian tribes that are like, been dead and buried for a while, and then in Indonesia, they've been finding European DNA that just doesn't belong, and then Chinese DNA all over the place that doesn't belong. And there's one theory that the Japanese, once we like started traveling to America regularly, the Japanese got stranded all the time. They would get shipwrecked all the fucking time. Like the Japanese, it was just like a regular occurrence, but they would always like make it back to Japan for the most part, or settle where they were. And there's a theory that it didn't start happening when we started going to America, that they were getting shipwrecked forever and people were getting stranded all over the world and not trying to go to America or trying to go anywhere, but ending up different places because the Japan just gets shipwrecked.
Reuven, you're usually more talkative in the comment section. What's going on? Fapping?
You went to get something to eat?
No.
Vaping? Is that vaping?
No, fapping.
Oh, fapping. I think you said vaping.
Yeah, vaping, yeah.
He said he was busy, yeah. Speaking of food, I have this Indian guy just took over a grocery store up the road from me, and he made some chicken curry. So he's selling some chicken curry. It was so good, spicy, man. Just what I needed too. Getting over colds, it was cleaning out my senses.
I think, yeah, if you look into Ayurvedic medicine, that's why they eat all that stuff, is to be healthy.
Oh, that should get your blood going.
Yeah, and okay, do you think what are they called? Peppers were in India before Columbus, or do you think that happened after? Because they say that Columbus brought the first one, but I feel like that's been there forever.
I have no opinion, man. I just go to the store and get peppers.
Yeah, I know dandelions weren't here. I think the Europeans used them as packing material. That's what I heard, and they became an invasive species. I got them all over the lawn.
That's crazy. And then that's one of the other things I thought of, the giant reeds. If you follow sugarcane wasn't just brought with Columbus. They've had it all over the world forever. That's reeds. Giant reed is sugarcane, and they've had it all over. People have been taking it everywhere forever. That's you can extract DMT from it. You can make boats with it. You can make houses with it. You can do everything with it.
I remember when I was in New York a few years ago, and just along these, I guess there was some condos and stuff, and they had some of these plants just there, and how they were donated or something like that. And it was the ginkgo biloba. So they had all these ginkgo bilobas there, and that's like from China, I think. I think they're prevalent in Chinese mountains or something like that.
Yeah.
But that shit's very good for you too, as well.
Yeah, it's good for your brain.
Yeah. I better take some extra. I bet.
Have you heard of piracetam and choline?
No.
There's this stuff called piracetam, and it's supposed to increase your cognitive activity. Like cognition is like where memory makes you think of something, it reminds you of something. You can like answer a question because your memory like brought up the cognition of it, and like so it increases that. And then you can take choline, which is in milk. And if you don't drink a lot of milk, you don't get enough of this. And choline increases the effect of piracetam. So they like work in synergy together.
Where do you get piracetam?
You can just order it on the internet. It used to be when I don't do it anymore, but when I used to do it, it was on KT Botanicals. They shut down. That's why I don't do it anymore. But it was like $8 for 100 grams. But I'm sure you can find like capsules of like 500 milligrams in like a bottle for like 30 or something.
Can you spell it for me?
Here, I'll put it in the chat so you can just copy and paste.
All right.
And then choline, I'll put that too in case you want to get the thing that goes with it. But the choline's just in milk, so that's if you don't drink enough milk. But if you do drink enough milk, then you'll get the choline from the milk to boost it.
Yeah, but the milk, but...
No, piracetam's not in milk. The choline's in milk. And choline there's a theory that choline is what helped make our brain grow. Like when we started like drinking milk from cows, that's how humans became humans, like cognitive and everything.
But about, I mean, all the
Not
stuff that's in the milk today, like with the steroids or anything like that. I mean, does it affect the choline?
I don't think I don't think the like because yeah the pasteurization people say that it morphs the molecules. I don't think it would affect the choline because they say it has choline content. So I don't think so. And people say that's where they get choline. I'm pretty sure that's how they extract it and like when they make it pure. But I mean it's always good to have. It's basically hitting the same receptors that nicotine hits, your anticholinergic receptors, which is it's but it's not in an addictive way. It's not hitting like the nicotine receptor things. It's hitting the anticholinergic receptors, which is the thing that people say cigarettes hit, and it makes you more creative. Because people say like you can smoke cigarettes and it'll make you write better. It'll get you like amped for your test, like so you can do like you'll be ready. Like that's because it hits your anticholinergic receptors. Or maybe it's cholinergic receptors. It's one of those two, anti or cholinergic. It's either, but it is cholinergic.
Yeah, I heard caffeine does that in the short term too.
Maybe. Caffeine, I don't know exactly how it works. I haven't studied a lot because I don't ever take it. And I do know caffeine, though, that if you take it with L-theanine, it'll turn it into a downer. You can turn caffeine into a downer.
I don't want to be a downer, man.
No, I mean no, like a opiate, basically.
J-Dubs, I'm sorry. I think I cut you off before. I'm sorry.
was I? I don't know. I don't remember. It's okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
So how long did the chat run the other night? It's
Like
forever to
three-
upload. I
up
was
to like
going to
4
watch it. That was a long time.
It was off air most of the time.
Yeah, unfortunately, because man, there was a lot of stuff that was talked about.
Yeah, we need to get me and Cerberus and Green Soul in a room again and start talking about this because they're both in orders and I have been studying all this Egyptian stuff. So like it all matches together because they got Saudi Arabia and wherever the Masons are from, and then I got Africa.
Yeah, Al. So yeah, it was intriguing just sitting here listening to talking. It's pretty wild.
So you stayed up for the whole thing, John, or?
Oh yeah. I think we went till like 5:30 in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I think it was like 4 here. I'm in Colorado. I don't know. I don't know what the time difference is. I think it's 2 hours. Yeah. So like
All I know is I started the chat. It was here in the East Coast. Started it and the sun was going down. Ended it and the sun was already up already.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I wanted to come in and see what I missed, after I left today, and I was going to stream it while I was doing stuff around here, and it still was uploading. I'm like, wow, they must have went late.
I want to ask Cerberus something about. Remember how I was talking about the hat being on the pole is the Liberty Cap? I think that I think George Washington chopping down the cherry tree is them taking down the Liberty Pole out of the human consciousness and taking it for themselves. Because they said George Washington chopped down a cherry tree, and please tell me how cherry trees are important to American mythology. Like where are all the cherry trees? There's apple trees. There's apples everywhere. There's not apple trees everywhere, but there are apples everywhere now. But I mean, like cherries aren't like an American thing. There's like apple pie, but like it's not like we're great at cherry pie. It's just like the cherry tree's just random. He chopped it down though, and that was very honest of him to chop it down and say that he did it. I think that was I think that's part of the Jubilee, Jubilee, Jubilo burying him in a shallow grave thing, chopping down the cherry tree. But I don't know. That's why I need to. I said I want to ask Cerberus that.
Oh, Sasha, I want to ask you, what was I know that cats have a big significance, right, in Egyptology.
Yeah, it's
curious about that.
It's because of female lions are like mothers and hunters like to the max, And so, like, when Egypt first, everything started off as mother cults. Because, like, that's even babies. When you look at a baby, like, that's what they're doing. They're worshiping their mom. And when you look back, even Greece, they say that the founder of ancient Troy, the city of Troy, was Cybele, which is the mother. She's depicted as a fat lady with two lionesses as armrests. And so, like, all the way back to ancient Egypt, this mother is depicted as half cat, and like with the qualities of the lioness. So that's why cats are important.
Now, Eric Newman, he's a psychologist under Carl Jung, student, had a book out called The Great Mother, where he talked about all that. And also in The Birth of Consciousness, they talked about the idea of the war between the matriarchal and the patriarchal, and when all that starts to happen in the psychology of people.
I was looking at a Roman or
Pretty
Greek
amazing.
god. I forget which one it is. It's a Roman or Greek god called Min, and it's a moon god. And their whole ideology was that if you think a goddess rules the moon, then your wife will rule you. That was their entire religion. Like, so they thought a god ruled the moon just for that reason.
So actually, the idea for the Trinity comes from that too, because you have the phases. You know, the maiden, the woman, and the crone. Maiden, mother, crone. Yeah, Robert Graves talks a lot about that in his book Greek Mythology. That was pretty interesting when I read that.
That I haven't seen the older version, like the crone in mythology yet, but that does make sense because there are different versions. Like, because Cybele is identified as Venus and so is Aphrodite, but there's a difference. And like, Cybele's like the mother, Aphrodite's like pre-mother, like the going around flirting with everybody. Like that's the whole point of Aphrodite. And then that's why we say aphrodisiacs now. And but I haven't seen the crone yet. But that makes sense. That does make sense because also in Hindu mythology they talk about the way a human goes is they go from four-legged animal to two-legged animal to three-legged animal, and that's a baby crawling to a person walking to a man with a cane.
Yeah, that was the riddle told to Oedipus. I think when Oedipus had to slay the monster.
I don't.
Yeah.
I read it in the Rig Veda. I don't remember. I read a translation
Yeah.
of the Rig Veda. I don't know.
I think it's in Oedipus too.
Yeah, it's in a Greek myth. It's a riddle that the Sphinx asks him, or the Sphinx will eat him if he fails.
Have y'all heard of Hisu and hold on, I just got it wrong. Hu, Si, and Heka. Who is the name of the Sphinx? The Sphinx's name is Hu. And then Si is Sai, and I'm not exactly sure what Se is. And then Heka is magic, and magic isn't what we think it is. It's like back then they thought of like knowledge is power was magic. Like if you could read a book and fix a problem, you were magic.
Nice. So I could be magic putting together a wooden entertainment center with the
Yeah, I mean, being able
Spanish
to,
directions.
yeah, the directions would be the magical booklet that allowed you to manifest the cabinet. Or, I forget what you said. The whatever the thing is, but the instruction booklet would be the magic words. And that's how the story of Joseph. Okay, there's no story of anybody coming into Egypt and solving a 7-year famine. That just doesn't happen in Egyptian history. What does happen is there's a 7-year famine, and Imhotep, which was the creator of the first pyramid, the creator of the column, the first person to write down different types of surgery, like the first person to write that you needed to give the placebo effect with medicine. Like if you don't do the chants, the medicine doesn't work. That's what he used to say. And like he's the one that solved the 7-year famine by going and reading about other famines and figuring out how they solved them. Like it wasn't Joseph in his Technicolor Dreamcoat. It was him. It was Imhotep, and it's all over Egypt. They talk about it because Imhotep he actually became a Greek god. He was the Greek god Asclepius, which was the god that we like. That's where the word scalpel comes from. He was the Greek doctor god. But then Hippocrates, the hypocrite, worshipped him, and then ended up getting worshipped as the god of medicine. And now they still take the Hippocratic Oath, even though Hippocrates did not start that stuff. They were all worshiping Asclepius, but because Asclepius was being worshipped in the form of a black African, they banned the worship of him. A Greek was like, hell no, you're not going to worship a black African. Like, that's not your doctor god. Here's Hippocrates and Galen. Galen was the Roman one. And Galen was an actual person too. Oh yeah, so was Hippocrates. And well, that's a really weird one. That just kind of hit me. Like, Imhotep was a medical god. He was a real person. Hippocrates was the medical god. He was a real person. And then Galen was a medical god, and he was a real person. All the medical gods have been real people.
Now, when did they make them gods?
Imhotep got deified like 2,000 years after his death. But he got a temple made like within like 30 years. But he wasn't deity until like 2,000 years after his death, which was like 1000 BC.
So they had to wait for a miracle to vote him to see if he made a mistake.
No, it was just like they had to forget that he was a person. They had to like just get passed down enough to where he was just part of the Canaanite tradition.
2,000 years. Man, why so long?
Because at that point he was just being passed down as a god. They weren't saying Imhotep anymore. They were just saying Asclepius, god of medicine. But hey, Green Souls.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
What's the rest of the name? Because it says ... and I'm probably saying it wrong.
No, it's Green Soul Sophie.
Oh, okay.
Well, nice talking to you guys. I got to cut out early. I can't stay up till 4.
Gotta work in the morning, huh?
It was awesome. So thanks for inviting me, John. I always enjoy it. You know I do, right?
Yes, no problem, Al. Good seeing you.
Peace.
Good night. Ugh. Yeah, I was a good guy. So what you guys want to talk about?
I just saw Reuven's comment, and yes, I do think the Sphinx is much older than they say it is. If not the face, the rest of it. See how they would add the face later. That had to be carved in at the same time.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something. I was just like at a really disturbing hangout. There was this guy that was just preaching some nonsense. I couldn't believe the crap that this guy was saying. He had like tattoos on his face. He was talking about Jesus, and he just kept cursing and cursing. It wouldn't stop. I don't know. It just.
Are you talking about Red Letter Ministries?
Yes. Did you see that?
Yes, I've seen that. I think that guy might be a hermaphrodite.
Right? Yo, this guy looks like he's about to kill somebody, man. Like, literally.
Dude, he does have like the teardrop tattoo, and like he's trying to be as ghetto as possible. I think that's a girl trying to be a guy.
That's why it was bugging me out. I don't know what it was, man. Oh man, it messed my head up today. I don't know.
Well, was it a video or was it chat? You said, right?
Yeah, he's doing Google Hangouts. I've added him, and it's like at least like twice a week it pops up in my feed.
So you go in there for kicks?
Yeah, no, I've just watched it a couple times, and like they just have the weirdest discussions. Like you think they're gonna be talking about God, but he's just like, "Fuck, man, yeah." And like, what if Adam was a hermaphrodite? Like that's what made me think that person was a hermaphrodite, because they were sitting there. He was trying to be like trying to make his voice like as deep as possible and stuff like this, and like he's trying to be like crazy, like masculine for no reason, just on a Google Hangout, like trying to like. It makes no sense. And they're supposed to be talking about God. They're supposed to be talking about God, and they're just. I don't know.
It was the nuttiest thing. Everybody was making animal noises while this guy was preaching. And they had this little girl that God, I felt so bad. She was like burnt.
I think I saw her. The one that she has weird hands or something.
Yeah, weird hands, and the mom was there, like the mom and these two daughters, like, and they were very young, and this guy's freaking cursing his fucking ass off,
I
and
saw
I'm like,
that. Yeah, I saw like it seems like those people are there to seek God, and like they don't expect to find somebody like sitting there cussing on a Google Hangout, and I feel like they're going and trying to find finally Christians I can talk to.
Maybe it's all just a joke, right? I mean, it's just mockery.
But I don't know. But
I don't think it was a joke. I think this was serious, man.
was he smoking the thing whenever you were on? He takes a green rock and then he's got like this funnel and he doesn't light it on fire or anything. He just like smokes from the green rock with it. Like he just takes the funnel and puts it over the green rock and smokes it and like doesn't light it or anything. I don't understand. It's like a salt rock or something. He just breathes it.
No, this was the oddest shit, man, that I ever seen. This is, I don't.
Cutting out, bro.
I think his mic got muted.
No, I think I just messed my head up. That's all it did.
Yeah, it was weird. It's a weird ass room. I haven't seen it today, but I saw it the other day.
It was just pure chaos. Like people making animal noises. One girl was just sleeping, and they was just showing this girl like sleeping, and that has some other guy. I don't know. Anyway.
That does sound wild. There was some church group around here, and they were inviting me at a barbecue because I was with them because like I said, my wife is Christian, so I was hanging with the barbecue, and they're trying to invite me to this outreach. This guy was coming to town, and his name is John Crowder. He's a preacher, and because we'd be debating and stuff, but anyway. I go look at some of the videos on YouTube with this guy John Crowder, and they're like they do this stuff like getting a fix for Jesus. The guy is like tapping his arm like he's gonna put a needle through it.
That's ridiculous.
And these guys, they just seem like they're totally out of it, and
I think a lot of people, if we didn't talk about God to them, and we would say like, when you found God, were you like addicted to heroin or in jail or like a drunk? A lot of them would be like, yeah. Like that'd be a whole other discussion you could have with them instead of like, is God real?
No, but I think a lot of these people, and I could say it for anybody, but they go to these traumatic events that they just lose touch with reality.
Yeah, I completely, like, my brother died last June, and it's my mom. She read "Heaven Is for Real" and then put crosses all over the wall. And she used to be into like she used to think she was like a witch, right? And so I would think what she would try to do is do like rituals to keep him alive in this world, like try to keep his spirit alive. But all she did was like Christian stuff and put his picture up, and like she's not keeping him alive. Like maybe to her in her house, but like that's not. Like she's not keeping him alive as a person, allowing him to operate in this realm. Like she's completely imprisoning him. And I mean, I don't know. It's just Christians. You can, when something bad happens like that, you can fall into Christianity quickly, and even when it's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, I like what Goldstein wrote. Actually, he said you never see somebody find Judaism while in prison.
Yes, either Muslim or Christianity.
I think those are the ones that are nuts, right?
Yeah, the Nation of Islam's in there, and then just the church, all the rednecks preaching, and then they'll just have the Bible everywhere, and then you can go to church on Sunday. That's the only thing you get to go. There's no mosque or Hindu temple, or I think now they're starting to put yoga in different jails. But in Las Vegas, I know they're never going to do that. I've been hearing so many terrible things about the Vegas prisons. Like now you have to pay for the meals. Like if you want to eat, you gotta pay for all three meals. It's not like the taxpayers aren't paying for it anymore. It's not like only the extra stuff costs money. It's the regular food costs money. If you want to stay alive in jail, you have to pay.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But talking about going to jail, I think if I went to jail, I think I'll convert to Judaism and try to get a whole bunch of people behind me. The other thing about yoga, I work with kids like juvenile delinquents, and I got these guys to do yoga. They're like, "Oh, yoga's for fags," and I was like, "Look, man,
Yoga
it,
is that's legit. Like it helps. I've noticed even just stretching. Like it can get you higher when you smoke and stuff. Getting your blood flow going is good for anything. Like just being healthy in general and like having good circulation. Like yoga's good.
no." But like I tell the guys, "Look, I used to be in the Marines. You know, I do a lot of stretching, and yoga actually helps me, and it gets you stronger." And I convinced a lot of the guys to do it. But I think what happened was is that this yoga teacher that came in, she was pretty hot. She's just like, "Screw it, we're gonna go do it."
Yoga's weird because they use all the Hindu imagery, but they don't really understand what any of it is. Like a lot of them will have the evil eye and the lotus.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of images and symbolic images, but I think it really does help because a lot of the guys that I do work with, man, they're extremely negative, man. And she comes in and puts some nice scents, some put nice music. The guy's got relaxing, so it's actually really good. I kind of wish she actually came like every day. I think these guys really need it.
Yeah, there's if you start looking at all the herbs and stuff, like sativa or indica, cannabis indica means from India. Like that's where it comes from. Which means in India they were trying to breed the dankest stuff that was going to get you the highest and put you on the ground.
Um, no, it definitely yoga is something that I encourage a lot of people to do, especially people who have mental health issues because the guys I do work with, they're like dual diagnoses. Some of them with schizophrenia, some of them have like simple things like ADHD but some of it is very severe, but it does help, man.
I think churches just burn incense still, and that they should promote incense burning. They act like the only kind of smoke that exists now is cigarettes.
I used to like the funerals in the Catholic Church because they'd be burning that frankincense. It's
No, I
just
love that smell.
good. I know, it smells so good.
But now, anytime someone says smoke or public smoke, it's cigarettes. There's nothing. There's none of anywhere. But if you go to India, there's guys just smelling all over the place.
Yeah, but good smells, man. They do something really good for the body.
Well, yeah,
Because
it stimulates different things, different parts of the brain.
Yeah.
no, definitely. Like I go to these houses, I go to some of these group homes. They smell like ass and feet, man, and it does something to you, But when you start putting these incense and all these things, it's actually really nice. It calms people down.
Mhm. I've heard certain scents like trigger memories too.
Yeah, I've noticed there's certain times if I smoke like the right Reggie, I'll feel like it'll remind me of like the first couple times I smoked when we were getting shit in Texas from Mexico, just crappy ass weed. Like just the smell, it makes me feel like it's the first time I'm getting high again, because it's like just that crappy weed that is the same exact thing.
Yeah, so like certain strong weeds, like purple haze, actually brings back memories. It's like
It's the other way around for me, because now I'm smoking good weed now that I'm in Colorado, but in Texas it was all Mexican weed.
I just saw a story in Colorado there, man. Things are going better than expected, I heard. They're making more
Yeah.
money than expected. Crime rate is slightly going down now.
I think I'm probably the biggest threat because I've been like posting rap lyrics at politicians and stuff. So like that's probably their worst fear. Like they probably think I'm gonna do something. Because I've literally been like posting really aggressive things at a bunch of politicians.
Well, since you're in Colorado, like, yo, you think the politicians are smoking
No,
too?
no, not the politicians here. I've been doing like Boehner and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like Nancy Pelosi. I sent her bands and make her dance. Bands and make her dance.
Yeah, you should send something to Dick Cheney, man. He's
I've
like right up there,
sending stuff
right?
to everybody. I've been sending all kinds of stuff to everybody.
Oh, that's great.
And I've been I don't watch Bill O'Reilly anymore, and I stopped sending stuff to him. I've been watching Fox News for a while, but when I do watch it, I watch it so I can be on topic and tweet stuff at them to tell them they're stupid. And so I used to tweet at him, and then I would watch the episode the next day, and he would the word of the day would have to do with the way I was treating him.
Holy crap. You
Yeah.
could actually watch that? And, bro, I can't take 10 minutes of that shit.
Oh no, I'll watch it and tweet at him the whole time.
Yeah, I can't stand him anymore. I mean, when I was like a Republican, conservative, I would watch him and freaking Hannity. Now I can't stand them. I can't
Well,
stand watching any of those news programs.
no, Hannity's the worst. Like, that guy is something about him. He's worse than freaking
He's a
Glenn
kid.
Beck.
He's crazy. He acts like an adult and he thinks he's grown up and he like throws the football to show what a man he is, but it's a little toy football. And then like he's like he goes to the Bundy Ranch to show how like what a proud American he is. Then like a week later he's like, oops, like nope, those are the bad guys.
They're all fucking puppets to me, man. They're just puppets.
Yeah, I mean if someone told you can get like $5 million a year, all you got to do is really, really be conservative, like and not give up.
Yeah, keep pumping that propaganda.
I mean, anybody would be like, yeah, 5 million.
Yeah,
How
I
much he's
believe it. Yeah, 5 million. Of course. This guy's still on the fucking radio. I can't. I don't know who the fuck listens to this guy. Like, the guy sounds insane.
They have Christian conservative Catholic audience. That's what it's geared towards. And
Yeah.
a large population of that in America.
And if you look back into history, the Irish people used to be considered Negroes, and then whenever the Irish people whenever black people were getting their whenever Marcus Garvey was marking the streets, there was an Irish person that said, look at this, the black people are going to get their freedom in America before the Irish. So now the Irish people got it first, and people like Bill O'Reilly want to keep everyone else down. They don't want anybody else to get it. Like that's what they're doing. Like that's like he's Irish, and he's like, oh yeah, we're white, but no one else is. Like not like because it used to be Jews weren't even accepted as white.
Well, they said the Irish were niggers
Yeah.
inside out. That's what they used to term the Irish.
And it used to say, Irish need not apply on the stores. It used to have signs, Irish need not apply.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm half Irish. I don't know any of this shit.
yeah. You can look up on Google, Irish need not apply, and it'll show old pictures of the signs.
Yeah, but how would you know between the English dude and the Irish dude?
The amount he drinks, maybe? Or I don't know. I don't know.
Like, how would you tell the difference?
The one that's building your railroad.
Oh, there you go. All right.
My last name is Gallagher, so I'm not being racist. I'm just talking about. And actually, Gallagher, we were given to the Irish as a gift by the French. So our history is pretty bad. First, we're given as a gift to the Irish from the French, and then we come to America, and we're not white.
So, what was the conversation about today?
We were a little all over the place.
We need a religious person to start things off.
You want a nice debate? Huh? You want all,
No. I'm just saying it's been kind of quiet. Nobody's replying to much. It was like
You should go to that hangout that I've been to, man. It was the most insane. Like, I'm still thinking about it.
the Red Letter Ministries.
Yeah, we all got to go. He invites everybody in, actually. So it's not like you know, you just wait and just hear him preach, but you just go in and there you go. But he's talking most of the time.
We should go in there one day.
Hmm.
Cause there's like 4 theists that everyone debates. Like no one goes out and like finds other ones. And the New Covenant group will be like, isn't it great that we've self-selected ourselves, that we've gotten to this point and we're so great at talking to each other? Okay, everyone's gonna stop listening now that that's all you're doing. Like you're supposed to debate.
It's so taxing, you know, because mostly I come down here and that was like my main interest is the whole debate. But I mean, after a while, it's just the
Well,
same
I,
thing over and over,
I,
you know.
I understand, like right now I'm saying we don't need debate. If we got brought a Christian person in here, it would just be to bring up subjects to talk about and stuff. And I'm saying like, but
Yeah.
like the New Covenant group, like all they talk about now is how great and how like they've gotten to a point where they can just talk and like, but there's no contrast. There's no like someone coming in and challenging anyone or like any kind of view difference. It's just like, well, I kind of think that Jesus was like this, and everybody's like, yeah, yeah. Well, my view is this, and everyone, yeah. Yeah.
Is that a Christian chat?
No, it's New Covenant group. It's supposed to be atheists, and like a couple of them are Christians and stuff. But they don't debate. They just like it's all.
I've heard about it, but I don't know what they're all about. So they're Christian and atheists that get along? Is that what it is?
Yeah, and too well, and they don't invite other ones. They don't invite anyone that they don't get along with. Which is, I mean, that's fine if they want to do like 2 shows a week that like that, but they need to go out of that circle and like go debate people every once in a while, and not. It doesn't need to come onto the show, but they need to do it.
I don't get the whole purpose. I mean, what's the commonality? Are they just
Like it'd be like this. It's like this. Like how, but they say like the subject for the day is the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual community.
and the debate doesn't come up?
Yeah, debate doesn't come up. I mean, it'll just
They're
be.
talking about that. How can a debate not come up if they're
Well, because
Oh.
they don't invite people that don't want to. Okay, like Nadia came in, right? And she came and talked about being gay and transsexual and stuff for like because that was the he was Doctor, I forget the guy's name, Doctor something, was asking her all the different questions about the community and stuff. And later, Lenny was talking in a hangout and saying like, oh well, she just came on there and blah 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 and was trying to talk about that stuff. But that was the whole topic. So they just didn't invite people that would have got mad like him. And invited people that would just wanted to talk about it, which that's fine. That's fine if they want to do that for their show. But they should also have a debate time show, like so where it's like, because that's the whole thing about the great debate in the atheist community. That's what people come to the YouTube things for.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's great. Like we're sitting here talking. We didn't like plan to have someone come in. Like we just planned, hey, like we're gonna have a random hangout. Like that's fine too. But like, if you're going to be like a atheist organization that's supposed to be like established and copying kind of like the atheist experience model, like do that. Like challenge people's beliefs and teach people things after they tell you things that you say, no, that's wrong. I'm sorry, but that was completely wrong. Here's something that actually makes sense.
Sasha, by the way, speaking of, and I was thinking about this after the conversation last night with you guys, would you and Cerberus or be interested in talking about like the Jesus origin through looking at it at your perspective?
Yeah, I'd be down for that. And
I would like to, because I put like this God talk show, and it's the same, like again it's the same subjects, but now this is like, let's explore some other areas, and you're so knowledgeable in this stuff. I'd love to like do like an interview kind of thing maybe. And then we'll have like a question answer, and then invite debate it right after that or something. How's that?
Yeah, I'm down. Cause I mean, I just have been making videos, and I've got like a giant list of like, cause all right, what I've been doing is for the past couple of years, just studying all the different, because it started off with, I mean, I went through a bunch of conversions or deconversions. It started off, I thought Christianity was right, and then we went through confirmation, and like confirmation class, you go to like a synagogue and all kinds of different churches, and like it's like, wait, why do we think we're right if all these other ones are accepted and we accept them? And then I asked, do Jews go to hell? And the teacher couldn't tell me, at the church, like the youth teacher, and I was like, when they said no, Jews don't go to hell, I was like, okay, well then what are we doing? Like, what's the whole point? So then I started studying other stuff, and then from there I've just like, been researching a whole bunch of stuff, and every time I talk, people ask me if I've seen Zeitgeist, and I have not, and I think I should, like, but like. Every time I talk, but like, and people try to say that all this stuff isn't proven with Osiris and stuff, but like that's completely wrong. Like the Osiris story is not the Jesus story. Isis is not Mary. Like the same thing with Mithra. Like because people always bring this up. Like that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to say Osiris and Mithra are Jesus. My thing is I'm showing how these traditions all existed for thousands of years previous to these new traditions popping up, and how these new traditions basically just adopted the old ones and carried them on. And it's basically the model for civilization. Like it's just the holidays that we've always had, the celebrations we've always had, the ways that the stars move, and we've always copied them. Like we've always said, oh, the stars are doing that, we should probably do that too.
Yeah, what I'll probably have to do is I'll go look at a couple of video viewers. This way I can, come up with some questions and stuff and whatever,
All
I'll
right.
get some clarification, and then I don't know, we'll schedule something, man.
All right.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think that'd be very interesting.
And eventually I want to try to get Moors and other Kemetic people involved in arguing, and maybe Hindu people, but I don't really know a lot in America. So, but like I want to try to get, because there's not any other religions getting like discussed really, besides Christianity and a little bit of Judaism. It's kind of like slipping in as Noahides and stuff.
Mm.
Like, but there's there's nothing being talked about besides Christianity really.
Mm. Did you get a chance to look at those Danny Wilton videos? Any of them?
Danny Wilton. Which one's that? Was that the guy that did the
You're
video,
right.
the video about the
Right.
Sistine Chapel and stuff though?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I saw his channel. I have not clicked on the videos yet. I was watching the Bill Donahue, and I still have his channel up on my browser though.
Awesome. Yeah. Even Bill Donahue, I mean, he's not that far away from me. I even had thoughts of trying to contact him.
Oh, I thought you meant his thought patterns at first when he said that far away, and I was gonna say, yeah, he's got like all the stuff he's saying, like it makes a lot of sense. Like, but I think like he's not teaching people enough outside the Bible. It's just like he's changing Christianity, which it makes a lot of sense because like America's Christian. It's like that's what they're gonna understand.
Yeah, he looks at the Bible as more of a reflection of the human psyche and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I saw the 10% and 90% thing, and tithing is about giving up that last 10%, and then the whole 100% will open up.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where he was seeing that. I don't know.
I think that's like a meditation kind of that concept, like how you like blank in your mind, and then everything. Like I can't meditate though, honestly. I smoke weed, and that's about as close as I get. I've tried in jail when there's nothing else to do. I've tried all the time, and what happens is I fall asleep. But they do say that meditating is supposed to release melatonin, which is the thing that makes you fall asleep. So maybe it is working.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm actually pretty awesome in it. Like I meditate a lot.
My mind just goes into different thoughts. I can't ever clear it. I can't make it blank unless I'm asleep.
No, I go through a lot of stress, so it's like my body forces itself to meditate, so I'll just do it. But I've been doing it for years, though.
Now, Greensill, do you do it? Do you do it in the dark?
Yes, doing it in the dark, doing it during the day, and especially like if there's a special holiday or something, because I try to keep up with my prayers, my salats, so it kind of helped me practice more on focusing on. And usually the way I do it, I focus on patterns. A lot of patterns. I focus on them, and I'm able to like zone in.
Yeah, sometimes I go outside, like I have like a creek, a nice tree, and I'll go under there right by my house, and usually it's daytime, and try to meditate. But yeah, my mind kinds of like you said, it's all over the place. I haven't really attempted really as much to do it in the dark. I haven't made it a discipline.
Well, my profession actually it requires for you to focus and to listen very carefully. So, it's something that I even have to do for my job.
Mm. I was thinking about that thing even in the Bible where Jesus, when he was telling them, don't go out in the streets and be hypocrites praying in public and stuff like that, but go to your closet and pray. And I think of that closet being the dark place to pray, to get to go into meditation.
The Nashbandis, there's a Sufi order, a very, ancient order that goes to Abu Bakr. They actually do that practice. They put themselves in the veil, and they sometimes they'll do like zikr, and then they'll try to meditate as much as they can in the dark. It's one of their practices that they do.
Have you ever heard of people doing stuff like shaking their heads back and forth until they get into a trance state?
Yes, they do that a lot in India.
Yeah, I've heard the Jewish mystics used to do it too. That used to be like part of Kabbalah, getting to the state where you could see God and stuff. You have to shake your head back and forth a lot, and they'd still at the Wailing Wall. They'll do weird things with their head.
Yeah, they have certain movements. I'm not too sure about them, but I know with certain orders like the Chistis, they actually have a way that they turn their heads. There's a circular motion, and I actually have the book. Like they even when they're shaking their heads, they're breathing a certain way.
Yeah, breathing patterns are important too to all this spiritual change. The chakras, that's important for those. Breathing is always a big thing.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. I couldn't do that though. It's a little bit too intense.
Do you think there's a possibility that the word Om could change things if you said it properly?
Yes.
You think that's real? Because I don't know. I'm just wondering. Because I've never heard it said properly.
I mean, I have been in times of meditation when I don't know if I'm saying it properly.
But you felt like the environment was different?
Yeah, I did feel a sense in myself something was different. Something with the vibrations or frequency you're trying to get at. I mean, I feel also if I walk barefoot on the earth, there's a frequency in the earth that's supposed to be very healthy for your body.
Yeah, I used to walk around barefoot all the time until I moved to Denton, Texas, where there was thorny fucking grass. Like there was little thorns, like stickers in the grass, little thorn balls.
Mm.
And that sucks.
Well, the thing about the Om is it depends on who you're with, because sometimes I used to go to these, people that were doing yoga, and then if you get a nice Om sound and it's kind of like synchronized a little bit, and you actually feel something.
That's called harmony. When you both make the same tone and you hear that's called harmony.
I've never done it in a group. It's usually just by myself.
Yeah, if you can do it, you can just go whoa with any sound, and if you're both making the exact same pitch or tone, I forget which one it is, but it's called harmony when you hit it, and you can it makes a weird vibration in your ears because they're like the waves are bouncing directly off each other because they're exact same pitch or whatever.
I've done not really but a humming. I've had toothaches, and I've actually would be humming, and it would relieve my toothache in my mouth.
That's okay. Sound has gone really far back, and they found some weird things like the Mayan death temple. Like in Mexico, there's that death temple where they used to chop the heads off and let it roll down the stairs.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, at the top, it actually it's a megaphone.
In the games, right? They would do that in the games, didn't they?
Well, no, what it was, the people would volunteer, and they would chop the head off, and then the head would be used as a soccer ball. Then they would have to kick it through a hoop that was up on the wall.
Wasn't death like the penalty for the losers?
Oh no.
Oh,
well,
the winner.
Maybe. Yeah, no, yeah, it was a great prize to be able to be the guy whose head was used, and it was a prize to win and get killed, right?
But anyway, what were you saying in reference to sound?
On the top of the temple, it's a megaphone. Like if you stand at the bottom and clap, the clap will bounce back to you. So if you're standing at the top and you yell, people will be able to hear you for like a mile. And that's weird that they figured out how to do
that. You got to check out Terrence McKenna. I don't know if you ever heard of the guy.
Oh,
but
yeah.
He was talking about when he did DMT,
All right.
And he saw these aliens, and these aliens said, "You know how we create the universe? The universe is through sound. This is the sound you need to make in order to create." It was like really hilarious, but
But
just very
you've heard of
significant.
Terrence McKenna, right? He talks about how he had a guru.
I didn't hear that one, but
All right, but okay, his guru is Sasha Shulin. That's the guy that I named my thing after. But my middle name is Alexander, which is what Sasha is. But I wouldn't have picked the name Sasha if this guy didn't exist. Sasha Shulin, he invented a bunch of different tryptamines and phenethylamines. And if you look up Terrence McKenna and Shulin in the garden, here I'll find a link for it. But you can watch it later or something. But they're not in a garden, in a graveyard, and they talk in a graveyard. And Shulin almost has he literally has to tell McKenna, like, this is your field too. Like, what do you think? Because McKenna doesn't. He's like so into what Shulin thinks. He thinks Shulin is like the master, and like McKenna or Shulin literally had to say, like, this is your field too. Like, what do you think it's going to happen to it? But Shulin, he was like the complete master. Like if you look up the books Pickal and Tickal, I'll write down those names. It's called it's phenethylamines I have come to know and love, and tryptamines I've come to know and love, and it's insane. He made some crazy stuff, and I've been studying it since I was 14, and that's the first time I also took some of them.
well, he actually introduced me into ayahuasca.
Yeah,
That's the reason why. That's the reason why I took it. Listening to Terrence McKenna.
And he talks about landscapes in your mind, mindscapes. That's what he says, mindscapes. And he asks, he tells Shulin, he tells him that he's probably traveled more in the mindscape than anyone else. He's probably mapped out more of it than anyone else in the world. And he said, like, he asked a question.
Sorry. Sorry. I try to click on the link to so I can go save it. Okay.
Well, this is the weird thing. Like in college, like in my undergrad, I don't know. I was just looking for some type of spirituality, and I got into Gnosticism, and I was really heavy into it. And then I was reading like the Egyptian yoga, got into a little bit of Egyptology, but I found this website, the Gnostics, and I was seeing names of people, and that's how I caught Terrence McKenna's name.
When you were reading about Gnosticism, did you ever hear of Archons?
No, but what I understood about Gnosticism is that Jesus Christ was a hologram.
Yeah, and he would have been created by Archons then if he was a hologram. Because the Archons are the ones that create the illusions. They were created before mankind, and then mankind came out of the earth and was given the divine spark from the Creator.
And the Creator, I heard, was actually the devil himself.
Oh, maybe in some forms of Gnosticism, but the Gnosticism that I knew was Sophia. Wisdom was the creator, and the way she created the universe was at the beginning there was just this ball of gods, and there was just like nothing else but this, and out on the outside of it was nothingness. And Sophia reached out and touched the nothingness, and that created the universe.
Oh, wow! I found this fascinating. I don't know, way better than like I kind of wish Christianity was like that. Instead of what they have now. Because that's just pure insanity, actually. At least this is really creative.
Yeah, and then when the universe created, the Archons are created at the beginning. It's matter and Archons are created. And Archons, they go spread across the universe. And then humans were created from the matter of the earth. And they were given a divine spark of the creator. So like Sophia is in each and every human. And then Archons are around trying to trick you. It's like the Matrix. Like they have this whole illusion around us, and the Archons are the Agent Smiths.
Yeah, that's what I call old school Christianity, man.
And they say that we're actually still trapped in the year that Jesus died, and we just think that we're moving forward.
That's fascinating. There was a whole website on that. I actually met another guy that was into that really, really deeply, but he was the only one, actually. I didn't meet a lot of Gnostics.
Yeah, when I was like 14 when I got into it, because that's when after the confirmations and everything, and I was like, oh well, this isn't real. I started looking on stuff online, and this is what I found, and I got into it, and I never met another person that was Gnostic.
I was Gnostic for like what, 2 months.
I don't know how long I was Gnostic. Probably all of a year of high school.
Yeah, well, to me. I don't know, man. To me, sometimes I still feel I have a little Gnosticism in me, so I don't mind it.
Yeah, because all it really breaks down to is a search for wisdom.
Exactly.
The goddess,
Exactly.
the goddess is wisdom, and wisdom is the divine spark in people.
Well, Sophia is a very significant name. That's the name of my daughter. Like when my daughter was first born, that's was like, this is gonna be her name. I don't care
Yeah,
what anybody says.
it's a cool name. That's definitely.
Uh,
And there's a even in when you get into Kabbalah, it's basically the same thing. Like there's a half of God that's a female. The name isn't Sophia, but it's basically the same thing as the Gnostic one. Like there's this whole female creative force.
well, yeah, basically, too, is one of the reasons why, because I loved philosophy so much. Like I was a big Nietzscheite, big time with Nietzsche.
I
Smoked a lot of weed with Nietzsche.
I got a college textbook because I can't pay for college. So what I did was I got a bunch of bitcoins and stuff for free for writing, and then used it to buy textbooks. So I got a philosophy textbook from Plato to Derrida, and I don't even know how I'm saying Derrida right, but that's what I've read of philosophy. And then I've read a couple of the other books like metaphysics and meditations and stuff. Like I got a couple like specific books.
No, it's real cool stuff, man. I still read it like just to keep sane. Um, but it's fascinating stuff, man. Right now I'm reading Sartre, so it's blowing my mind.
I've been reading a bunch of like early history stuff, like I was talking about the guy that crossed the ocean and stuff. He wrote a book about how man probably crossed the ocean before, and then there's another book called Black Genesis, talking about how Egypt didn't come from the north; it came from the south, and like tons of evidence from it. And it's not a black guy that wrote the book, so usually people say, "Oh, well, it's an Afrocentric black guy. That's why he's saying this." No, it's a French dude, like saying that Africans came out of Africa and made Egypt.
You know, it's really weird because my wife is Persian, right? And she had a picture of the map. It was upside down.
No, yeah, because that's the way the rivers go. Rivers don't move the way we do the map. The rivers say that north is the way down.
And when I'm seeing that, it just bugs me the hell out. Like
Yeah, yeah,
it's really does something to the psyche.
yeah, and it's the proper way though. South Africa is like the top of the world, apart from like Chile and Antarctica.
Yeah, man, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, you know. And that's the funny thing. When I was learning how to read Arabic, I had to read, right to left. You know how but you
Yeah,
read
that would be
left to
hard.
right.
I haven't thought about that.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing is like when I was reading that language, but you know what? I did really well because I took Arabic in college. I had to think in Spanish because that's my language.
Oh,
In order in order for me to understand Arabic, I
you
have
think
to
it's
put my
Spanish
mind.
naturally?
Yes, I can speak Spanish naturally.
No, no. Do you think Spanish naturally?
No.
Oh, okay, because I've asked that question in jail before who was Puerto Rican, and then I asked a Mexican one time because I'm like 25% Mexican, but I can't speak Spanish. So that's a weird concept, like to think that somebody else thinks in Spanish and I think in English, like and that's a completely different worldview.
No, it is because recently because I had some clients that were Spanish, so I had to talk. I had to force myself to talk. But I'm talking. But you think differently. It's just like a different thought pattern.
Well,
I
okay,
can't even
that
explain it,
that
man.
that that makes sense because the Phoenicians, the Phoenix, actually invented all the different languages. If you go back in history, the reason we call our languages phonetic is because the Phoenicians invented them. All right, and what they did is they used Greek as a trade language. Arabic was for philosophy and math.
Yeah, Oh man, it's nuts because when I was taking Arabic, there was no way I could do it in English. And the funny thing is that there's a lot of Spanish words that are in Arabic, and that's the reason why, and it has a certain flow to it. So it was really weird, but
And Spanish is more poetic.
it is much more fluent. Um, and the thing about English is that English is a very borrowed language. Like a lot of it is Latin, a lot of it is a really Germanic,
Yeah.
language. But at the same time,
Cave people.
there's a lot of French in it because if you think about it, like
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard this, like I'm having a hearty breakfast instead of saying, and that's
Actually,
very English.
the English we speak today is a mixture of Old English and French. That's how we got to where we are.
Yes, but what was it? Proper etiquette.
Yeah, etiquette. Yeah,
That's a
French word.
definitely French word. Like there's a lot of, and it sounds more richer because the Normans actually ruled, southern England, and the Normans were French, so that they had a lot of influence.
And okay, yeah, growing up in America, I was kind of taught that French people were like pussies and like they didn't really do anything in history. But then like you start to learn, and the French people, the Revolutionary War ended because of them. They solved that for us. And then also Vietnam, they were like proud of what was happening, not on the American side. They were like proud of Vietnam though. At that time, they felt like Vietnam was kind of like part of France, and that didn't make sense to me. But like looking at it now, like because I've asked about it since then, like it seems like France is like did more than we think, and not just Napoleon. Like we've heard about Napoleon, but I feel like they had more influence after that. Like they kept going.
Well, I checked in Wikipedia, and they said the culture that had the most influence on the world was the French.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they even though like the English has the largest empire ever because they're a naval base, but the French actually had the most influence.
When I was in juvie in Texas, I met a guy from Africa that could speak French.
Yeah.
He was from Africa, and you could hardly understand his English, but he could speak French like perfect.
Yes, a lot of African countries they do speak the language.
That's so weird. Like, and then Canada's all French, and then a lot of America was French before they bought it from them.
Well, when I went to Montreal, that's all they spoke was
Yeah,
French.
it's so weird.
No, I freaking they were the coolest people ever. One
No,
of
no,
the,
I'm not saying it's weird that they speak French, just that the world has so much French going on.
yeah, if you even look at the English language, like toilet, cigarettes.
Yeah.
Like I remember when I don't know when the Iraq War was happening, and the French didn't want to, like participate
Yeah.
for some reason. And remember that freedom
Yeah,
fries
everybody say
bullshit?
freedom fries and
Yeah.
what was the other one? There was another one I can't remember. I can't
I
remember.
want I wanted them to ban cigarettes because if that was going to be the case, they could use the English version, like
Yeah,
the fag.
we use cigars and we'll buy them from Cuba.
Well, they call cigarettes in England fags.
Yeah, and then when they say pussy in England, they mean like softy, not like we say it.
uh, yeah, but yeah, it's a big time influence. Like if you look at Louisiana and places like that, and people in Louisiana
Yeah.
they still
No,
speak French.
Cajuns are French rednecks.
Yes, and Cajuns actually came from Arcadia.
They came from Arcadia?
They came from Arcadia.
That's
Creole. Yeah, the Creoles. They were there. The
So
reason why they
they're
was
the Arcadians? The Arcadians had such cool philosophies, and now that's what they are.
that's what they are from like New Brunswick. Those places. They got kicked out.
But now they're fighting alligators and just living in the swamp. They used to be like shepherds that thought about like the perfect paradise of shepherding.
And you know what's funny? A lot of Cajuns are asking for reparations from the English to this day.
Wait. Oh, you mean like how the Irish are all mad? The Cajuns are mad
Yeah.
too?
The Cajuns are freaking pissed that they got kicked out from Arcadia. and had to go all the way down to freaking Louisiana.
Well, that's never gonna happen.
Well, they said there was a genocide because they said a lot of
But I
them
mean,
got killed.
but I mean, the African Americans aren't even getting reparations, and they know which government to point at. Like, all the Cajuns can do is say that the Crown did it, and like, they can say, well, that wasn't during our reign, but like, I mean, like that's gonna be hard to.
But they're still trying. But you know what? I really feel the reason why they do it is just to keep the culture alive. People do these things in order for them to like make sure they don't lose their heritage.
So
Because
they ask for reparations so that they remember who they are.
exactly. Just to like that fight, like a common enemy, that type of deal, like we've been done injustice, and
That's how I whenever one of the things I always say to Bill O'Reilly, because he's Irish and I'm Irish, I always tell him like we're the real Negroes.
yeah, that's good. That's good.
I put it on Twitter all the time.
Oh man.
Not like
Did he
once a week or
respond to
anything.
you?
No, he never responds. But sometimes when I'm saying a bunch of stuff to him, I can tell that his word of the day has to do with the way I'm treating him. Like he'll literally describe me with a word.
Oh man. Yo, isn't Hannity Irish too?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That does sound like a Irishy name.
Yeah, Hannity, and then you have freaking Limbaugh.
Yeah, God. We're horrible people.
Oh man. Holy crap.
Like the last good person we had was the last Gallagher. My last name's Gallagher, and the last good Irish person in America was the other Gallagher.
Oh, okay.
Remember Gallagher the comedian?
Yeah, that's the last good Irish person.
Yeah, he actually talked about the Phoenicians. He said that they were the first Americans.
Yeah, the Olmecs and the Phoenicians. There's a lot of theories that there's connections there.
Well, he said it because they were good salespeople.
Well, I don't you salespeople as in boats, or like they're good at
No, like for example, if they had a blue cloth, right? They know the color is blue, but in order to make it look more expensive, they will say this is royal blue. So the Phoenicians were actually experts of bullshitting.
And
This is what got.
that's how they got to America.
Well, he's equating Phoenicians bullshit like American bullshit.
He's saying okay. He's just saying that it carried down, and that's where it comes from.
Exactly.
That's funny. There's actually a lot of theories that I've heard people saying that in ancient Egypt, people were like taking out contracts to come visit America, and it was like a place where people had to integrate, and that's why we still think of it today as like a melting pot.
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is not my beliefs. I'm stating something I've heard. People saying that like in ancient, either Egyptian times or like around like Nimrod times, like the Tower of Babel, like where people were like taking out contracts and getting land in America and then sailing over to America and establishing a family, and you had to like integrate when you got here. And like, but I completely don't think that's true. There's no evidence for people getting contracts to own land in America, like anywhere.
Holy crap, that would be hilarious, actually.
But I don't think. I mean, I really don't think that that's true, because they were like, there's no land sales and stuff really back then. Like nobody was like, here, you want to buy an acre? Like, do you see that in the Bible anywhere?
Yeah, oh my god, man. It was nice before we even came, man. Nice trees, no roads. It was just beautiful.
Well, there was one road. There was a road going from the Bahamas out into the middle of the ocean.
There you go.
It's called Bimini Road, and it's still there under the water.
Oh, that's awesome. But at least, it was nice. And now we have factories and smoke pipes and all that. crazy shit. So
Yeah. Okay. The Indians were using tobacco spiritually, and now we've got it like it's gonna kill you. I don't care. It has nothing to do with spirituality. Like there's no prayer involved in the smoking of a cigarette. It's just like I don't care that I'm gonna die. That's the entire mindset now.
well, if you're drinking like freaking vodka and smoking cigarettes every day and eating like a freaking steak, I think you're not gonna survive too long. So
Yeah. But I mean, people, whenever somebody tries to tell somebody like cigarettes are bad, like you should vape or something, like it's just like, oh, I don't care. There's never like, oh, but no, this is my connection to the goddess. Like, there's none of that left in tobacco.
yeah, it's a shame. It's
Yeah.
a shame.
It used to also be the currency. That used to be how you paid trees and stuff. Like if you wanted to pick an apple, you gave it some tobacco.
Makes sense.
And to pick tobacco, you'd water it. And that'd be the offering. And some cultures in like I forget where, but they used to pee on the trees. I was watching something on TV, and the guy asked if he could pee on. Or no, they would spit on trees, and giving water to the tree is a good offering. And the guy asked if he could pee on the tree, and the guy said, "Yeah, that's offering water." And then he peed on the tree.
Pee offering.
And he said that that's like a very like because you're giving water from your body, it's like very generous. Because you need like your spit to survive, and you need to keep as much water as you can to survive. But offering it to a tree is like friendly.
Is crapping on a tree a better offering?
I don't know. No, maybe not humans. We eat so much shit now.
Well, back in the days, people used to be a little bit more natural.
Yeah, you could probably poop and have it disintegrate. Now, I bet it just sit there for a year.
I know the poop that we use, it won't disintegrate. It'll be like those French fries, you know, like in a jar.
Yeah. Did you know they used to think that flies came from dirt until they sealed up some meat and found out that the flies only went to the jar that was open because they had an open jar and a closed jar, and then they figured out that the flies went to the meat that was open. But for the longest time, people believed that flies came from dirt.
How long ago was this shit?
Look up the quote. Life cannot come from non-life, because Christians will bring that up, and they say that means that abiogenesis can't create life. Life can't come from nothing. But that quote actually means that flies don't come from garbage. That's all it means.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Yeah. I've heard them pull that out on people. Like, life can't come from non-life. Okay, like that just means that there has to be some kind of egg there for a fly to come out. We could definitely disprove that theory and say that life can come from non-life, but not in most situations. We just haven't discovered that yet.
Oh, crap. Hey, do you know how the name California came up?
Uh-uh.
It's actually a Spanish word, but California is a Spanish story when the Spanish used to fight the Moors, and they had this story about this woman, this African woman, and it was like a land full of like these beautiful black, tall Amazonian-looking women. And I guess one of them fell in love with them. One of the Spanish fell in love with her, and they called her Khalifa. And the word caliph means like Muslim ruler. So Khalifa and that place was like paradise, just full of these black, beautiful Amazonian women. And that's the term of California. That's why they named it. Yeah, that's why they named it. So.
And then Tupac got all the black women to go there.
There you go, California. And actually, caliph is actually an Arabic word for that, but it actually comes from that Spanish story when they fought the Moors. It was interesting.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, because I study Arabic too, and I was like, caliph, that's Islamic ruler, you know, like a Khalifa.
Have you heard the Spanish the song in Mexico, the La Cucaracha, La Cucaracha?
Yes, and you know what? I haven't heard that song in like,
Do you know what that song is? What they're saying?
It's
what they say.
cockroach, isn't
It's
it?
the cockroach. He smokes weed and he falls down.
I didn't know he smoked
That's
weed.
what it was?
Yeah, he
I knew
smokes
it
weed.
meant cockroach. I didn't know he was saying smoke weed.
Yeah, it's a cockroach. He smokes weed and he falls down.
Man, they had me singing that when I was a kid, dude.
It-
Oh, that's funny.
And it's like a revolutionary song. Like that's like the revolutionaries used to sing when they would take over a town.
Yeah, like the song is so cliche, you know, and now when I think about it, I say, man, I haven't heard that song because you know, you some gringo, you know, like if you want to call it that, like
Yeah.
they'll say this. You see a Mexican, they start singing that freaking song. But now I understand that's like a revolutionary pot smoking song.
No. It was revolutionary, like a Mexican revolution. That was like what the revolutionaries were singing when they were taking over towns and stuff.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah. That was like Santa Anna and stuff, like his people, and like the Mexico-Texan wars and stuff.
So basically, because the song actually says "La cucaracha no puede caminar," meaning they can't walk. So who they're referring to?
I think it's the cockroach. He gets high and he falls down. Hold on, I'm gonna look up the lyrics.
Yeah, because I'm actually really fascinated.
What's the cucaracha? It's a cockroach. What's the It's a cockroach. La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar. Que le falta porque no tiene dinero para gastar. The little cockroach. I saw him just the other day. I like him best when he takes his things and he gets his friends and moves away. La
He
cucaracha.
can't walk anymore because it's lacking because it doesn't have marijuana to smoke.
Le falta porque no tiene dinero para gastar. The little cockroach. He likes to play up with the band. Above the hero, he's a hero. He's got the fastest moving hand.
All right, that's enough. I'm probably.
I'm looking at it on
big,
Wikipedia. I'm looking at it on Wikipedia, and during the revolution, like pre-revolution, it didn't talk about weed, but during the revolution, it says the cockroach can't walk anymore because it's lacking because it doesn't have marijuana to smoke. The cockroach just died. Now they had to take her buried among the buzzards and mouse as the sexton.
Yeah, I remember the
Can't walk
song.
because it doesn't have marijuana.
Yeah, it fell
I
down.
thought you couldn't walk because it was smoking the marijuana.
I know, right? That's what I thought.
No, I guess they were so high all the time that they're having withdrawals down in Mexico.
Yeah, I remember like when I was a kid, there was a song called "Pass the Dutchie on the Left-Hand Side." And it was such a, you know, it was such a nice song, but then, you know, like, holy shit, that's what it means. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, brother, did you send a video out with that guy says Jesus is my friend?
Wasn't me.
Oh, it wasn't you?
Jesus. Oh,
Okay.
it's called
No.
Jesus is my friend.
Yeah, it's a video that says Jesus is my friend.
I don't know. I might have sent one out that said I found Jesus, but it's talking about the weird stuff that I've been talking about Jesus, not
No,
real Jesus.
no, this is actually one of the freaking craziest songs. It's 80-ish type of thing. You know how.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. I got that from Shanna, and then I shared it. Oh yeah, that was so funny.
Yeah, right. It was you then. It was.
It was me. Yeah, okay. I did share that. Now I remember. I thought you meant like, did I put out a video on YouTube, like my own video?
Oh, really?
Jesus is my friend.
Oh God. Yeah.
You know what, Sasha, if you've seen this thing, you'll laugh even harder when he said that. Oh man, that was hilarious. I actually saw that yesterday. It actually made me smile.
I think when Christians come on YouTube, they think they're like gonna read the Bible to people that have never heard of it before. They're gonna say Jesus is my friend, and everyone's gonna be like, "Wow, what a powerful statement! I've never heard anyone tell me about Jesus before."
Oh man, no, you gotta listen to this song, Sasha.
Oh, it's a song?
It's a song.
Yes, I'll send it over to you.
All right, I can't watch until after, unless I unplug everything. Well, I
Sasha, just make sure you're smoking when you see this shit, man.
no, I always am.
Smoking
I'm a medical patient. I'm a medical patient.
You know, and I would play some of it, but you know what? You really appreciate when you have to watch it too. Just the
All right.
impressions. It's this 70s group, the Sunseed Revolution. They're called. Jesus is my friend. Yeah.
They're called the Sunseed Revolution. Really?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Sunseed Reaction. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's even better.
The reaction to the revolution. Have y'all heard of the Young Turks, the internet TV show?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I have it, yes.
Have y'all heard of the Young Turks, the genocidal group?
Oh, yes. Yes, I heard that one too.
Isn't that insane?
Is that related to the program?
No, well, it's good. He named the program after the genocide. He might not have named it after it like on purpose, but it happened after the genocide, so the name was already out there, and it was associated with the genocide already. So I don't see why he would have picked it up on accident somehow.
Is he Armenian?
He is Turkish.
Yeah.
Okay, that's even
Worse.
Yeah, it's worse.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
man.
watched him, and then he had his own show for a while, something like that, right? On one of the mainstream medias, and they got booted off.
Yeah, he was on I think
MS,
and then
yes.
he was on Current. They got the Young Turks on Current, and then they got I don't know if they got kicked off or if they just ended, because I think they ended Current as a TV station altogether, and then they went to the internet.
Okay. Yeah, I subscribed to him a little bit, but then after a while, I was just a little too to the left for me.
Well, I don't mind when it's to the left. It's like when now all they do is talk about. Well, maybe not now, but I stopped watching them like a month ago because all they were talking about was Russia. It became like the Russia show.
No, it gets too gossipy, too opinionated, I think. I think it's just...
Definitely, you can you can watch Sink or Jink. I don't know how to say it. They'll say like in a new study it says that having small testicles is good. He'll be like, mine are tiny. Like no matter what's said, he'll like he's on the side that makes him seem like the good guy, and it leaks into the news. Like when he's talking about like a shooting or something, you can tell like if it was like a homeless person or something, he don't really care, but he has to be the liberal. So like he's playing the part.
Yeah,
and it's like way too obvious. Like either way is okay. Like I'll watch Bill O'Reilly and talk shit about him, and I'll watch Young Turks, but actually say what you think.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if it's a good story, sometimes I'll just click over something, but most times or not,
I don't ever expect good stories from any of this stuff. I watch it to push them, because I do the same thing with the Young Turks, but I'm not as aggressive with them as I am with like Bill O'Reilly and stuff, because they're not trying to do bad stuff to people. They're not like talking about the black community like they're gonna save it and like sitting there hurting it the whole time. It's like, because that's what Bill O'Reilly does. He talks like he's Black Jesus, and because he's just like, oh, the black community should be doing this, and why aren't they just doing this? And in this precinct, that's how he would talk. It's like precinct. Like, really, you're gonna call it a precinct? Like, you're on the other side at that point. Like,
it's an arrogant trick to me. I can't. It gets me sick. It gets me sick. I don't know.
But with the Young Turks, I just post like y'all should have debates more. Y'all should do that, and they actually started doing debates. Like Jink, he's actually now he's hosting. He did a debate between the people running for some seat in California. He actually got politicians to debate because I told them they need to do more debates.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah, I've been posting all kinds of stuff to them, telling them to do stuff, and then I've been posting all their extra shows too, because they've got smaller shows where they don't have as many viewers, so they pay a lot more attention. Like to the commenters, they paid more attention to. than they do on the main show.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't have no desire to watch the mainstream news anymore.
I don't watch it to learn. I don't watch it because I
No, I
think it's going to
understand. It's
teach
like
me
an
anything.
entertainment value for you, and yeah, I don't hear you. I
Well,
hear you.
and I hope to make it better. I hope to push them to the point where they're doing better.
Yeah, but they don't you think? I mean, they still have an agenda. How much is it going to change? You
No,
think?
yeah, I know. And like
Yeah.
the Young Turks actually just got bought by I think it's Richard Murdoch or so I don't know who it is. That's a name I remember.
Murdoch owns Fox.
No, I don't know who it was. They got bought by somebody that's no good, and they even
George
themselves.
Soros?
I don't know who it was. It's somebody, but they had to they had to come out and say like, we're not gonna be fake now. We promise, like because they know they got bought by a horrible person.
We got you got like 5 companies that own all these broadcasting channels.
Yeah, and then they own all the channels in the other countries too. Fox owns like everything around the world besides CNN.
Oh my God, it's not even news anymore. Like it was.
In Canada, they have Fox. It's called Sun News.
Oh, they have that in England.
That's what we're lacking. Investigative journalism.
It's
back
because
in
they're scared now. They all want to be part of the group, and they don't want to get kicked out.
Yep.
I watched The Onion.
Yeah.
I think that's even realer than anything that I ever seen.
Have you seen the ocular penetration video where it's like a bunch of like people pretend to be senators and stuff and talking like very seriously about the ocular penetration issue?
Oh, I seen one that they did a they tried to make a gorilla be self-conscious of himself, and they just kept telling him that he's gonna die. And then the gorilla just got really depressed and started smoking cigarettes.
Really?
They said they said the study was a success. Now it's just like regular humans.
That's hilarious.
You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
Yeah, they kept telling the gorilla is gonna die.
And we think that we're better than other animals because of that.
That's so good. Isn't that animal cruelty?
I bet if we taught another animal that it was gonna die, like a dolphin or something, it'd be like, "Fuck you! Why did you do this?"
It was so messed up. The freaking gorilla started smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, I bet that'd be really what would happen. Like that animal would hate it. We're the lowest species.
It started smoking. Wait, how did it start smoking? That's funny.
No, I think it's just a joke.
It's the Onion News. It's the Onion.
Oh, Onion. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, yeah. The whole satire and all that shit.
Yeah.
But that is what would happen if they
It's
like.
funny, though. Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if they really did it.
I haven't looked at that in a while. I've heard people fucking they watch this shit and they think it was real.
Have you heard about
No,
the?
I had people convinced actually because there was a news story about Blockbuster, and it was like a museum, and people were going to Blockbuster to like. I said, look at this, they used to have these tapes, and I had 2 of my friends freaking like, wow, man, they came down like that. So they make it like really real, and I was just bugging out.
Did you hear about the Ninja Parade?
Yes, that was awesome. That was awesome. They actually caught a ninja. Yeah, we seen one for the first time.
They all go stand out there and they go to see nothing, and they go, look, oh, there's candy in my pockets. He must have left it there.
Oh, the Ninja Parade. That was freaking great, man. I love the Onion. But like on a serious note, there's a guy called Representative Press. I actually like him. He talks a lot about foreign policy, especially about Israel. But it actually is really good. Like it's really like he shows a lot of things about C-SPAN and stuff. So.
I can't believe we're supporting Israel so like blindly.
Well,
like I don't see, I don't think we should like go in there and bomb Israel or anything, but we should definitely notice that they are not the good guys here. Like we did give them that land, but then they broke every agreement that they made with anyone.
I'm against any nation that actually has to have like you have to be a certain type of person to become like relevant.
Well, yeah, that's a theocracy is what they're doing.
Yeah, it's any country like that. You know, it includes Saudi Arabia or any other countries that like they have an exclusive
America used to be
group.
like that. You had to be a white landowner.
Yeah, those things. You know, I just it just bothers me. Man.
There's still
And it's,
people that feel like it should be that way in America.
yeah, the freaking guy, what, yesterday, talking about like the majority should rule.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, saying that, you
And y'all were
know,
having to tell him about the two wolves and a pig, or well, two wolves and a sheep.
yes, exactly. And yeah, shit like that, man, just gets my blood boiling, man.
Yeah, and the way he was thinking of it, just like it would make sense that if there is like a little civilization of wolves and sheep, and another civilization of wolves comes along and decides, hey, wolf guys living with the sheep, you want to eat all these sheep? Then that would be fine.
Yeah, majority rules.
Like, oh, there's some new wolves. Yep, let's just eat all the sheep. Like, no, that's not democracy. Democracy allows for things to be balanced and equal and change with as the culture changes, but not just
Must be more of a republic, not a democracy. It's,
yeah.
yeah, more of a representative government.
Yeah, you gotta save yourself from the mob, man.
Yeah, that's where I mean, that in democracy, the majority rules in there. You don't want that. You want a republic, but where at least that, okay, majority gets the vote, but the individual rights are protected, you know, and minorities are protected.
I think we need to step up our robot game in Detroit and make Detroit the American Japan, and then because that's where the cars used to be made.
China's going to buy Detroit. Watch.
But I mean, if they
China already bought Detroit.
but if they did that, they could. I forgot what y'all were just saying that I was linking that to. They could the republic. They could have a robo-socialism republic where it was basically like Greece was with the slaves, where everybody was becoming philosophers and artists and stuff, there wouldn't have to be a slave class. It would be robots.
Like RoboCop.
Yeah.
There you go.
Robo slaves.
But thinking about that might get bad because then RoboCop might decide which humans are bad, and it might not decide the same things as a person would.
Man, I saw that movie when I was a freaking little kid, man. That was an awesome movie.
I always get it confused with Judge Dredd. I can't remember which one's which.
No, the RoboCop was just insane.
I'm only 22, so I that's why I get it confused.
Oh man, I'm freaking like 39. Shit. Yeah, yo guys, I gotta get going. I gotta get some sleep.
Right.
All right, man.
Yeah, man, you only had 2 hours last time, right?
Exactly, man. I was in the meeting for like 7 hours, just staring at everybody, not saying anything. But all right, man. Peace out, fellas.
Peace.
Yeah, peace, man.
All right.
Well, Yuri, you still with us? Yuri fell asleep. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be too long of a night tonight.
Yeah, because tonight we're just talking randomly. There's no theist to make it where we have to argue with a certain book or something, and then there's a subject. But also, I like if you want to start doing different hangouts, eventually I'm gonna do panel stuff. Right now, I'm doing every 2 weeks. I'm doing an interview with just one-on-one, and then eventually I'm going to start doing like the whole room's full of people, but do it like once a week or something, and have a subject like what is God, or like what is the devil and stuff, and like have different people of different theisticness and atheisticness come in and talk about what they think.
Sounds good.
And then eventually I'm going to start doing debates too, because right now just interviews and then panels, and then I want to do full out debates where it's like planned out, where like people have like a planned out, like 5 minutes and then 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, or like 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, like back and forth.
Yeah, I hear you. And that's what I was trying. I was hoping to do something like that with like this whole concept of God talk. You know?
Yeah. Like that's I've been watching. If you watch Sonnet or TV7, I keep bringing this up a lot, I know, but if you watch them, they've got debating down. Like they're doing it right, and I want to get them some like theists that like, because in the white community, it's just a bunch of like, it's like arguing about if there's an emotion in the sky or not. Like, does that emotion in the sky exist? No. Like, your book's wrong. That emotion in the sky doesn't exist. But like in the black community, they're actually having arguments that have like social implications. Like it means something afterwards.
What's the name of what's the name of this channel?
Sonnet or TV7. Here, I'll put it in the chat so you can. And what it means is defender of the words of God. That's Saw is defender. Netter is the nectar, which is the words of God. So protector of the nectar. And then if you just type that in YouTube, the Sonnet or TV7, it'll bring up his channel. And that's where all the Hebrew Israelites and the Moors and the Kemetic people all come together. And they're trying to get some Christians on there. But they're looking for people to debate all the time. If you add Sonnet or TV7 on Skype, I bet if they're ever doing a live stream and they're doing Skype calls, they'll let people in. Because they're just looking for people to talk about theology and community and stuff. And I mean, they might call you the white man and argue with you. And like the Hebrew Israelites, when they argue, they call it banging on the beast when they're arguing with a white man. Banging on the beast. It makes it so much fun, though. I mean, when you think of it that way, like you're learning, like you're not just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna educate myself about religion. No, banging on the beast.
Trying to allow.
And that's basically what I'm doing. Like all the symbols in my icon, that's not for you guys. That's for people that know what it means, and they're gonna be like, oh shit, what are they doing? Because I personally don't even understand it all 100%. I understand it to an extent, but I know I don't know all of it. There's something in there, and I know if I put all that stuff together, there's stuff there next to each other that I probably don't even understand the significance of it being next to each other. But somebody else is gonna see it and be like, oh shit.
Did you make that symbol yourself, or you just?
Yeah, I put all those things together. Because what I found out was, all right, in ancient Egypt, there was a god named Bes. All right, and Bes was like a standing lion, basically. And what he was the goddess of, or the god of fertility and the god of protection. And what they would do is they would burn Syrian roof seeds to him, right? And he was like a god that was all over the kingdom, and he eventually became the protector of all things, a protector against all things evil. So he was basically the protector against evil. He was the anti-evil symbol, right? Like a talisman against evil. And in India, that blue eyeball thing that is on my symbol, that blue eyeball thing has taken his place. All those things I just explained are the same thing that the Indians say that symbol means. All the same stuff. And they burn Syrian roof seeds to it, just like they used to burn to Bes in Egypt. It's all the same stuff. And then the Eye of Horus is representative of that too. And then it like matches up with it because that's the protective symbol. That it's another talisman, but it wasn't directly associated with Bes. But I put it on there just because I couldn't put a little statue of a standing lion and have it make sense. And then in India, have you seen those red beads that people wear?
Yeah.
Okay, those red beads are called Rudrashka berries. All right, and the god that they're referring to is Rudra, and the last words on Rudra is Ra. All right, so it's Rudra, and those beads are Rudrashka beads. Okay, and if you look at the symbol, the Ra on top of his head has an orange disc, and then his wife on top of her head is an orange disc, and then the Capri, the sun, the beetle is pushing an orange disc. The disc is the sun, and those beads in India are called the Eye of Ra. All right, or the Eye of Rudra. All right, that's what those little beads are called, and So what that is, it's actually an extension of the Eye of Ra. It's an orange circle representing the eye of a god. That is the exact same thing they did in Egypt, and they call it the Eye of Ra, not the Eye of Rudra.
Hmm.
So all these things like link up, and then when the dung beetle is pushing the sun through the sky and he has the wings of Mot, that represents infinity. Like those they thought the number a million was infinity. That was infinity to them, 1,000,000. And those wings, if you count all the numbers up and you use the Egyptian symbolism, it all represents 1,000,000 coming together on those wings, and so it's the symbol infinity. The dung beetle with the wings is infinity, and so all that stuff comes together, and then the four symbols on the side, that's like male and female creative force.
Some of it's cut it off on here.
But I mean, it's male and female creative force, the four things on the right, and that goes across culture. From Egypt is the one on the top left, India is the one on the top right, the bottom is like another ancient culture, and the bottom one on the right is Egypt, and it's the cow. Like when you put a sun disk on top of the cow's head, it creates the Ankh. Because you put the disc on top of his head, his arms create the cross section, and then his head creates the bottom, which is basically a cross. Like Jesus, when they put the sun disk on top of his head, which was the crown of thorns, he was making this symbol, the same symbol that the bull makes when you put a sun disk on its head.
Yeah, I'm trying to still connect those two, to tell you the truth, with the crown of thorns.
Well, okay, like if you watch the video I made, did you see the I Found Jesus Part 1?
It was like a couple weeks ago. I'll probably watch it again.
All right, because what I was gonna say, I made like 2 days ago. I made an extension to that because what I found was not only did Jesus carry on the tradition that city was founded in, like the cult that city founded, is where is the city that the Holy Family, Jesus' family, visited when they went to Egypt. They went and visited that city, that cult city, and then later Jesus became the symbol of that cult. Became the sun.
Yeah, I remember asking you about that. So Sebenitz or something.
Yeah, Sabinitas, I think.
Yeah, I went and looked at Wikipedia. Because I was really looking for it. When you say Jesus and the family went there, I'm thinking right away. I want to look in the Bible where it says that, and it doesn't seem to have a scripture, but it seems to be some kind of Catholic tradition of the Holy Family.
Yeah.
Thing.
It says that they went there because that's where they had to go whenever they said kill all the newborn babies, anybody under 2 years old. So they left and they had to go there. And then also it is in the Bible whenever they had to go to.
They went to Egypt. They didn't mention the city. They just said Egypt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They said that they went to Zabinitos, and if they went to Zabinitos, then they would have been in the city of the cult, and not only the city of the cult, but the city where the book of the entire history of Egypt was written and would have been. And around the same time, the entire history of Babylon had also just been written.
Well, it did say it was a popular city. I guess like a big commerce or something.
Yeah, and 300 years before Jesus, they were spreading that god into Greece. 300 years before Jesus. 287 BC, it said they sent a statue. And then Jesus came around like 0. So like 287 years before Jesus, it was already moving over there. And then Jesus came.
How far is fucking Bethlehem to this city?
I'm not sure. I'll look at it. Bethlehem to Sabinitas. I know Israel is not that far from Egypt at all.
They're going by fucking donkey.
Yeah.
Camel. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they went on a donkey. And they say that it couldn't have been during the winter. Jesus couldn't have been.
But then again, did it literally happen?
Bethlehem. Bethlehem is okay. There's no it's not like on MapQuest or anything. There's no like an automatic Bethlehem to Egypt coming up. Here, I'll add the word distance and see what happens. 429 miles. So not that far, really. And that's to the middle of Egypt. To get to Cairo, it's less. Hold on. Let me type Cairo.
429 miles.
Yeah, that's not that.
How fast can you travel? I mean, we can do a couple miles an hour. I mean, I don't know. Well, not an hour. I mean.
Yeah, they could probably go like 2-3 miles an hour.
Time to rest.
Yeah, and then they ended up having the baby in the little tavern thing.
So it's like, say, 400. We'll give it 400 miles, 800 hours.
But I don't see why.
Non-stop, they could do that in less than a couple months.
Yeah,
Not non-stop. I mean, taking breaks and stuff, whatever. Stop, camp. I don't know. I guess it could be done in less.
yeah, they could. I think they could probably do it in like a month.
Yeah.
Because they always say that. Wait, was it 40 years that Moses took to get through the desert?
Well, no, he hung out in the desert for 4
Yeah,
years.
he was. I don't think he was hanging out. I think what he was doing was he was training. Because they were a bunch of slaves. They weren't warriors, and they needed to take the land of Canaan.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard this theory that since he was like, he was like a special ops guy, Moses, apparently.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the whole thing wasn't the Red Sea, it was the Reed Sea, and brought these chariots and the water would come up. I guess the ground, they would just get stuck in the ground, and that's why they were like freaking dying. I don't know. That was a theory. Yeah, I'm sure you heard of that with the Reed Sea.
I haven't heard it. Well, I don't know
The
what
Reed
the.
Sea.
Is it like a
Yeah,
swamp?
it's like a swamp, but it's some area. It's in the same area, and apparently at certain times of the year, like. Yeah, it's like swampy, and then when it would rain, it wouldn't be like a major flood or anything like
Have
that.
you heard the theory that a meteor struck right then and split the sea?
No, I never heard that theory.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob, what's going on?
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm hearing you twice. I'm trying to figure out. I'm doing good. I'm trying to figure out how to shut the delay off.
Okay, you just gotta click because you're probably on the YouTube channel there, live.
I don't know what I'm doing here. How are you doing now?
I'm doing good.
There it stopped.
Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, thanks for the invite, man. Appreciate that.
I'm sure you could stir up some conversation here.
Well, I just got kicked out of Eve's private part of her after her hangout she was having. That was pretty fun.
You got kicked out. Did you tell somebody they were going to hell, Rob?
No, I told this one guy the stupid was pouring out of his mouth, and she kicked me out. So this young kid, he was probably I don't know, in his 20s, was trying to tell me about World War II, and I was trying to tell him, said, wait a minute, my dad told me about World War II. He was there, and he kept interrupting me and going, oh, no, your dad's wrong. And I'm like, okay, now stupid's just pouring out of your mouth. Something to that effect, you know what I mean? It's like...
I can't see. Wait a minute, it had to be more than that, Rob. You getting kicked out for just a little thing like that. Come on.
Well, it's Eve. She once she gets too much truth, it's like shaking up a bottle of a soda bottle. It's gonna spill all out.
No, Eve doesn't. She doesn't like. She goes in the Bible with y'all. You're acting like she doesn't like to argue about that stuff.
No, but when you tell her the truth, and she hears it, she's so adamant against it that she doesn't want to hear it.
What are you calling truth?
Well, you would have had to have been there. I can't repeat it all. You know what I mean?
Was it hellfire and brimstone and stuff?
Oh, no. The conversation was civil. It was really good. And then she just got bent because she heard too much truth.
Be nice to Rob, Sasha. Try to be nice.
Yeah, you can only massage a monkey so long before he turns around and bites you. I mean, that's just the way it is. You know, even if...
on both sides, right? Obviously.
Right. Exactly. You know, and I'm trying. John knows I'm trying to be less hellfire lately, and that approach doesn't work either. You're still going to get kicked out, even if you're nice about telling the truth. You're going to get kicked out.
You know, Rob, after me and you had that incident, it was like about a month ago. Yeah, I don't know if I made a video about that afterwards. I don't know if you ever saw it.
I might have. I don't know. It's been a long time. I forgave you, and I forgave myself, and I forgave.
Forgive me?
Yeah, exactly. I had to forgive you.
Yeah.
Because you were the one that caused me to come up in the beard.
Now you're gonna blame me for your reaction now, there, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I had to at the time. See, I'm talking about when it happened, brother. I'm like, oh, I forgive him, belittling my Lord and Savior.
If I remember correctly, Rob, you were apologizing to me for telling me to go to hell.
I was, and see, I had time to think about it. I was wrong.
Yeah.
I was wrong, brother. I have no right to say that to anybody. I can say, repent, believe the gospel, but
When after we talked the last time, I kind of felt bad, and I was like, I put the video on private. So if you ever act up again, that video's going public again.
all right. Well, let me put it on my channel, man. I say put it up, let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go, brother. It doesn't matter. I'm not
Well,
I'm not a flagger, so.
Yeah, I think it's stupid that people will go flagging and DMC. I've never filed anything against anyone. I don't even thumbs down.
Yeah, I could see where in some cases some people would think that certain things would need to be flagged, but at the same time, I'm just saying I'm not one. I really am a firm believer in Revelation 22:11. I kind of stand on that.
But liars go to hell. Is that one?
No, you'd have to look it up. I'll make you look it up, brother.
Hold on, let me think of this. Revelations 22. What is it? I know. What's the one's liars go to hell? Liars go to hell. Burn, burn.
It would be Revelation 22, 11.
I can't remember what it is.
I don't even remember that song.
Yeah, no, they used to say it used to be Revelations, something. Liars go to hell. Burn.
That would make a good video. You just gave me an idea for another video, man. Thank you. Thank you.
That's gonna be funny.
Have we met, by the way?
I think I've been in one of your rooms, maybe, or somebody's room. That
I know that we shared contact on Google and somewhat on. I've got a couple of different channels, so 2, 3, 4, 5 channels. But anyway, I get confused when I bounce back and forth between them.
I can't remember because I know I've seen you in a bunch of rooms, but I don't know if I've joined.
Yeah, I'm Raw 5069 as well. So this is just my other channel. So.
All right.
So I'm known as the "you're going to hell" guy. So that's my calling card. I coined the phrase. No, I didn't. But I've used it quite a bit. But it's nice to meet you, man. What do I call you?
Sasha. It's
Sasha. Nice to meet you, Sasha. Can I call you Sasha?
Yeah.
Okay. Us people, I'm a Bob. So people with only 2 letters.
Yeah.
In their name, and I have 3 really, but one of them's repeated. So
it's fine because I did it to shorten anyway because it's Alexander Gallagher, so Sasha is shorter. So Sasha.
Oh wow,
that's also just short.
Is that your real name or is that your channel name?
That's my real name is Ryan Alexander Gallagher, but I just took the Ryan out and I'm going.
What a cool name, man! Alexander, yeah. Alexander the Great, man. That's one of my favorite historical characters.
Yeah, Alexander, he did some cool stuff.
He was bad to the bone, dude. Bad to the bone. He burned out quick though. That was a candle that went out quick.
Yeah, he died like 30 something.
What was it that killed him? I can't remember.
He had some kind of throat disease. He couldn't talk. He had like maybe like the same thing George Washington died from, maybe strep throat or something.
Oh, so some simple little bacteria got him. Wow.
He couldn't talk at the end. He
spoke too much.
He just had to.
He was 30-something, wasn't he?
He just had to wave whenever his people went by. He the whole military walked by him, and he just waved to him. And then that was like the last time they saw him, and he couldn't talk. And then he died after that.
Wasn't he like 33 or something?
Something like that.
Yeah. Well, being your namesake, having that middle name, I'm sure you've researched it quite a bit.
Yeah. And it means defender of mankind is Alexander.
Awesome. Well, hey, man, he brought Greek. Think about this for a minute. You say, well, what was the purpose of Alexander the Great? Why would God, in my worldview anyway, why would the God of the Bible, the Christian God, allow Alexander to do what he did? Well, I think it was to bring the Greek culture and language to the Middle East.
Well, maybe that, really, but also Jesus wouldn't have never came about if the Eastern traditions hadn't moved over to Greece. Like that would have never happened.
Why do you think that?
Here
Because
we go.
No, I want to hear his opinion. I'm not going to tell him to go to hell. I promise.
Okay.
I respect your room. It's live.
because
Okay. Go ahead.
like Jesus was Jewish, like definitely, but when you look at
Right.
what he did, the traditions he carried on weren't. Like he wasn't like fulfilling
Exactly.
Jewish
Exactly.
traditions. But
He was bringing a whole new heresy to the
But see,
game.
no,
That's
that they weren't new. They were things that had been going on for thousands of years before that.
Okay. This is true in a sense. Yes.
Like
I agree.
the sacrificial thing. Like he was the last one because he was the first human to be sacrificed. But they used to do it with a bull, and
Okay, I disagree there.
and instead of a crown of thorns, they used
All
to
right.
put it on the
Hold
bull's
on. Stop. Pause. Write this down. Tophet. Okay.
with a PH or a F.
A PH.
All right.
Tophet. Okay. There's a couple of different spellings, but Google that later, and we'll talk. Okay. So the incorrect statement. You have to adjust that one statement you just made, that he was the first human to be sacrificed. But I know what you meant.
I mean, in the place of this bull.
In the place of the bull.
Yeah.
Okay. In the place of what was the normal Levitical.
No, not Levitical. Egyptian.
Well, I'm talking about Levitical.
Oh,
I know
okay.
that the Egyptians and a lot of cultures had this whole sacrificing thing going on.
And then,
Let's face it. When Noah got off the boat, no, hang on. This is the claim in the scriptures, okay? That one of the first things he did was take one of the clean kind. There's a ham slam. Ham slam. I just tickled myself. Sorry. When Noah, one of the first things he did when he got off the ark, according to the scriptures, okay, whether you believe him or not, is he built an altar and he sacrificed. Now, at that point, according to the Bible, there were only 8 people on the planet. So, of course, these other cultures that came out of his loins were sacrificers. Now, what do you have to say to that?
well, I would say they sacrificed like rams, right?
Rams, bulls, a lot of there's a lot of different.
All right.
Even
Well,
even the Jewish people.
I would say
sacrifice larger animals.
did Jesus' family go to Egypt?
Which time?
Whenever they said, "Let's kill all the 2-year-olds in the land," did they go to Egypt?
Well, the first time that they went to Egypt was in the loins of Abraham, when he.
Oh, no. I mean,
when he
Jesus,
told,
the Holy Family, like Jesus' family, like Mary and Joseph and Jesus.
did they go there? According to the scriptures, yes.
And do you know what city they went to?
No, I don't.
Well, I don't know if this is scriptural, but the Catholic Church says that traditionally they went to Sabinitas as the city they went to.
That would be interesting. It's probably in one of their canonized books, and not one of mine. But
all right, well, but
I would like to see where they get that information from. But yeah, that's interesting.
all right, but if they did go there, that happens to be even if they didn't go there, the entirety of Egypt celebrated this. But the city that they say they went to was the cult of the bull, that they would sacrifice it. But what they would do is they would put a disc in between its horns, a circle.
Right.
And the circle in between its horns would represent the sun. All right.
Right.
The horns would represent a cross section, and then the bull's head would represent the bottom of the cross. All right. So the horns and the bottom of the head created a cross, and then the sun disc created the top. All right. And then when they sacrificed Jesus, they did the same thing. They put the sun disc on his head, the crown of thorns, which is the crown with the rays of light coming out of it.
Right.
And then they put his arms out to represent the horns of the bull.
Okay.
And then his body represented the head of the bull. And he was the first one to be sacrificed in the place of this, and his family visited that town where this tradition had came from in the first place to move to Greece. Where it came from in Egypt to go to Greece in the first place.
Okay, I hear it now. I'm going to agree with you for a minute here, but here's why. The first letter in the Hebrew, ancient Hebrew language, is what? Don't ask me to to tell you. I'd have to go and look it up.
I don't know Hebrew. I don't know.
Okay, well.
But the number 1 probably. Whatever represents the number 1.
Right. Well, yeah. But that may be true. I don't know.
Well,
but
it's numerical. They're alphabet.
Yeah, they do have a lot of numbers associated. Yes. But the point is this. I'm talking about what you're talking about and agreeing with you partially, not fully, but partially. The first letter is a symbol, is a cryptic drawing type symbol, and it's interesting that it represents the head of a bull with horns.
That is.
Very
And
interesting.
if you look into history, that is actually how they learned how to farm. Did you know that they were practicing a story similar to Jesus's a long time before Jesus, where Taurus in the sky, the sun in the sky actually covers up Taurus for 3 days. So Taurus dies for 3 days, and on the third day it rises again. And then they celebrate that, and it used to be called Ishtar, and now it's called.
Right.
And that's probably why that bull was there, because
Okay.
that's how you know when to plant your seeds.
Right.
What
And
year was that around?
No, that was all before Jesus. That was Babylon. That was forever.
all right, now see this one he just put up here. I wonder if it has any pictures
It
of
does there, and
the oldest.
I see the if he was.
Do they have the really old, the old ancient? Okay, hold on. I used to have a copy of it. I'll have to look for it. Okay, down at the bottom here. Yeah,
It's probably not. Well, I don't know where Reuben is, but it's probably, since you read right to left, it's not the first letter; it's the last letter. I think you're thinking about.
No, it's the first, I believe.
But look at that link.
No, I see it. It looks like a sideways V with a line through it. It looks like a bull kind of facing sideways.
Yes. Where is it? Are you on the Wikipedia link?
Yeah, it says ancestral. It's in stylistic variants.
Okay, hold on. Which one is it?
Here, I'll get the link.
Ancestral.
Yeah, ancestral.
Yes. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Is that pronounced Paleo?
Hold on.
I don't know if that's old enough.
Yeah, Paleo Hebrew, and then Phoenician and Aramaic.
Hold on. I'm looking for it. No, that is not the one I'm talking about.
I'm looking at it.
Maybe John's right. Maybe it is the last. Is it top?
I don't know where you guys. I don't know where you guys are looking at. I'm looking at towards the top of the page to the right.
Top of the page to the right.
I put the link to where we were looking. I'll go to the top though.
The one that I saw was now there's no proof of this, obviously, other than researchers scholars that are looking into the ancient Hebrew writings, how they wrote their letters. But the one that I saw, this letter literally looked like I could draw it out. Hang on a second, and I'll do just that. That'll be fun, because I'm not seeing it here.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing.
Let me pull up my paint program.
What's the name? What name are you? You don't see none of these letters talks about what you're.
All right, I'm looking at all of them now. Hold on.
Well, the one that Sash gave me, they have it in alphabetical order. I don't know if that's. I don't know. Where's Reuben when you need him? For God's sake.
The closest one. The closest one that comes close to it would be the Phoenician. I believe it's Aleph. Thank you. Which is interesting, because in Hebrew, when spoken, I believe that letter is always silent, which is also really, really interesting. But if I'm not mistaken, but hold on, I'm gonna pull up. You guys go ahead and talk for a minute. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about, and then if you come across it, then you'll know what I was referring to. I'll do it in my paint program, and then I'll share the screen with you.
All right.
And it's just a real simple.
Have y'all heard of the similarities between like some of the Indian languages in Paleo Hebrew, like Native American languages?
Yes, I have. Sorry.
There used to be this stone that people used to point to and say that the Hebrews started in America because there was Paleo Hebrew on it, but now people say that that's not true, that somebody faked it. But the whole argument was that they couldn't figure out if it was Paleo Hebrew or Native American languages because they looked so similar.
Well, Cerberus, what's up, man?
No, not much. This is a lot quieter than I thought it was going to be. Like
All right.
Raw kind of just got in here, so things are just.
Yeah, there was no topic really. It was just
Okay.
random.
Okay. Let me.
You're coming in at a good time, Cerberus. You're coming in like the first inning here.
Yeah, we're in round one. The bell in round one hasn't even rung yet.
I'm still trying to get over this bull thing here.
All right. Here's. Okay. Let me share this real quick. Sorry for my.
I'm gonna have to turn on my camera.
All right. Hold on. I'm coming back. Okay. I'm getting it set up. Share screen. I'm on my laptop. Everything's slow.
I'm a mute so y'all don't have to hear me coughing.
Okay, I think I have to turn my camera on. There's my ugly face. Hi guys. Okay. Infinite regress. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay.
Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Point. Get out of there. Get out of there. Just get out.
That does look like
Can you see it?
Taurus.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. It looks like
It's got
Taurus.
like it's like, and what's interesting about that is the whole. I think it's pronounced. Is it Mazzaroth?
That's
In other words, what is it?
Hold on.
Where they're talking about the stars?
I don't know.
In Hebrew, the traditions where they, I might be saying it wrong, but anyway, apparently God.
It doesn't reflect any of the letters in the alphabet, though.
Yeah. I
Well, no. What it talks about is that the heavens declare His glory, and it's actually that the whole story, okay, in the heavens, represented in the stars, are telling the story of everything God's doing.
Oh, yeah, you get the whole Zodiac. You can see the whole redemption story in there.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, but it's not zodiac. It's called, in the Hebrew they call it something else, and I can't think of what it's called right
Well,
now.
it's just astrology in general, like, because that's what the Greeks were doing it. Everybody was doing it. Like they just
Right.
said, like they had different stories. Like the Greeks would say that the bird was a regular bird, and it was the bird that gave Zeus its lightning bolts. But in other cultures, it would be a phoenix in the sky.
Okay, but here, follow me on this. Now, let's say, can you still see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say that those 8 that came off the boat. Okay, here. Oh, no, this is gonna be fun. Noah's Ark. Okay, I'm drawing Noah's Ark really crappily. Okay, it lands on the mountain. That looks like a spaceship.
Like a
doesn't
fucking UFO. Noah's UFO.
Now,
No, that makes a
Now,
lot more
hold
sense
on,
now.
hold on.
The flood was outer
Hold on.
space.
okay, now eight people.
That's how
Okay,
I fit.
and
That's how I
here
fit so
comes-
many animals on there. It was a spaceship.
Here comes Noah. Okay, now watch this. Okay, Noah's coming off. Okay, the other 7, I don't know what they're doing. Okay, but here comes Noah. All right, he does something traditional. He starts making an altar out of natural stones, like they would do. Okay. Now, meanwhile,
Well,
I guess
they use acacia trees too, right?
the other, whatever. Hold on, bear with me. Natural stones. He builds an altar. First thing, now this is scriptural. First thing he does. Now here comes the animals marching down. Okay, and remember in the story, God said, take 7 of the clean. Okay, and they knew about clean back then, so they were sacrificing what God was talking to them personally, apparently, before the flood.
Mhm.
And they knew what was an acceptable sacrifice and what wasn't. That's a reference back to Cain and Abel, okay? Cain brought vegetables, whatever,
They
fruits, things
sacrificed
like
7
that.
animals. They sacrificed 7
What
animals.
if the clean was
Oh,
in a sexual nature? The animals he hadn't had sex with, because it was okay to have sex with animals at this time, right? Because there was no Leviticus.
Right. There was no Levitical priesthood yet. Okay, so here comes a bull, okay?
Uh-huh.
Right? Follow me on this. Okay, this is a stick bull.
Why the
Okay.
hell the animation?
All right. Now hold on. I'll try to make it better. Look like a bull.
What's
There
the
we
point
go.
with the animation? I don't...
Because it's fun. I'm having fun. Is that all right? But anyway, here. Now notice his head. Okay. Notice his head. Okay. The first. Let's give him a tail.
Oh God.
The first thing Noah does Number one is offers a sacrifice. I
Okay.
believe it was a bull.
So then,
Okay.
well, here's my question. Okay, I have a quick question.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
There's only two of kind. So wouldn't this animal now be extinct?
No, it was 7. And they
Yeah,
were
so
on the
7
ark
animals are now
for a
extinct.
year.
No, he's saying if there's only 2 bulls on the ark, one's male and one's female, and you kill the male.
No, there were 7. There were 7 of the clean, 2 of each.
Yeah, but we don't know 7.
Okay.
It could be 7 clean animals, and not 7 clean of
Well,
the same.
the bull would have been a clean one. We
Okay,
eat
so
steak today, and it's
But
kosher.
you don't understand what I'm saying. How many
Okay.
how many of each animal went on the ark?
7 of each clean went on.
So there were
That's
7 bulls. You're saying there were 7
yeah.
bulls?
Of 7 males and 7 females, actually. 7
Isn't the story
sheep,
2 of it?
7 sheep, huh?
But isn't the story 2 of every kind went on the ark?
Well,
Not-
it says in one chapter it does say that, and in the next one it expounds on it and explains that the clean animals there was actually 7 of each, male
Well, let
and
me
female.
ask you this:
So 14 of that kind went on.
is there not more than one kind of animal considered clean besides a bull?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
They're lambs, goats, the other whatever. I don't know exactly what they are. I'd have to look it up.
All right, so follow me here. Follow me here. It's
Anything with non-cloven.
So follow me here. So when it says 7 clean animals, it doesn't necessarily mean 7 bulls. It can be just 7 clean animals, right?
Right. Now
So it could
I'm
be
just
one goat. It could be one goat, one bull.
yeah. So this could have been a ram. It could have been a bull. I don't know, but it looked to me like it was a horned. It's definitely the first letter in the ancient Hebrew. Okay, the first letter looks like when you find the oldest known writings of it, it'll look like this. Now, what we have today is what you put up with the Wikipedia, and it's changed, and they don't really know exactly what the first drawings were that represented letters. Actually, we don't have any representation of it apparently.
I got you, Rob. I don't.
You see what I'm saying? So it's interesting to me that the first thing he does is sacrifice an animal to God. Why? Because he made it. The spaceship landed, right? And I like the whole spaceship idea because you know what? That would have been like a spaceship to them.
I don't think.
But anyway.
But I don't think you follow me. I'm trying to press this a little bit here. Okay. About the animals. If he sacrificed a bull, then the bulls cannot procreate because we don't know if there was 7 bulls or it was just 7 different kind of clean animals.
Would a bull remain clean after he inseminated a female?
It was actually 7 each.
I
of the clean.
It doesn't say that.
I'll have to look it up and I'll find it where it does.
Okay, let's do
but
that.
But I'll look it up.
Before Leviticus, so that when they say clean animals at this time, it probably means animals that have not been fucked by humans.
That's very possible. I mean that happens here. That happens here in this country, in Tennessee.
That wouldn't make Noah very righteous now.
Well, I mean, the laws, they weren't there yet. It was fine at that time.
Noah's gross.
7 each, okay, male and female. So there would have been 14 rams, 14 lambs,
I've never
14
read that.
bulls. Okay.
Let's go to the story. What is it, Genesis 6?
All right, hold on. I'll have to. Now I got. I didn't know I'm coming into a Bible study. Good grief, guys.
Come on.
All right, let me.
I have to press this issue now because I want to know.
I want to know. All right, is my screen share off? Were you guys actually watching me draw that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's
Yes.
kind of cool.
You were torturing me.
All right, find out where it talks about God giving him instruction on what to bring on the ark.
You want to bring to the we're looking
532.
verse 19.
Hold on.
Genesis 6:19.
It does. Oh, it says 7.
Bingo.
Okay, where?
Well, it's in Genesis 7:2-3.
Oh,
You shall
Genesis 7 you're in now? Okay, oh,
Yeah,
well,
and
that's
in Genesis 6 it says 2.
right.
Right.
It's
Right.
like
Generically.
it says, "You shall take with you every clean animal by sevens, a male and his female, and of the animals you are not clean, 2, a male and his female."
Right. So it just expanded on it, explained it more.
So that you can stack a few when you get off the boat.
Well, they had to eat. Now think about
Okay.
they're on there for a year,
That
so
makes sense.
they don't have refrigeration.
Not a year, just 40 days.
No, it was a year. The waters were on the face of the earth a year.
Wait, what about 40 days, 40 nights?
Well, that was just when he flooded it. That's how long it took to flood it. It rained 40 days and 40 nights, and they opened up the springs underneath. There was some sprinkler system he had going on.
Have you heard?
Apparently.
In the story, it says the mountains were brought below the water, right? Or like the mountains were pulled down or something, and then at the end they're pulled back up.
Well, it doesn't say they're pulled down. It says that the waters. All it says is this. It doesn't say that he had an elevator system on the mountains going down and then they went back up. But what it says is that it cleared the top of the highest mountains at that time by so and so.
But then the mountains rise out of the water in the end, right?
Well, the waters recede, so yeah, you could say that.
Oh, I thought
would
the
look
Bible
like.
said that.
No,
I was going to tell you something that somebody had told me recently, that it's possible that he flowed out into the ocean, and that's what he was talking about, because he flowed. The mountains go down into the water, and then they come back up whenever he comes back. And to him, it would have seemed like the mountains went into the water and then came back out, but really he went into the ocean.
That's a great point. That's a great point. And if everybody that was alive, if you're going to believe the biblical story of when it, that only a certain amount of people were on the planet at that time, then yeah, that's viable. But I think some people see evidence of an earthly flood, but who knows?
The end of the Ice Age, I think, is I don't think it would have been a global flood, but I do think there would have been floods on different parts of the planet at different times. As each hemisphere was exposed to the sun, there would have been different floods on different parts of the planet.
And this is why you get the different.
It wasn't the Ice Age, though. Wasn't the Mediterranean basin flooded at that time?
No, the Mediterranean basin was like somewhere around 45 million years ago.
According to who?
Geologists.
Right.
Well, that's a little older.
And when did they write that paper? I'll be right.
When the Mediterranean flooded? I don't know. I've heard that when I was in middle school.
Yeah.
Right. I know. We've all heard it. I'm just making fun of it. That's all. I'm going to get something to drink. I'll be right back, guys.
The Black Sea flooded around 8,000.
Oh yeah, and it got as big as it is today. I forgot. Yeah, all those oceans used to be small, or seas used to be smaller.
Not just that they used to live there on where the seas used to be.
Yeah, they used to salt mine. The Romans used to salt mine out of the Mediterranean.
Mhm.
Well, I could imagine if any one of these seas dried up, right, and then say it dried up for a generation, and then suddenly it came back. That would be like a flood.
Yeah.
And all the people lived there. That was the whole world. All the people that mattered.
Right.
All the people that were involved in the Bible. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I remember reading a paper that sea level pre 12,000 years ago to around 8,000 years ago, there's about a 300-foot difference in sea level.
And it actually was higher for a little while. If you look at, there's archaeology in Australia where they have the top of mountains. There's certain caves where they can see where the water level was up to there.
Oh, Canada's still rising because of the ice is off of it. You can see the shoreline changing if you go up there to the it's Hudson Bay, the very top of Canada.
I'm back. Canada.
Yeah.
Isn't the Noah flood it happened around 4,000 BC?
I think it would have been 8,000 or 10,000, and they would have it just got pushed forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows?
So, when do you think it happened, Raw?
Well,
do you believe in that the Earth is 6,000? I mean.
Well, I'm kind of weird about that. I don't. I put it this way. I always ask this question, and I guess some would say gap theory, but how long was Adam and Eve in the garden before they got booted? You know, doesn't say. So, but it does prior to that say that God, you know, created this garden, and he got real specific where he put it, and apparently now in one of the rivers is dried up, or some say it never existed, but I don't believe that. I think it did. But obviously the other ones that are mentioned are with us today, or at least they're known of, you know, in Mesopotamia. But how long ago? How long was Adam? You know, God created the garden, created the earth, put the garden on earth, and then they get kicked out of the garden sometime later, and we don't know when.
But I'm saying, where do you place the flood at? Not necessarily creation. So I mean.
Well, I would place it where a young Earth creationist would place it. Okay.
Like 4000 BC, around there.
Yeah, see, I believe that the time clock started ticking the day they got kicked out of the garden. Okay, and Adam lived 900 and whatever years, and so if you go back and add all those up, you can come up to a pretty close number.
Do you think fire could be the tree of life?
You mean in the garden?
Yeah, like that. Now we eat cooked food, and it completely changed the entire way we do things, and we would have learned how to differentiate between good burning and bad burning, and being hurt and using it for good things.
The tree of knowledge, you mean?
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The thing that got him kicked out. Whatever got him kicked out.
The tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
No, yeah. I think it was an actual tree, and it had some fruit on it. I don't know what it was.
Have you heard the ancient Egyptians say that the tree of life was or again, I guess the tree of knowledge, sorry, was the acacia tree, and the acacia tree actually has DMT in it, which if you were to light the acacia tree on fire, and they say this might be the burning bush. Also, there's scholars that will say that Moses might have got the burning bush and it was an acacia tree. They say like that might have been the whole thing that happened.
Yeah, and, but so Moses was just hearing voices?
Well, no. He was on. he was
hallucinating, man.
Yeah, he was on DMT.
Okay. Did he hallucinate them out of Egypt?
He hallucinated
and wrote down those
to get out of Egypt.
5 books.
What happened with Egypt was he had an identity crisis. He was raised in the house of the Pharaoh and he was a Hebrew. All right, so he watched Hebrews working as slaves, even though he was above them, right? And then so one day he goes and kills a slave driver, right, and buries him in the sand. And all the Hebrews are like, oh my God, that's a down ass motherfucker. Like he'll kill one of them for us. And he's like, yeah, I'm Hebrew. I identify with that. Finally, I'm with my people. And then Aaron capitalizes on that and says, yeah, I can speak to God for you. And then they get out of Egypt.
Okay. Who walked him across the Red Sea then?
Wait, the Red Sea or the Reed Sea?
Exactly. See, that's the other thing.
Do you think the Garden of Eden could be like a forest? Like way back in our history, we kind of like left the forest, if you're evolutionarily speaking, and went to the plains.
I actually think I know what forest it might be. I'll get a link. The Congo Basin.
Do you think the Garden of Eden could be relating to the Congo Basin, like a jungle type environment, and then they went out and started farming, basically?
Well, see, I believe in the Pangea theory that at one time on Earth, if makes me want to get my paint program back up, but I won't bore you with that. My bad drawing. But I believe that there was an island in the midst of just this vast water that surrounded it in the beginning. That was kind of like an eyeball,
right, I put a URL. There's a where the Nile goes down into Africa. It goes straight in the middle of Africa and creates an oasis where these animals don't even have to compete for food at all. And I think that might have been the Garden of Eden. And the animals there, every year they come together to eat these rotting fruits and to get drunk. The animals all come together to get drunk.
But see, the problem with that is it gives specific junctures and gives specific rivers that are in the northern part, apparently, of what is now Mesopotamia. Okay, in between the Tigris and the Euphrates. And I forget the other two. There's 4 rivers that are mentioned.
You don't think it's possible that since the beginning of time, maybe we mislabeled one of those?
No, I don't think that. I think that we've made a lot of mistakes translating certain things from the original writings to English, and that's unfortunate. But I think.
But I'm saying, like,
I think that if we had the complete original text, that it would pretty much be somewhere in that area that they are describing.
If Adam was the first man and nothing was really written down until Moses, you don't think there's a possibility that maybe he got the wrong river?
Well, who's to say that there weren't other things written down? You know,
yeah, maybe.
I would say that they were writing things down.
I would say the names of the rivers have changed anyway. They've changed.
Oh yeah, rivers move.
People conquer them and rename things too.
I'm actually going to say it's the Indus Valley. That's what my money's on. It fits the description a lot better.
I would tend to believe, and now this is just me.
What valley? I'm sorry, what valley?
That actually, the Indus Valley civilization. That is where a lot of stuff started.
in my opinion, it's the center of it would be. This is my opinion, okay? Would the center of the garden, the ancient Garden of Eden, would be the Mount of Olives. That's my opinion. Based on its importance, found what happened there during the time of Christ. That's where I believe it is.
And it's just like dried up now or something, and it became like Middle Eastern instead of a garden?
Well, in a spiritual sense, I think it's still there. So you got to ask yourself, when God placed that cherub to guard the way to it, I believe he was talking about something we don't understand.
And only a mouse can enter, right?
It was another, I believe it was another dimension, but it was here. But the area that it is in, I believe that's what's important about that Mount Moriah and that all the hills right there that are surrounding Jerusalem. And I believe it's right there where everything happens. I think God is an artist. I think he's a mathematician. I think he's all the above. I think he started it there and he ended it there. Remember, he said, I'm going to do a short work on the earth, okay? And we just assume that it's somewhere else. It makes more sense to me that it's the very place where the temple was and where Jesus was and where he was crucified and where he prayed in the garden and where they would where he got arrested.
We've never really been banished
from that dimension.
We just destroyed it, maybe, or something.
Adam and Eve.
You're saying? I mean, I'm not saying I completely agree with this. I'm just saying I don't know how to refute it because I don't know where the garden is.
Well, I'm speculating too. I can't prove anything I'm saying. I'm saying, to me, in a spiritual sense, the thing that makes the most sense is that when Adam and Eve were in that Garden of Eden, they were literally in what I would consider a different dimension that we cannot see. I believe it's still there. I believe that it's guarded by that same angel or the cherub right now. And when they left, they stepped out of it and into this physical realm we call our existence now.
So,
and it's in that spot.
The cherub is like a Stargate?
Yeah.
No, he was more of a guardian of the Stargate.
Oh, right.
Eden could also have just been flooded, right?
It's an UFO.
Wiped off of Earth, basically.
Oh yeah, it could be at the bottom of a sea somewhere.
It could be.
Now,
yeah.
Now think about this. That area. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Think about this. This is just another thought. Okay, God cursed the earth, right, at that time, because of Adam, for Adam's sake. So when they stepped out, when they were kicked out of the protected, perfect little garden there that God had created, this what I believe was another dimension, okay, but exists simultaneously in that area. What did they step out into? A dry, barren, hard to grow food area.
Do you think that the Canaanites could be the descendants of Cain?
Hard to grow food. They grew food, and then you had to grow food back then. They've never grown food in their lives.
Who's never grown food?
The people. Food is just grown. They
Oh
suddenly
yeah, in the garden it was just there, and then they learned how to farm when they walked
Right.
out.
I'm talking about when they got booted. That part of the curse that was
Who taught them?
scripturally.
Who taught them to farm?
Like they just knew to pick up seeds before they left the garden. Let's just grab all these seeds.
Well, I think that they, God's, again, how long was Adam? How smart was Adam? I think Adam was very smart, very educated, knew how to do a lot of things. Okay, let's face it.
Do you think Adam could have been a
Why do we
hermaphrodite?
assume that he was stupid and didn't know how to do anything? I mean,
Do you think he could have been a hermaphrodite?
Wait, I actually have a good clue saying he wasn't that smart.
Yeah.
However millennia he was stuck in the garden, he spent that time naked, and I don't know if you've ever been naked in the woods, but you get scratched, you get holes in your feet. It's not comfortable. And it took him that long to figure out, oh wait, I need clothes.
No, he was covered in hair.
well, I heard it said by Ruben, who's in the chat over here, that, and he's typing away, and I apologize, I'm not reading all of it, Ruben. I'm sorry, but
He says Noah traditionally was in the genealogy, would be about 2500 to 2200 BCE, the flood. So my question, if there's only 8 people left, it's only 4,000 years ago. I mean,
okay.
How much time do you need to repopulate the earth?
That sounds like a small flood of some people that didn't really know what was going on in the world.
Well, let's face it. Population growth becomes exponential at some point.
But where's the?
How many babies are being born right now?
But where's
how
the
many
record?
are being conceived right now?
But where's the record of the flood in Egypt? Where's the record of it?
Exponential growth only happens with resources unlimited, basically. You can transport them. Babies aren't dying left, right, and center. Animals aren't being slain for no reason. Sacrificed. Wars, aren't happening like crazy. This was all happening back then. This was no exponential growth back then.
Well, you were talking about the time between the flood and the Tower of Babel, right? Isn't that what we're talking about? Trying to estimate how many people were alive according to the scriptures, sticking to the scriptures. So how many people would have been dispersed? You know what I mean?
Not like millions or anything.
I don't know. It's a good question. I've heard it asked before.
8 people, they would have to be getting pretty busy and then telling their kids like, "Hey, I know you're 8, but get to it."
And it'd be incest too. Right in the beginning, wouldn't it be incest?
Well, they had multiple wives. Okay, for one thing. And they had big families. I'm sure.
We're forgetting something. We're forgetting something. If you only have 8 people,
right,
even if they're not related, even if they're separated by a bunch, 8 people will eventually lead the whole group to become sterile. So.
No, not necessarily, because we're talking about these are part of the original first people. Okay, so I would agree that there were not very many people before the flood. Okay, on the planet, I don't think there was that many. I really don't. But after, now God blessed them. Remember, He said, "Be fruitful." He said something. Remember, and he said something earlier, and the whole universe appeared. And the world appeared, and the dry land appeared when he spoke, and he said, "Be fruitful and multiply." Now that's a command. He gave a command. Okay, a spiritual, powerful being gave a spiritual command that interacted with this physical world we exist in.
And then there was some
So how many
Octomons.
kids were they having? You know what I mean? Was it 100 kids? 100 kids per family? I don't know.
Well,
You
we
know?
do know because it's written in the Bible.
Yeah, I'm looking at Genesis chapter
It
10.
says how many.
It starts the nations descended from Noah.
Yeah,
Well, think
there's
about this: how many
about
Hebrews has there ever been since the recorded, event that Moses suggested happen? So add them all up, and these are just from one man
We can't
and
even
one
find
woman.
a Hebrew like homeland yet. Like we found some stuff in Israel, but like we haven't even. I don't even know if we can like say
What
how
do
many
you mean
there've
you
been.
can't find the Hebrew homeland?
Like, have you found a place where they're not worshiping any god besides just Yahweh, and it's not the same Yahweh as the Canaanite Yahweh?
I think that's being a little short-sighted, don't you?
Well,
to
I'm
say
not
that
saying that we. I'm not saying that
they
won't
don't
find
know
it.
where Jerusalem is.
No, not that they don't know where Jerusalem is, but they don't know where have they found a holy city of Jewish faith that wasn't built in like before Jesus, like after Jesus. I mean, there's no like ancient Hebrew city where they were making stars of David and stuff. Like where's David's kingdom?
Well, I think it's obvious where it is, but there's speculation. Some say that the man never existed. Okay, but if he didn't exist, what is this thing happening over there right now?
No, I'm just
And
saying.
who are these
No,
people?
and I'm just saying we
And
can't
and
we
what-
can't say how
what
many
is-
Jews there have been since the beginning because we don't even know this stuff. So I don't know either. I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna assume that for sake of conversation, that he existed and that so did Moses. Otherwise, we got nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I'm just saying we can't say how many Jews there have ever been. That was my point.
Yeah, there
Okay.
isn't an unadulterated culture that's just Jews.
Well, you went straight away to
Yeah,
maybe
they-
they don't exist. What
No,
I was
not that
talking
they don't
about
exist.
is
I
how
think,
many of them have there been?
and I don't know because we can't even identify them as a singular culture. They seem to be part of Canaanite tradition.
Okay.
You want to know that? Okay, Adam and Eve then were Jewish because they had Cain, right? And Canaanites were Jewish.
Say again?
Adam and Eve are Jews. Hebrew.
No.
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 They're not. So when did they become Hebrew?
Abraham.
Abraham.
Okay, so
when God.
Canaanites.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why did they call this whole population the Canaanites? Wasn't Cain what the first or second kid born? Like,
No. That's a different Cain. That's a different Cain. The Canaanites that were in the land you're talking about, with all the ites, the 7 tribes of ites that were pushed out.
Canaan was one of the sons of Ham.
Right. Which was the son of Noah.
Right.
No,
it
So
Canaanite.
that
so that's where
Cain,
Canaanites come from.
that Canaan, not Cain. So
I didn't know that.
remember, the rest of those people are dead. Okay, so we're dealing with those 8. And if you go, and it's interesting, we had this conversation the other night. If you go and look at the names given according to the scriptures,
I'm looking at them now.
okay, a lot of these ancient names are ancient known names that exist today, that if you went to these countries, if you went to Egypt, they would say, yeah, the original ancient name, if I was to say it in English, would be something like Mizram. And
I find it interesting though. They name all the sons of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, but they don't name how many females or any names of any females in this list.
Because they're not
the whole
people.
Bible looks like that.
Yeah, that's property.
rabbit hole.
Property.
Uh-oh.
Whoa! What the?
Wow, is that right by your house?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay. Happens here too, man. I get planes buzzing my head.
Did you get the phone? No comment. Yeah.
I was outside doing a hangout the other night.
How is Jesus descendant from David if he doesn't have a dad?
He does have a dad.
Well,
What do you
Joseph, he has Joseph, but Joseph isn't part of his like DNA.
Well, God is his dad, his father.
Okay, so is Mary part of David's family then?
I think that both of them are. Even though he was a surrogate stepdad, you could call him, if you follow their lineage, I believe that they're all connected through that lineage, all the way back to Adam. But obviously, we all, if now I'm gonna say if, okay, I hate saying that word because it's so abused.
Well, no, but you have to say it because the land of Nod and stuff.
Right. If the scriptures are absolutely correct, and there was a first Adam. Okay.
Did you say if?
Yeah, why not? I don't have a problem saying it.
In the Bible,
I believe it was, but a lot of people don't. For the sake, I'm playing devil's advocate. For the sake of those that don't believe it, if the scriptures are correct, and there was this mud formed clay, and God blew into it in one day, and Adam stood up, a grown man, in the Garden of Eden, and then got kicked out. Okay, his descendants, yes, they go all the way through the promise of, you got to look at what God said to Eve, that through thy seed, okay, I'm gonna put enmity between thy seed and the seed of the serpent, right?
Yes.
And he's what's going to be the result of that? He's going to bruise his heel. Whose heel? The seed of Eve. His seed, her offspring, is going to get his heel bruised, which is interesting because I'm sure that those spikes that the Romans used. Well,
I wouldn't say that's interesting. I'd say that's a pointless pointless detail.
Well, I'm not done yet. Okay.
It might get.
Interestingly enough, okay, if you walk through, I think it's a good point because we walk a lot higher than a snake. Okay, if you walk and get bit, you're going to get bit somewhere around the leg or the ankle. Okay,
not snake. Anyway, okay.
Right, but he's going to, in the process of killing or destroying or crushing the head of this snake, he's going to bruise his heel. Now that could say that the snake bit him, or that's how hard he came down on his head, that it bruised the bottom of his heel. Think about it. So it's going to bruise his heel to do it, but the end result is he's going to be crushed.
Does this sound like Cancer and Hercules at all to you?
Well, the whole gospel story is right there in the very beginning.
Well,
there too.
I have a problem, Rob. It's like the same thing with assuming that the serpent is Satan when it doesn't say that, and we're just speculating that what enmity between Eve and the snake or whatever, it was Jesus.
I think there's many references in the scripture, countless actually, that would point to the fact that old serpent, Lucifer, the devil, they're all tied together. That you could point back and say that indeed that he was in that being of whatever kind of being that was, that had its legs removed and is now on its belly eating dust for the rest of its days, was Lucifer indwelling that creature. Okay?
Who says that?
The scriptures do.
Right, I guess. I can't deny that, but I don't think it does.
Actually, it does. It says that you'll crawl on your belly from now on and eat dust.
No, but it doesn't say, like, this is Satan, and it just says a certain serpent came to them in the garden and tricked Eve.
Well, it does. All through, he's referred to throughout the scriptures.
Well, isn't
that old serpent the devil?
Yeah, and the next time they use it, aren't they talking about like a town or something? Like the next time they talk about it, and they say Satan and everything, like they're talking about a people, not a concept.
Satanville?
No,
what are you talking about?
No. Whenever they're describing Satan, when the Bible describes Satan, it's not describing a being; it's describing a population of people.
Because Rob, I could say, about Rob, about when Moses turned the stick into a snake. You gonna tell me that was Satan?
Well, no.
But I'm saying using that kind of that logic, because it says serpent in one part of the Bible, that it means it, in the Garden of Eden. So I could say, well, if serpents are snakes in the Bible, then Moses turned the rod into the devil.
I'm not saying that. Put it this way. Okay?
Good point.
I think this. Okay, first of all, that we don't look correctly at what's occurring here. Okay, we're not looking at it from the outside. It looks like a fable, a myth, an old wise tale. Okay, a good campfire story from ancient goat herders.
Or as some people read the stars and wrote it down.
Right, or it happened, and that's something to consider, because if it did, and you take a serious look at it, it begins to make sense.
Well, the thing is, for the Christian, it has to have literally happened, or else Christianity, then there's no reason for Christ. So in a sense, it has to be literal for the Christian, right?
Well,
yeah, because the original sin.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the religious Christian, yeah, it has to be.
No, I mean for the theology to work. I mean for the theology to work. You know,
right.
to even need Jesus, even Jesus, the story has to be literal.
Well, absolutely, and that's why I'm a literalist.
Okay.
Okay. So, but I'm not saying the Bible is without allegory either.
I wanted to ask then, before the flood,
I'll be right back.
I was just reading. There were angels that were coming down and screwing humans, right? Like taking them against their will and having babies with them, right? And making half gods. Was this happening? This is what my parents believe. They're Pentecostal, right? And they're telling me this, and I'm like,
oh, cool. Okay.
They made like giants, I guess, or not giants.
Well, it says that it said that they became. It gave them a name, and in the Latin translation, it does translate into giants, and then you've got the story later on after the flood, after that there was some tampering apparently too, and you've got the story of these giant men that were in the land of that what God was promising them. And they even came back and said, "Hey, we're grasshoppers in their sight," you know. And then there's the story of later on of Goliath, right? So,
right. So this
yes,
is always happening. Okay,
has
so
it always been happening? Yes.
How do these people come into existence?
Through tampering.
Can I explain something in history that happens that is kind of like shows how Christians try to like make things fit where they don't? Like when they found the woolly mammoth bones for the first time, they thought they found giants, and they actually arranged the bones to look like a human and put the tusks on the shoulder, and they thought it had ivory shoulders. But because they wanted so hard to believe that they were giants from the Bible and they had discovered them, but then they found out that it's a woolly mammoth.
But at the same time, they're let's face it, okay.
I'm talking what type of tampering?
You're talking what?
What type of tampering? You just say tampering.
From beings that left their former estate, according to the scripture.
Okay, so what are these beings?
These beings are the sons of God that rebelled against God, that we refer to in English as angels.
Are they angels? Are they demons? They both?
Well, see there now you're talking about, I think, two different things.
Some people, if they rebelled from God, they would be classified as demons, right? The ones
not necessarily. Some think that these beings that were created, okay, this is out in left field, but it's speculation on many scholars have said something similar to this, and I think it's close to the truth. I don't know if it is exactly the truth, but think about it. We have a soul as human beings, right? And if you believe the scriptures to be true, okay, but these beings that were being manipulated, that were hybrids, you could say, half angel, half flesh, half spirit being, half physical being with a soul that God had created. Now, when they were born, what kind of soul did they have? And when they died, their spirits became the demons. Now angels are something altogether different. This is the actual ones that rebelled, and we don't know how many actually followed this angel that we refer to in English as Lucifer. Apparently, it was a third of them.
Of how many? Of 1,000?
Exactly. We don't know. We don't know. Because apparently this spirit world, because God's a spirit, right? We don't understand that world. We understand the physical world. We don't understand this other, seems like another dimension, okay, of beings that we cannot see unless God lets us see them.
Or they're
Okay? Or well, they'd be aliens to us.
they could be anything, or they could be hallucination, right?
They could be anything. Is a good, I think, is a fair statement. But I believe, and this is me, I believe they're literally the first created beings of the God that created everything. And as soon as they were created, they saw his face. They knew him. They knew everything about him. They were privileged in that way. The Bible says something interesting.
This is before time?
As we know it, yeah.
So
before the physical universe, you could say. So in other words, this eternal.
So they are spiritual too.
This other realm would be eternal, okay? Because the Bible speaks of eternity past. We're living now, right now, on this speck of time we call, we think that 13.2 billion years is a long time. To an eternal, infinite being, that isn't even a hiccup or a wink. So it's relative. It's not even significant.
Okay, so the spirit beings can transform themselves into or manifest themselves as physical beings then.
Yes. Yes. The ones that left their former state. In other words, their former state was in obedience to the commander-in-chief, which would be their maker.
Okay, according to
the king of the universe, we'll call him. Okay.
Yeah, these would be the demons then.
They would be the angels that procreated with earthbound flesh beings that God created through the Adam. Their hybrid spirit, soul, whatever you want to call it, that would be in their offspring would be the demons, because they have nowhere to go. They're not going to go. They're not going to go to the normal place where a God-given soul's going to go. They're going to go and just roam the earth.
Well, I can't get like a dog and a cat to have a baby. How do you get like an interdimensional spirit being to have a kid?
Well, we're talking about beings that have been around for we don't know how long,
and why don't
have knowledge that we don't know what they have. They could probably do what they want.
We're talking about demons now?
No, we're talking about the fallen angels.
Also, it's complicated. Some of them are AC and some of them are DC.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so whatever you call them, I mean, they were having sex with humans only, not like goats and sheep and making.
We don't know that. I would assume that they were tampering with all of God's creation.
Literally having sex, or just kind of.
I think they were mixing animals together.
Hello,
creating monstrous beings. That's my opinion. That's my speculation. Don't have anything to back it up.
There's evidence of that in Mexico, but around one of the temples they found skeletons of mixed together animals, and there have been theories that the white man was invented that way.
That's interesting.
Put that in there.
That's interesting.
You and your white man.
That's interesting. Have they really? That's
I have a new theory. I have a new theory about your white man. They're actually the Jews and they're stealing everything. How about
that? I don't know. That could be it. But then what about all these other white people out here, like the Masons?
I know, right?
All right, how many people have Hebrew blood in them in the room right now?
I don't know if I do, but
I know Reuben does, who is only chatting.
My grandma's last name is Christensen, and Christians used to be Jews, and my grandma is very Jewish-like.
Demonology. I'm gonna start. You guys talk. I'm gonna pause and read some of Reuben's stuff.
Does it count if my people help the Jews out of Germany? Do I get an honorary Jewish title?
No.
That's another thing. My grandpa's German, and they came over here like around World War II, and they just said they were Irish, and we have the last name Gallagher and stuff. I feel like that might be a lie, because I don't know my family before we came to America. I can't even trace them back like 50 years on Ancestry.com.
Yeah, I can't trace my family back 100 years. So this, like Hebrews, they started writing down their heritages to trace them back. Properly.
Yeah. Which makes the genealogies that seem to be the most boring read the most essential.
But 900 years, I mean, they probably measured years differently than we do now. Like, they probably meant seasons, growing seasons or whatever.
Or even months, possibly.
I think they were the same years.
No. They used moon calendars in most places.
Yeah, same number of days, though. Same number of days.
Oh.
I think it was probably more like 360-day years, and that's pretty close to what we've just for the sake of being accurate, went, okay, we need leap year here, we need leap year, don't need it there.
No, that's not for being accurate. Leap year happened because they oh no, wait, no, that's not what happened. Augustus Caesar, though, the reason that February has less days is because he wanted August to have more days because it was named after him.
Who's to say we haven't slowed down our trip around the sun?
I don't.
And it used to take 300,
They knew that
days.
we went around the sun in 360 days. How could they have known that if they lived in a desert?
Yeah, and they thought the sun went around the Earth.
Yeah, they have a wet and dry season. They wouldn't be able to calculate years.
Okay.
Unless they were astronomers.
Yeah, unless they stopped in Egypt.
Okay, and unless they counted and were looking at something like the stars.
The moon.
Well, and the moon. But think about it. The very reason that's given in the scriptures is that they would be for signs and for seasons. The stars. So they knew what season they were in and how long it took for them to come back around and have that same view of those same stars. Let's face it, they didn't have any light pollution going on back then, unless somebody was having an over-eager bonfire in their backyard. There weren't any street lights going on. There weren't any car lights. At night, they got a full view. They got a full view, so they knew how long. They were counting days. They knew how long a day was, okay, and they knew how many hours approximately. They figured that out. They weren't stupid.
Right, because they invented the hour, right?
Right, and the sundial eventually. So they knew by looking at the stars, just like a sailor knows known stars that are in their proper orbit at a certain time of the year, then they know.
I'm not understanding how they know all this stuff right when they leave the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, without.
I think it was built into them, and as think about it, I think knowledge was lost as they had to use word of mouth and teach, their children. Then it became like stories. Can you imagine their great grandkids?
When were the cave people?
Come on, not even Noah knew where the hell he was going.
Well, follow me on this for a second, okay? Can you imagine
everything?
Imagine the great grandkids of Adam. They're out of the garden. They never saw the garden, and they're like, "Okay, great granddad, you named the animals? Where was this place that you were kicked out of?"
This sounds like a grandpa that just wants to get praised by his children.
At this point, some of them probably were laughing, thinking that great grandpa Adam was crazy.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, now think about it for a minute, because they didn't see it. They weren't in the garden. Only Adam and Eve were in the garden. Okay, when they popped out, then all they got is their word for it, right? That hey, one day this serpent thing walks up to Eve. It had legs at that time. Says, "Hey, take a bite of that tree." That was the one that we were told not to eat, and then. The result is we're out here in this mess, and now that thing crawls on its belly. That sounds like an insane grandfather.
and my heel hurts.
Right? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But what if it's true?
but I mean, what if it was just an old man trying to teach his kids where the world came from and why they lived in such a shitty situation in the middle of the desert where they couldn't grow anything?
I guess my point is this, okay? It's easy just to write it off as insanity and untrue. I'm saying for a second.
No, but no. If we
what if it is?
No, but okay, if it is, then at what point did the people start living in the caves and start making cave paintings and stuff? Like before they started farming? Like where did that happen?
I think that was later on. I mean, you know, once they're out, you know, it's a lot easier to live in a cave than it is to pitch a tent or to build a stick house. I mean, if you saw a cave, you're walking along, you're like, hey, there's a house.
But no, but from what we can see,
you have to get the bears and the bats out.
The people in the caves were hunting, and they didn't have like farms outside their caves.
Well, that's true. Okay, that's true. They were hunter-gatherers in the beginning, and the Bible talks about that. You know, let's face it. When Jacob and Esau were about, he was about, you know, to bless. Isaac was about to bless his firstborn, which he assumed would be the inheritor of the staff and the inheritor of the blessing. He said, "Hey, go out and hunt some of that good deer."
But those are people that had tools. You're talking about people that had like metal tools. I'm talking about people that were banging. They would find one rock that's harder than another rock, and they would bang on a mountainside until they banged a hole into there that they could live in.
Wait a minute now. That's a presupposition thinking that early humans were stupid.
No. That's not stupid.
Now you sound like Sci-Fin in reverse.
Finding that one rock is stronger than another rock, and then being able to spend days and days and days to dig out a hole is not being stupid. That is being smart and being able to think ahead and how to protect your family when there's no other way to do so.
Wait a minute. Now, why do we assume that they were that stupid?
No, that's not stupid. The stupidity is what you're saying. Walking out of the garden just magically like sleeping on the ground while they're farming.
No, not magic. Man, they had the best teacher. Have you ever gone to school? Have you ever gone to college?
No.
Never? Okay.
No,
Anybody?
I can't afford college.
Okay, well, high school, you had good. Yeah. Did you have a good teacher, bad teacher? I had both.
Yeah, I had both too.
I had good teachers that would say that when I walked out of that class at the end of the year, I went, wow, I learned something. And I walked out of another class that year where I went, you know what, that was the dumbest teacher I've ever had. Okay, so now they're in this garden with the creator of the universe for we don't know how long, teaching them things, right?
So you think they came out of the garden with metal tools, and if they didn't, they're stupid?
Cannot presuppose that Adam was stupid.
No, I'm not opposing he's stupid. I'm saying it's very smart to have done this. You're saying if they didn't have metal tools, they're stupid.
I think he knew a lot more than beating rocks together. A lot more. We're talking about the guy that had enough time to name every animal on the planet.
Yeah, he named every animal on the planet. So he
in the garden. In the garden. Hold on. In the garden.
Like,
but there's historical evidence of Stone Age.
Yeah,
okay.
This is Stone Age people.
And how old is it? And now we have to question our ability in science to even date things.
It doesn't matter about dating. There's evidence of people not having metal tools and having to use stones to bang on other stones to get them to break.
I'm not saying that they didn't get stupid later on.
No, this isn't stupidity. This is smartness. They figured it out.
I don't think it's that smart. I'm talking smarter than a rock paper.
Let's do a test here. What stones do you use to make these points, Ra?
Depends, man. Depends on who's in the room. I talk to the level of the room.
Like, I have one more question.
No, I mean like actually making an accent.
You want to elevate the conversation? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just want to know if anyone in here actually knows how to do it, because I know how to do it.
Do what?
Which stones are harder than the other ones? Because actually, yeah, geologists and stuff still use that information. It's not stupidity.
Okay. What I'm saying is Adam knew it when he walked out of the garden. You're saying that they learned it over billions of years.
No, I'm not saying it took time. What I'm saying is, if the Bible's true, if it's true, just like you said, all right, and I'm accepting your premise, then how do these Stone Age people fit in? If they came from the garden.
What Stone Age people?
How long
ago are we talking?
It doesn't matter how long ago, but there's evidence of people that didn't have metal tools and had to bang stones together in order to get other stones to break, and they came before the ones that had the metal tools.
Right, in this cursed land that they were trying to scrape by and survive in. Yeah, I agree.
To me, it sounds like Neanderthals. You know, I don't know.
Well, there are many other tool making ancestors before them.
Well,
J-Dubs, let me ask you, J-Dubs, do you believe the literal story of Adam and Eve?
Yep. Of course.
Okay, so there's a tree of life in the Garden of Eden as well, right?
That's what it says.
Right.
Why didn't they eat of the tree of life? Like even once, just taste the fruit. Why did they taste? Why did they go for the forbidden one right away?
I think, okay, personally,
I think
they were prevented from it, and that was the purpose of kicking them out, lest they would eat of it and then live forever in their fallen
That
state.
was after they ate the first tree. I think Yuri was asking why didn't they eat? Did they ever eat of the other tree before?
The tree that they're allowed to eat from.
I think that they were tempted to eat that one first.
By design?
So original sin isn't the human's fault.
It's original sin came from God. Original sin came from God.
Right. If you could say that.
So is this just a game to him?
Listen.
Wait a minute. Now this is interesting, Rob.
Yes, it is.
Very interesting, Rob.
He's correct. All things were made for his good pleasure, the scripture says.
So it is just a game for him.
You could say that. Just like when you sit down and play a video game, you get pleasure from it, correct?
So God...
And you're king of that video game universe.
So
I don't know if I like that.
You have the control.
God was all-powerful.
The serpent, which you say was Satan, which is a liar and deceiver, actually told the truth.
So wait,
God
likes
has
torture porn on a planetary scale?
No, he didn't tell the truth. He lied.
No, the serpent told the truth.
Listen, he lied. But
he said, if you eat the tree of knowledge of good and evil, your eyes will be open.
Right.
And they were, weren't they?
Right, but he lied as well. See, he twists. If you take something and you twist it out of its original shape, it's not the original truth anymore. It's a twisted. If you take two bars,
he lied because we don't like the results. He lied.
Hold on, you got one bar that's completely perfectly straight. And with our technology today, we could make one pretty close to perfectly straight, say 8 inches long. Now, if you're strong enough, and you get two of them, and you twisted and bent the other one, they'd still both be that same rod, but now one is altered slightly. Okay? So the question should be, what's the purpose of allowing him, this created being you've created prior to this, to alter what you are calling straight?
Why didn't Adam name the snake asshole that you're not supposed to talk to or something like that?
It was by design.
Because that would have been a great name for it, because they would have never ever done this.
It was by design. All of this was permitted for a reason. Okay? God was having kids.
I don't know.
Nobody tried the fruit from the life tree.
I mean, all I can do is try to bring in historical context, but I unless I'm going to try to prove where the garden is or that it doesn't exist, but I can't do either because, I mean, there's no real evidence for it. So, I mean, I don't know. All I can do is say what history says, how this doesn't fit in there.
Well, the thing that you need to think about, and I'll shut up as far as trying to preach to you, but the thing you need to really consider is what we look at reality as, and we just dismiss it as, this is natural. We're on a ball zooming around the universe.
Around an explosion.
Around a thing we're now studying with high-tech cameras. Every day they got them pointed at it, taking pictures, trying to learn.
And there's people on this ball, and they tell you, hey, don't smoke that.
Exactly. This is a trip we're on here, and some could say it. I could say this very easily, that this is a biological spaceship, and we are in some sort of orbit around this galaxy we call the Milky Way, and held here by forces we don't really fully yet understand.
Do you think there could be dinosaurs underground?
Hold on, this we call natural. I say, really? That's just normal? It's national? Or rational? No, it's not. This is insanity. Our reality is bizarre, okay? With a capital B, bizarre. And we just go, oh, yeah, we're zooming around this thing on fire, and it takes 365 days to get around it. We're going about approximately 80,000 miles an hour around this elliptical orbit around this star. Yeah, right.
Hey, don't smoke that.
This is, dude. We are in a Alice in Wonderland video game, and there's somebody that's got the controls, and they're voice activated, going, "Do this."
But is that a hope of yours?
No, I think it's a description of what I believe is probably what's going on. We get pleasure when we play a video game, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean there's someone controlling all of it and that it all makes sense.
Well, you don't control your video game?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead, J-Dubs, I'm sorry.
Real quick.
Good, Jake.
I did. It was just a simple Google search to find this. Why didn't Adam eat from the tree of life? And since Adam, before the fall, was a spiritual being, it wouldn't have affected him the same way as it was human. So that would be the answer.
Anyway.
That makes sense. Yeah, it didn't have their skin on yet.
Why didn't he do it anyway? I mean, okay, he wasn't allowed.
It would be from this answer. It'd be like taking medicine when you don't even need it, when you're not even ill.
You're already eternal.
Like, okay, there's fruit. It's just food to him. How does he know? Like, he doesn't have any knowledge. Right?
I guess God would have just told him.
Yeah, he walked with God on a daily basis.
God told them it was evil, but he told them that they didn't know what good and evil was yet, so just to figure it out themselves.
According to the scripture.
Right, don't you tell your child not to touch the hot stove? You're gonna get burned.
That's right.
I mean, you're gonna have to touch it in order to understand what it even means to burn yourself.
He gave them instructions.
Like,
you can eat of any of the trees in the garden.
That's different.
Except that one.
Your kid is going through the same kinds of experience you did. The Creator has this brand new thing that it kind of needs to teach.
Right, but from Adam was basically, he did only what God wanted him to do. When God said jump, he said how high.
Then why did he eat of the tree?
Because they were.
I guess Eve brought it to him.
The purpose. All things work together for good. The scriptures say.
I mean,
there's a reason for everything. There's a season for everything. It's all around us, man. Think about it. When we look at sex, for example, and we say, we joke about it and stuff, but there's an act that takes place, a desire for both people, hopefully, unless it's abnormal and it's a rape or whatever.
And that's
a man and a woman get together, and then this seemingly magical thing happens. This little thing we call an egg that once a month, happens to be in the right spot in this biological robot we call a human body, okay? And this millions of little sperm swimming whatever things that we call sperm race each other and elbowing each other in the face. If they had elbows, get out of my way, I'm going to make it the egg this time. Have you ever seen that movie with, what's his name, by the way? Where
Look who's talking?
Yeah, that was great, okay, when he was their sperm waiting to be launched.
Yeah.
But think about it. They're elbowing each other, some of them going the wrong direction, some of them their tails are messed up, but they, the one that makes it, he finishes, he runs the race, he makes it, and bam.
And he's a sinner.
We got a new robot. And we just look at that like the planet zooming around the universe and go, that's just natural.
Yeah,
no.
Bizarre. With, a mouse.
They call it the miracle of life, even though it's not religious. Even without being religious.
Hold on. Two separate beings become united and become another being.
And I
that's,
think that
we call
that's
that
the eclipse.
natural.
That's the eclipse. The sun, the moon, and the shadow.
Bizarre, man. We're in God's video game. Wake up.
We're not in a video game.
It happens with all animals, though.
There's not somebody controlling it.
Like, if it happened with just us and no other animal, I could concede your point, Broth. But it happens with everything that we look at. Like, two animals kind of get together and make another one. It happens with one animal sometimes.
It happens with viruses. Viruses, they don't mate, but I mean, they reproduce.
It happens with everything, really. Anything that's alive has to propagate.
No, even dead things, viruses. Viruses aren't alive.
Well, yeah, that's debatable, I guess.
No, they're dead, and they find a host cell and then multiply.
Does that mean Adam and Eve took the red pill?
Yeah.
I could see if it happened with just us, okay, it would be something magical, spiritual, but it happens everywhere.
But why do we differentiate between supernatural and natural?
The real question is,
why do we claim natural and go, we understand that, so that's natural? These things, other things, though, these invisible beings that people talk about, these magical, that have magical speaking powers, oh no, they don't exist. That's the supernatural. You see what I'm saying? Anything that we don't understand, we call that something bizarre.
Well, it's not that we don't understand. If it's an idea that has no impact in any way that's measurable ever,
if it doesn't
then we
affect
call it
reality,
supernatural.
if it doesn't affect reality, then it's not part of it.
Okay, well, at one time it was not reality that we were ever going to ride in a car. If we were lucky to have a camel or a donkey or a horse, other than that, it was our 2 feet.
Okay,
yeah, but a car's not natural.
And these things affected reality, so we can measure them and see them and how they work. But God, we can't, and it doesn't affect reality. Like, it's just like this book.
My point is this: we couldn't. It didn't. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
People had dreams back then, and people have dreams now. So I dream about demons and monsters and aliens and gods and angels.
Have you ever dreamed you could fly?
Yes.
Okay.
Tons of times. I teleport.
That's pretty. Oh, I've had one of those. That's cool.
One of those. So I do it like every second night.
That's
I have
cool.
a disorder, and I get crazy dreams.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. You have the sleeping disorder, right?
Yeah, I don't even bother flying anymore. It takes too long.
I love it. I'd love to have your game program you got in your head.
Well, I could be called like a seer or something because I've seen all this stuff, or shaman, like back then, right? And if I
think you have a gift,
supernatural attribution to these things.
Do you hear me? I don't think you have an illness. I think you have a gift. But that's
like epilepsy's a gift.
I think it's a gift. I really do. And we don't understand it. We'll probably never understand it.
But
it's meant for you to understand it.
It doesn't mean it's magic. It can be great. It can be amazing.
I don't believe in magic. Okay? See, that's one of those derogatory terms that we place on things we don't understand.
Okay, but I mean supernatural. Like, it can be amazing. It can be great. They can be amazing dreams. He can learn things from them. He can teach other people things with them. But that doesn't mean that God gave them to him.
My point is this: we diminish the things that are right in front of our face, and dismiss the things that we can't understand. We say that the things that are just that's nothing. Dude, we're flying approximately. I looked into this one time.
I don't think most of the people in this room do, because John's a deist, and then I think Norse Invasion's Jewish, and then Cerberus is Mason. I'm not sure what Yuri is, and Ruben is.
Okay, but we're live on YouTube.
I'm excited.
We're live on YouTube, and a lot of people could potentially eventually see this hangout.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm talking mostly to them. You got to understand that. I don't mean to talk past you. I enjoy what you're saying. I think this is an interesting conversation. But I'm talking mainly to past everyone, to the people that are going to watch this supernaturally in the future.
Oh, real
you know
quick,
what I'm saying? Through the magic. Now see the terms? Through the magic of YouTube.
I mean, but it's not. It's when I said
1,000 years
magic,
ago,
I meant
if
supernatural.
we were to go back, hold on, 1,000 years ago, we go back in time. The year is 1014. We're standing there talking to these guys saying, hey, man, I got this little plastic thing in front of me. I can talk to anybody instantly, live,
who has
anywhere in the
blasphemy.
world. They're
That's
going
amazing.
to burn you at the stake.
No, it's amazing with or without God.
They're going to burn you at the stake, okay? Because they can't comprehend what you're saying. Because what he just said earlier is true. He teleports in his dreams. We teleport electronically. We're doing it right now. I'm everywhere you guys are at, and you're all where I'm at. Think about it.
So we
You're
omnipresent.
hearing a voice that is in Orlando, Florida. Okay, instantly over these air waves. Now that's interesting subject. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But anyway, it's our voices are being teleported through across the world. If there was anybody in here internationally, then it could go across the oceans even, and it happens all the time. So if you were to tell that person 1,000 years ago this, they would probably kill you. That'll never happen. You're talking like a crazy man. These are goat herder, futuristic. You're a witch. You're a warlock. You're insane. Let's kill him.
Okay, but that's not. I mean, that's different. Like that's not.
Why is it different?
Because that's just something that wasn't invented yet. You're talking about
Right.
The universe can't be amazing without God.
That's right. Eternity future is not here yet. And
Okay.
we are, okay, let's say it happens in 1,000 years.
But why does all this that you're talking about equate to God?
Hold
Why
on,
does God
let
have
me
to be in this
finish my
equation?
analogy. Let me finish my analogy, okay? Let's say that it happens 1,000 years from now. The millennial reign is ended, okay? I'm talking to someone in this time, okay, that doesn't see what I see in the future. And I've come back to tell them that, hey, here's how you get there. And they don't listen to me. Hear what I'm saying. It's important. Okay? I'm not claiming that, by the way. But that's exactly what Jesus did. He said sometime in the future there's going to be this thing called heaven, this kingdom. I want you to be there with me. They killed him. He's crazy, crucified. That's impossible.
But that doesn't mean
you
it's
can't
real.
be the Son of God. That's blasphemy, they said.
It would have been blasphemy.
No, it wouldn't, because it was God in the flesh telling them.
If he could prove
they're right. There is only one God. And there's his son, Jesus Christ. And there's the Holy Spirit. And they're all three the same.
Well, you know, Rob, you know, as a deist, you know, I would, you know, I believe in a creator somewhat, and but at the same time, I guess where we part ways is the dogma of it. That's, you know what I'm saying?
Right on.
I mean, we can all enjoy the world without the Christian God being real.
Nobody says you can't enjoy the world.
No, but you're saying like we just take everything for granted, everybody else besides Christians. But
I mean, as a whole, you know what I'm saying? As a whole of humanity.
I'm just saying because when he said he was a deist, it made me think of that. Like he can appreciate the world just as much as a Christian, and he doesn't have to believe that it's the Christian God.
He can be where he wants to be right now in his belief system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's like levels in a game. You know, once you get to a higher level, okay, you can look back on the lower levels that we were all at one time.
How you know Judaism is not a higher level than Christianity?
Well, that's a good point. Okay, but from where I'm sitting.
Why does it have to be levels?
Well, to make it work, okay?
To what work?
Well, yeah, it does.
I know you want Christianity to be the capstone on the pyramid there.
He's turning mammoths into giants.
Actually, it's not the capstone. It's the cornerstone at the bottom.
I call blasphemy on that.
No, it's the cornerstone.
I call blasphemy.
The stone which the builders rejected. Okay, it has become the head of the corner. It's the
blasphemer.
cornerstone.
Let's crucify him.
Exactly, and you know what? That's coming again. That is coming again. It's here today. As a matter of fact, you go over in Saudi Arabia and talk like me, you're dead.
Okay, but you go over in Pakistan and try to worship your own religion, we'll drone you.
This is true. Well, that's another level of the game.
But it seems like you know like all the answers, or you know a lot, right? How could you be so knowing? Like can't you be
Who, me?
indeterminate about anything? Yeah, like why is there an answer to everything?
Because I'm not here anymore.
Because the Bible does give answers for everything. There's no
Like I said,
and we can do history, but he's just reading the Bible.
I've been sent back 1,000 years in the past to tell you guys to wake up.
What?
The game's almost over. Get in the game.
The game is almost over.
Get in the game.
But what if I told you I found some gold tablets that tell me that I'm supposed to marry a bunch of wives and start getting my own planet and stuff, and I'm gonna call it Mormonism.
Okay. I would say write a really good book. Okay. Over a period of about 1,600 years, use about 40 different authors.
And I'll have a Raw one day.
And you could have like a chapter on Raw. Okay. So you could have a J Dubs.
So that works as historical evidence for you.
Well, you got some writing to do and some time to pass, but and a few
temples, a lot of time,
and a few temples to build.
40 years in the wilderness.
And a few temples
wait. Does that mean I count?
Yeah, you can be in it. We need a Judas. I'm kidding.
But that's not like context for anything real. Like if I just went and wrote that stuff today, it wouldn't mean that any of that's true, and that's like the same as the Bible.
Explain to me what's real.
What's real is, okay, if I wrote about that, and then I said that I performed miracles, and then like I went to jail, and then the State Department had record of me doing miracles in prison.
Okay. I believe you.
Like that would be that.
You got your first convert. Now what?
No, I'm just saying that would be historical context.
Sasha, you would also have to try to break your brother out of prison and fall out of a window and die.
That's right.
Got to be an interesting story.
And be crucified and raise yourself from the dead.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I forgot what I was saying. Now I got stuck in the scenario made, and I don't remember what the point was.
That happened to me earlier. Don't worry about it. I covered by starting to talk about, traveling back in time. So.
I totally forgot what the point was. I just remembered doing miracle. Oh yeah, context. If it's gonna be true, somebody else has to have said it happened besides his friends.
Okay. All right. Well, we got to get our act together before we write the book, right? We have to have an accurate book.
Oh, so we're doing this now because the Bible works. So we're gonna try.
Well, we can't top that, but we can write a bestseller. We can write a bestseller. We're not going to outright the bestseller ever, which is the Bible.
No, it's not.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's actually not.
It is.
The Bridge of Light's the bestseller.
No. The Bridge of Life. Come on.
Bridge of Light.
The Bridge of Light. Okay, who wrote it and when was it written?
It is a retyping of Morals and Dogma.
Okay.
So I guess it also counts Morals and Dogma.
Okay.
And it's also, which was a retyping of the book before it, which I don't remember the name of that.
Okay, that didn't help me believe you much. Sounds like a ancient goat herder story.
No, Morals and Dogma was like 1800s or something.
Think about it. All the same insults that get thrown at Christianity can obviously be thrown at anything. So,
but nobody said that they were stupid goat herders. When I was talking about stones, I thought of that as an intelligent advancement. You were saying no, they weren't that stupid, but like we have historical evidence of yes, at some point they were doing that, and it was an advancement. It was an advancement in history.
Well, yeah, they obviously wrote on walls and caves and did lots of strange things. I mean, they built pyramids.
And like also my favorite
all over the world.
My favorite person in history is Hannibal. He lived 200 years before Jesus, and he killed more people than anybody else in history. Not only will I openly say he was a bad person, like I'm not going to sit here and say it was the best person ever. They didn't do anything wrong. Their morals were absolute, and like they were like I'm not calling them goat herders. It's my
Remind me,
favorite person.
who was Hannibal?
Hannibal was the one that almost destroyed Rome. Hannibal Barca.
Okay, of Carthage?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay. Almost doesn't count, you know.
Wait, what do you mean?
He didn't.
Well, I mean, I didn't say
Rome
he did.
won.
Yeah, yeah. But that's not what I'm saying. My point is that I can look at Hannibal and not call him a goat herder. I think he was a brilliant person, but at the same time, I can look at his morals and not say that they were absolutely proper. I can say he did bad things.
Okay. But we could also, you know, let's talk about him for a minute. I say he never existed.
Why?
I don't believe those people that wrote those history books about him.
Well, I mean, there's more than just that.
What's your evidence? Other than those writings?
Because I'm pretty sure they found Carthage itself. There's ruins, and there's a coin that has.
There's ruins in Greece.
Yeah, but ruins of the things that we know were there. Like
but it could just be a made-up story. I mean, come on, man.
It could be, but it lines up with what we keep
prove
finding.
to me that he actually existed, first of all, and then that he was this great person. You see where I'm going with this?
Prove that he existed. 75,000 Romans died one day.
Okay.
And they
Well, hey man, in my story, my guy walked on the water. Did Hannibal ever walk on the water?
No, but
did he ever calm a storm?
He was too busy murdering people.
Yeah.
Okay. Or raise the dead.
Well, he
heal the
made
blind.
some dead. Made some dead.
Did he ever make a dumb man, deaf man speak or hear? I mean, come on, man. You got to come up with better stories than killing.
Did Jesus do any of those things?
Oh, absolutely.
According to who besides his friends?
Me. According to me.
Well,
I came back 1,000 years to tell you. You just think I'm lying.
No, but I mean,
1,000 years is what you're saying. I'm not going to be around for 1,000 years, so why should I care?
Well, 1,000 years is one day, and one day is 1,000 years.
Oh.
So you were born yesterday.
You have no idea when I was born. Trust me. But my point is this: somebody please Google that Reuben. Is he gone? No, he's here. Save me, brother. Save me, brother, please.
The Google master.
Google, find out how fast the Earth, in relation to the spin and the movement of the Milky Way,
are you trying to say that God's pushing us down?
Is traveling through space. What's our best estimate, man's best prediction of actual speed that we're traveling at?
But
I'm not talking just the
you gotta remember, no single object has speed. It's all relative to another object.
Right, but if there was a starting point somewhere in space, a fixed point, okay. If there was
there is no starting point.
Okay, but if there were, let's imagine an imaginary fixed point. How fast is the Earth moving in relation to everything that is not there?
Isn't it accelerating?
I don't know.
Yeah, it would be accelerating if space is expanding, right?
Some say it's slowing down.
Are you saying you can only do that if God?
No, I'm curious. The man's best guess of how fast we're going.
I don't know.
We don't have a velocity because it's
rotating, or just
no, traveling through the universe because our galaxy is moving as well, right?
Oh yeah, I don't know if they've done the calculations on that.
The whole Virgo cluster is moving.
It's like crazy rocket science, like shooting a
The
torpedo
Reuben
off a moving
says 250 kilometers a second.
How many?
Or 155 miles a second.
On average.
Now that's in the elliptical orbit, right? Around the sun. Now add to that, okay? So on the way back, trapped in this, now here comes Einstein. On the way back, if the galaxy's turning clockwise or counterclockwise, then at some point we would slow down on the return trip and speed up when we're going in the same direction around the sun as the as related to
Ruben got it.
the spin of the Milky Way. So at its fastest peak on the fast side of the loop around the sun, how fast does man estimate we're going? I'm just curious.
He says 250 kilometers per second through the galaxy the solar system is.
Okay, what does that work out to miles per hour? Is anybody?
He says it's 155.3.
Okay, I don't have my glasses on. What is it? How much?
155 to 343 miles
Per second.
per second. Correct.
We're cruising.
Yeah.
We're on a spaceship. Where are we going? Where are we going?
Around and around and around.
No, I think there's a destination.
It's a black hole.
Yeah, the bottom of the toilet.
Black hole. Interesting. Kind of like a bottomless pit.
Like a toilet.
Yeah. It's kind of eternity. You'll never get there.
Well,
and when it goes down, we might burn a little. Lake, fire, pit. Interesting.
Oh my God! No.
Yeah,
no,
exactly. Oh my God.
I mean, I'm not Christian. I have other gods. I don't have to. I don't have to worry.
It's not raw, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Jumped off.
Oh no, you don't.
Like, we could see Earth heading into a black hole, so a lot of people would jump off of it. Let's say. Right?
You got me wrong. You left the W off.
Then those people watching Earth go into the black hole would just see it freeze, basically. Like, it would never go into it. It would just slow down.
And then what do you think would happen? Seriously, I want to know.
Stand there for like eternity.
Eternity. There's that eternity. Interesting.
Yeah, basically would outlive everything.
Interesting.
So you think the collapse of the Milky Way galaxy is predicted by the Bible?
What do you think of black hole? Well, that. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
before we hit the black hole, we're gonna slam into Andromeda.
That's the other thing I was trying to think of. Aren't we about to collide and mix with another?
Yeah, like 2 billion years or something. 2 million years, I think it is.
No. It is multiples of billions.
2
Is it
billion.
really?
Yeah.
Okay. So our ancestors, if we survive, boy, there's a big if we survive that long, better get their act together with interspace travel and figure out another energy source.
I just thought of something.
Because everything's going to burn out, right?
The Earth's only 6,000 years old, right? The whole universe and everything. God didn't plan on this for lasting longer than 6,000 years, because it's the end times now, right?
Oh yeah, we're definitely in the last days.
So 6,000 years, and that was it.
No, remember, we don't know how long Adam and Eve were in the garden. And the earth, according to the scriptures, was created first, before them. Then he placed a garden somewhere near these rivers, I believe in a different dimension, we could say, but in that same spot.
That's only 6,000 years of humanity, and then God's like, you guys are done.
It's actually 7 when you add the millennial reign. So, 7. God has a thing for 7s. Yes. And then you've got the number 8 that comes after 7, which is the new beginning.
And then there's only 1,000 years for the next kingdom, right?
And then the eternity future starts. This is just a pause on the record, man. The record is eternal. So God's eternal.
You know how long Adam lived? It was like 900-something years.
Yeah, after he got kicked out of the garden.
So
what I'm saying is how long was he in his garden?
Just says he lived 900-something years.
No. It doesn't say that. It says that's after he got kicked out. His ticker started, okay, after he got kicked out. He was eternal before the fall.
Couldn't God give man a break at some point? Like, just like kicking him out of the garden, flooding him, doing all this shit, and then 6,000 years and we're done. When's the okay time?
So, you're saying that there could have been. You're saying there could have been time. You're saying that when on day 6, there could have been time that happened before that. You're saying it could actually be longer. The Earth is older. I mean,
what? Well, yeah.
From your perspective.
Well,
He's
absolutely.
Time from day 6.
I'm saying
day 6 until he ate the apple could have been God knows how many days or years or
That's
I
right.
see.
Billions. Could have
So
been
there could be a gap.
trillions.
a billion years.
So
Could be trillions.
you're saying 6 days happen, and then there's a gap between the 6,000 from then.
Right, a
Basically.
pause.
Okay.
And I believe we're in that pause right now.
So we're
That-
animals just hanging out waiting for people to pop
Wait a
up?
minute, how could we be in the pause?
Well, we're in the pause of eternity, is what I'm saying. Okay? Think about it. Think about the allegory that's there as well. Don't just look at the physical. Think about the eternal. Okay? You have to think eternally. Okay? If you're going to talk about an eternal God, you have to try to talk about
No
infinite
problem.
things. So,
Time's an illusion anyway. But
right. It's relative. So, if there is no such thing as time except here, okay, we exist here in this little pause while something is occurring. And I believe we're in the womb, like I said, I'll say it again, we're in the womb of eternity
Okay.
future.
But-
There's
but-
been an eternity past. There always has been. It goes on forever back then. God, at this point on the record, has paused and said, you know what? I'm going to have some kids. Let's have some fun.
He's settling down.
How do you know that though? Like maybe
I've spent 34, going on 35 years studying my father's book.
but maybe he
And-
created you yesterday.
Maybe.
Like you said, there's an eternity past, an eternity future. How do you know
Right.
that?
Right, it is relative. I don't know what this whole thing called time really is. I'm saying it's a pause.
Okay, but
Okay.
even if it's relative, we still measure it by seeing how many times the Earth went around the sun, all right? And then we base a whole scale of measurement based on that. And we call those years. And we say that based on what we can see of everything, people
Based
have
on
been
the
around.
physical.
Yes,
Based on the physical.
people have been around for millions of those.
Right. What I'm saying, okay, our computers in front of us, all of us have computers, right? We have hardware, what we call hardware, that would be the inner workings, physicalness of the computer, and then we have something called programming, okay? And it's just zeros and ones.
Are you saying
And
that
it's
the
a
animals,
language.
the animals were all moving around and stuff on the planet before, and then one of them
I'm saying
got
there could have-
a spirit injected into them, and that is what the human being is, and not
I'm
necessarily
saying
that
there
the
could
human
have
being
been.
was
I'm
created as
saying
an
there
animal?
could have been dinosaurs. There could have been weirdest creatures you've ever seen, and ended up in rocks and things like fossils that we find, and we go, oh, this one we'll call this a Tyrannosaurus
And when
Rex.
did humans pop up?
The day we walked out of the garden.
But there was no lead up to that. There was no monkeys that had to learn how to bang on stones, and those didn't exist.
Monkeys that had to bang on stones. Sounds like
That sounds like what you would call them, and
Sounds
I'm just
like
trying to get on your level. Like I would name them what
sounds
they're
like
named.
a myth to me.
No,
but-
but they have the skeletons.
Evolution sounds just as much like a myth to me as creationism does to you.
No, okay, but what you're saying to me is that all these monkeys were walking around, and then one day humans just walked out of the
No,
magical
there's the monkeys. What are you talking about? We're just walking around.
because
the
those monkeys exist. They're skeletons. We
The
have them.
monkeys were in the garden.
I have a question, Raw. Was Adam and Eve, before they ate of the apple, able to reproduce?
Good question.
They didn't have genitals back
Because
then.
if you're saying they lived for thousands and thousands upon years
Reuben,
before he ate the apple,
relatively,
they were obviously having sex.
No. It's relative.
billion
Their
years.
time did not start. Okay, we're in this pause. Okay, because once they were created, once the earth, see, it's the earth that was created. So man was created on what day?
Sixth.
Right. Now the seventh day is the day of what?
Rest.
What did Jesus say? Enter into my rest.
I understand that,
I've
but
come
the
to
seventh
give
day
you
is still a seventh day. It's 24 hours, no?
right. That's the bigger picture. It's the allegory of this all this physicalness that actually happened. The bigger picture of the allegory, the program, you could say, that's in the hardware, all right, of what's really going on.
I'm not
All
getting one.
I know you're not. But
I don't know how you say it.
you especially won't get me.
We're in the 7th day, right?
No.
What were you smoking today, Rob?
No, the seventh day, okay, the 7th day, I believe, in the allegory of the creation story, which is, I believe, a literal event that did take place, but on top of it, there's a layer of this spiritual truth that is represented in the whole of the painting.
What about the layer we call history and archaeology?
If you've got a giant mural on a wall that stretches from Florida to California, from Mexico to Canada, and stood on the top of that painting, and that happened to be on the top of the highest mountain in Colorado, okay, and said, "This is truth," you're missing the big picture. And I believe that evolution is standing on top of that painting going, "This is true."
The big picture.
And this is not.
No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying this is the best answer we've got for this.
They can't, they won't, and they don't look at the big picture because they're too busy worried about, oh man,
Well, the reduction.
what if they're right?
No, no one's worried about if maybe the carbon dating is so. Everybody knows carbon dating is probably messed up. That is well known. I will sit here and say yes. Whenever I write anything in, and I'll write in a thing that says anywhere between this year and this year, because that's how wrong carbon dating is. But there's no chance that there was a giant flood that came and dropped a bunch of isotopes in there that are now messing up everything so much that it's millions of years younger than it looks.
How do you carbon date a realm of dimensional scope we can't even see?
Do you know they do actually have carbon years now? There are carbon years.
Did you hear what I said? You're talking. Hold on.
Even though it's measured wrong. No, even though it's measured wrong, it's still measurable.
This is what the Bible calls walking in the flesh. Walk in the spirit for a minute, okay? Walk in that other realm for a minute. Open your mind to this possibility, okay? Yes, the crazy place.
I mean,
go to the crazy place for a minute.
I am religious. I just feel like Christianity has stolen.
I'm
it.
not.
That's why I'm willing to argue for religious
I'm not
stuff.
religious.
All this stuff does make sense, and old religions would have accepted them as we learned them.
I'm not asking you to be religious. Don't get me wrong.
What they tell the Torah?
No, but in the spiritual realm, yeah, there's time is very relative. Carbon dating, all messed up. You can pretty much have anything happen. Anything goes, right?
Yeah, they're standing on top of that mountain in Colorado, pointing at the picture and going, "This is reality." There's a bigger thing going on that we can't see. If you were standing on that gigantic painting, how could you see it?
Okay, that's great, but we won't be able to say that until we find it. One day when we find out that dinosaurs existed up until 6,000 BC, then yes, they'll admit it. They'll say, "Look what we do."
Sash, you don't find it. It finds you.
Oh my God, I've read the Bible.
It finds you. You don't find it. That's religion, see? When someone says, "I found it," that's man's religion towards God, and that's not how you get there. How you get there is He comes and finds you.
No.
Remember, He leaves the 99 looking for the one
Jesus
lost.
is dead.
Oh, He's very much alive and talking to you.
So, okay, so wouldn't the study of consciousness, your own consciousness, be the study of spirituality? What you're talking about?
Yeah.
It's an infinity, basically. It's an infinite realm that you can't understand.
You were talking earlier about dreams, and in relation to what you just said, tell me, what is impossible to dream?
No, but just because it's not impossible
Hold on.
doesn't mean that it's the truth. It doesn't mean it's the truth.
I'm asking him.
There is something impossible to dream.
What's impossible to dream? I've dreamed that I've been dreaming.
Your mind can't make up faces.
Yeah, it can.
It can't make up faces.
I can talk to them. I can ask them very deep
The
questions.
best you can do is re-amalgamate faces you've seen.
That
It doesn't make new faces.
That doesn't sound even close to being correct. I'm
So
sorry,
if
but
you
I
had
would
a
say
photographic memory, then you would recognize everybody in your dreams.
Yeah, this includes all the people that you just glance at.
Yeah. So a photographic memory, right? It would be insane to dream. You would recognize everybody.
that's right.
Why would you?
Why wouldn't you?
You'd remember them, right? If you saw them.
Okay.
I guess I have a question for the room if people want to hear it.
Shoot. Yeah, sure.
This can go for everyone, Sasha, John, Nadias, every Raw. Does anyone here think that the Genesis chapter 1 could be an allegory for evolution?
I think the whole Bible is allegory, and maybe not for evolution, but for people to understand how people got to where they are. Like we have stomachs, we have brains, we have these things, and we don't know how they all came together, but they're different organisms that seem to make one big organism. Like
Right. For example, the Genesis chapter 1, starts off with plants, and it moves into water creatures, flying creatures, land animals, and humans.
oh wow, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Because fish would turn into flying things first because they almost have wing type structures.
Right.
And then land animals and then people.
Right. So does anyone accept that that could be an allegory for
Yeah,
evolution?
I've never thought of that. Totally, yeah.
I'm going to let everybody else go. I think we should go down the line and even let Ruben say
Yeah,
what
I don't
he
have no
thinks
problem with.
in chat.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with that story, J-Dubs. It really doesn't matter to me which way, it happened or how long it took. So yeah, interesting way of looking at it.
Well, the next one on my screen is Cerberus. You have an opinion?
It's alphabetical, isn't it?
All
right. It's always.
I'm all the way on the end from you on my
yeah,
screen.
I'm always on the end with my Y. I noticed that.
I'm holding something. Can I give my answer?
Sure. Go ahead, Roy.
I'm holding something physical, okay, in my hand, okay. I'm gonna hold it as close as I can. See if the camera. Okay. Are you getting? Okay. Do you recognize anything about it? Okay. There's a name of the company.
Yes.
Okay. And then that's that one end. Now I'm gonna show you the other.
Flag.
End. Okay.
Just joking.
No, it didn't come through. It's just all it is a body shot. Now I'm gonna back up.
Okay.
All right. Now I'm gonna demonstrate some of the capabilities. Okay. Of this. Now this is only going to take a second. Okay. Bear with me. This is gonna be kind of hard to do. Okay. Here's now the instrument is actually doing something. Okay, earlier we had a paint program going on, right?
I have a hell of a time.
And hold on, I didn't prepare this ahead of time.
Smoking.
And I basically threw that on paint, right?
You actually did better on paint, strangely.
All right, now I'm communicating something. Okay, what letter? What am I saying?
That you sacrificed a bull.
It looks like a bull, yeah.
Okay. Now,
bullshit.
Now, it's all BS. Okay, so now you would say, what is this? What would you say that just did that?
It's a bull rider.
Well, no, what is this? This is this. What is this?
A pen and ink did that.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure this is just a pen?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, it could be a
Hold
bomb.
on. This pen is a very unique pen, okay?
I think it's
because it has this in it. Hold on. This pen right here has a very unique feature. Okay? Do you see it?
Yes.
This now, I could take this pen and I could draw, okay? And I'll start and I'll go around and I'll make that circle and then I'll make those little horns. Now, okay?
Okay.
What makes more sense? Writing it with ink in a book, or just going, "Hey guys, I'm this."
On E, you know.
I'm this.
That's awesome.
Look at it. I'm this. Now where does what makes more sense?
It
You know
really,
what I'm saying?
it really depends, because if you look at what Timothy Leary was working on, he actually used light sequences to start making people see angels.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting that Jesus said, "I'm the light of the world." I think if we would really seriously look a little bit closer into light, then we would understand what's going on. Reuben, he brought up an ancient Hebrew tradition that said that Adam and Eve were actually light beings in the Garden of Eden.
Some
and
people say
then
that about the
they were-
Mayans, too.
and
The
then,
Mayans just disappeared.
after the fall, God had to put skin on them, and they were booted out. That physical part of them was then added. Right? Am I right, Reuben?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that's far from the truth, because they were in this other dimension. Okay.
Well, it would be a
Right.
spectrum at that point.
Okay, we're speculating here.
They'd be in the light spectrum.
But light is it physical?
No,
I mean,
I
or is
understand
it
what you're
both?
saying. I've thought about this before. Like, what if there's aliens that exist on a light spectrum that we can't see? Like, we don't see X-rays, but we can see the light that's bouncing off of other things that's in our spectrum. So what if there's something existing on the spectrum that we don't have the ability to see? But
Wait
it's
a minute.
Like the
We
way
can't see. We can't see anything.
Where does light even come from?
We can't see anything without light.
But
It's
again, but just because we can speculate these things doesn't mean the God of the Bible's the right one, or even
Hold
close.
on. Jesus said this in John chapter 3. They love the darkness rather than come into the light. Why?
Okay, no, but every religion talks about, okay, well, there was a snake and it was chaos, and then the God had to come
Oh,
and
every
bring the light.
religion came off the boat.
No, and they had to separate the light
Every
from the
religion
darkness.
came from the story at the beginning.
So you think the Bible?
Of course, all the
Luckily-
religions.
Luckily,
of-
there's 10 stories of the boat.
You think the
Of
Bible
course,
came
of
first?
course there is. There's all different languages, and time passed.
And different characters and different animals in different places.
That's
Yes.
That's why I always say it's like a game of telephone.
Exactly.
Anyone in here played the game telephone before?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the Bible came first and it's the ultimate word, and that we can't talk about Egyptian stuff instead. Like, I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying.
According to the scriptures, in
If
the
you
beginning,
pocket,
God said, "Let there be light."
if you put away the linear time thing, it makes sense.
Without light, you can't see anything. God said in the very beginning, He said, "Let there be light." Now think about a dark, without any energy, no way to see anything universe. It starts to make sense that this is very important. We couldn't see this without the light.
Well, we know that because light gives us everything on the planet. Life.
Right. So
We're-
what is it? What is it? Where does it come from?
It comes from mass moving very quickly.
Photons, maybe?
Yeah, mass moves very quickly, and it turns into energy, and it releases what we call light.
Okay. And that's normal, just natural, right?
Where does the actual photon come
That's
from?
what we know so
Exactly.
far. That doesn't mean it's not amazing. Because it's natural doesn't mean it's not.
Who made this amazing thing called light?
I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend to know.
I do. That's the difference.
So,
between
Sasha,
me and you.
so you don't believe that there's a creator of the universe?
Well, no,
I don't really
I
know
think, I think there could be. Like I said with the other guy yesterday, if we found a pixie that had pointy noses and fairy wings and pointy ears and stuff, and it waved wands and created universes, I would totally accept that. That's the creator. I would accept that.
Just for the record, you're agnostic, is what you're saying.
No. I do believe in gods. They're just not supernatural creator gods.
Oh,
Okay. So this just popped into existence naturally.
Or it was
No,
eternal.
I just don't know how it happened, and I'm not going to pretend to.
You don't want to know how it happened?
No, I do. I'd love to, but I'm not going to pretend to, and I'm not going to pretend that people 2,000 years ago figured it out when we still can't see it.
Like I said, why do you
Well, I know
assume
the universe
that they're
is small.
stupid 2,000, 6,000 years ago?
I don't.
whatever?
I think they were very smart. I completely.
Well,
agree
you
with
just said,
That I
why
didn't
should
know.
we think that they figured it out 4,000
didn't.
years ago when they started writing it down?
because they didn't.
You think very
Are you
linear.
sure? Are you sure they didn't?
Yes, because every other culture has a story about how some of the humans.
Yes, they all came off the boat.
People came out of lotuses and all these other things. Like
Yes.
Well, doesn't the Bible say there was like an ancient, advanced civilization before the flood?
I think there was. I don't know.
It's been a while since I read Genesis, so.
I would say
As
that.
far as I know, no.
I would say yes.
I would
Here's
probably
why.
agree. They're
Because
not advanced like us, but advanced like they knew the stars and stuff.
I would say they were very advanced in things that we don't understand today, and we dismiss as being supernatural because these things.
Biblical story where Cain went to the land of Nod. There were people there, no, right? Where did Cain get his wife? You know,
Yeah,
all the other people
definitely.
that we don't hear about that might.
Well, those answers could be given to you, John, through oral lore. If Judaism actually has those answers.
What do they say? Because I actually have wondered that for a while.
Cain, I think Lilith was his wife.
Yeah, Lilith was.
Reuben.
No, Adam's first wife was Lilith, I think.
Yeah, but then I think she went on to.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Well, she was evil, so.
Yeah,
And so was
they say
Cain.
she's the reason we have stomachs. She ate food because Satan said it would sustain her, and so she ate it and grew a stomach, and that's why we have stomachs now.
Although don't smell that story because it smells like poo.
And
The other thing.
Maybe Lilith was a serpent.
Oh, Reuben actually gave the answer. I for some reason I thought it was Cain for some reason. She says she went on. I can't even pronounce it. Samuel.
Ashmadai and Samuel.
How did we have marriage? Before all of this stuff happened. Like again, it's like marriage is traditional. Oh yeah.
Well, marriage would be the reunion of the male and female together. I mean,
under
there's
God.
there's some wacky things in Judaism, like Adam and Eve might have been actually one person before.
Yeah, I think that Adam
They
had to be
were.
an hermaphrodite. He pulled it right out of his. If he pulled a woman out of himself, that he had to be.
Well, he didn't pull it out.
That's the splitting of the atom.
See, that's the denial of the very person behind the game program. You see the game, you can touch the computer, but you go, oh, the guy that made this,
Rob,
I'll never meet him.
No, we're just
Bob,
accepting.
There is a programmer that made, say...
We're just
World of
accepting your
Warcraft.
story. I'm sorry that I said he pulled it out of himself. God pulled it out of him.
It's just magical.
If you think
This
about it,
game
Rob, think
just
about it.
appeared on the
Think about
shelf
it,
in
Rob.
Walmart.
Rob, think about it. If God pulls a rib out of Adam, right? It's the same DNA as Adam. He makes Eve. That means Adam had sex with his twin sister.
Yeah.
Right. That's
What's
before
wrong
the
with
pro.
that?
That's before the prohibition. In
Come on, none of you have ever had a hot sister?
You act like that's like there's multiple times in your life that you have sisters.
You've never had a hot sister? Come on.
I got two of them.
I don't have it.
There you go.
Judaism also teach that Cain and Abel was actually born with twin sisters as wives as well.
What's wrong with that, man? The end result is what God's after. Okay?
You're just into twins, so you're like, what's wrong with that?
We're complaining. We're on a journey, and we're complaining how we get there, making up rules as we go.
No, we're accepting that your book might be true, and then we're figuring out
It's
if it
not
is.
my book.
We're just trying to test your literalism here of the Bible. Everything's literal.
It's not my book. Why do you call
I
it
just
my book?
want to read what Reuven says that Genesis chapter 1 does say that God created male and female. He doesn't actually make Adam and Eve at that point. That comes later.
Oh, I want to know. What do you think about the Elohim?
He made male and female animals.
What about them?
Do you think it's more than one God, or do you think it's just one God? And then later when it says don't have any gods before me, do you think that means that there are other ones?
I would
I
say
actually
this.
agree with that. Actually,
I would say this. If you hear, okay, with your ear, okay, and confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus, and believe that God raised him from the dead the third day, guess what? Congratulations.
What if I think his friends took him out of the tomb?
You're one of his. Hold on, I'm not done. You're one of his children then, and if you're a child of the King of the universe, The God Almighty. What does that make you?
Wait, God Almighty, I guess. I don't know. I think I lost the train of thought of where you were going. I think.
If you become a child of God, if indeed God.
I am a child of God.
Oh,
okay.
We're
Then
all
what does that make you?
We're all
child of God, I
A
guess.
subject race.
What is it? What does it make you?
We are the pinnacle of everything we know.
We're gods in a lowercase g.
That's it.
Bingo.
I am God.
Bingo. We have a winner.
Wait, is that what you're saying? We're all Elohim?
Yes.
Bingo. We have a winner.
Is that not blasphemy?
You shall be gods. You're
No.
Technically not. It's not technically.
No.
No, that makes you a Mormon, actually.
Yeah.
No. It makes you a child of the king.
Wait.
And we should have the language of the court.
And the stars are to be given to us, right? We have domain over the stars.
The star's going to be rolled up like a scroll. This is temporary. What we're in, this pause.
I was just trying to tie it to Mormonism. I'm sorry.
That's okay. He was a nutball. This physical thing we perceive in our physical reality is not our eternal home. There's a new thing coming.
But you think we're gods? You think that we are all children of God and we are baby gods?
Not all. I didn't say all.
Not you, Sasha.
Oh, okay.
Not all.
Why not all?
There are tares amongst the wheat. There are goats amongst the sheep.
But is God
there
not
are the
is God not a
foolish
terror?
and the wise.
God is not a terror?
A terror?
Terror?
Oh, he is the most terrible being you'd ever want to meet.
So why can't we be like him and be terror?
Put it this way: if all of a sudden he were to appear in front of you, you'd be flat on your face with shit in your shorts and piss rolling down the front of your shorts.
But
You would shit yourself, piss yourself, shiver. You would shiver until, he spoke to you, and then
Don't forget puke.
And on the 8th day, God made me shit in my pants.
You would beg him to forgive you.
But didn't you say earlier that you were that? That's you talking to us through that in that form? That's like.
Say again.
You said something about how like you were bringing from 1,000 years in the past. You're bringing God's word straight.
Right.
To us. So shouldn't I feel that way now?
I said the future, not the past.
Future. Well, you're from 1,000 years in the future now, Rob. Time traveler.
We have entered the twilight zone.
You're a time traveler.
Aren't we all?
That's lots of times.
Aren't we all?
Sharing the truth with us. We made it 1,000 more years. That's awesome to know.
Well, there is that millennial. There is the millennial. There is the millennial reign of Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna stop the broadcast. I forgot I kept it going live. It's gone.
Why?
That was a good way to end it. Well, let's get to end it on a high note, I guess.
Let's keep it going.
We should have brought an atheist in so someone would have stayed out of the Bible because we all kept going.
We don't even have an atheist in a room? Come on, Reuben's an atheist. Isn't he? Reuben?
Because we never left the Bible this time. I tried a couple times.
He wouldn't use the word. He says he wouldn't.
Talking about? We crossed a lot of galaxies tonight.
Won't use that word. Won't use that word atheist. We have a Mason, Noahide, Christian, polytheist.
An insane old man in Orlando, Florida. Classify yourself from 1,000 years in the future.
Oh God, Rob, shut up, Yuri. What are you?
When you classify yourselves, you pigeonhole your belief.
There you go. Good. I like that.
Don't bother.
There you go.
I got dubs on crazy. I'm sorry. I don't know what the rest of you guys are.
I don't mean to like change the subject, but
we're not. We're still live.
Stopping the broadcast. Thank you. If you listened for this long,
Crazier than we are.
get a life.